starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451. This island is not for crocodile. On Judicial Island, Aokiji and Uehara Naraku stood at the port, watching a warship slowly stop at the port, staring at the tall man on the bow of the warship. Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu. The Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, who was ordered by Marshal Sengoku to ambush Crocodile with Admiral Aokiji, finally arrived at the Judicial Island. The Admiral of the Navy Headquarters was wearing a Navy Justice cloak, a dark red suit, and a rose boutonniere on his chest. He looked like he was here for a blind date. After Akainu arrived at the Judicial Island, he looked down at Aokiji at the port, frowned, and said in a cold voice, "Huh, you can't even take down Crocodile, and you need me to come and act together." Aokiji scratched his head helplessly. If the Battle of Alabasta to subjugate Crocodile was not because of Uehara Naraku's manipulation, Aokiji would have caught that guy in the underwater prison long ago. In that situation, everything in Alabasta was under the control of Uehara Naraku. Not to mention him, even if the three admirals of the Marine headquarters gathered together, there was nothing they could do. Aokiji didn't bother to pay attention to Akainu's provocation, and even kindly reminded him, "Well, then you can go back immediately. It's better to leave immediately. If you leave too late, it will be too late." Admiral Akainu. Uehara Naraku next to him interrupted Aokiji's words, and his face immediately showed a touch of excitement, as if he was a little fan of Akainu. If it was Admiral Akainu who took action at that time, Crocodile would definitely be captured. Akainu frowned slightly, and when he looked at Uehara Naraku, his face was obviously a little unhappy, and he didn't feel happy at all when he heard Uehara's flattery. Akainu glanced at Uehara Naraku, but he ignored him. Akainu looked at Aokiji again and said coldly, "This little guy is the undercover agent lurking beside Crocodile. Is he the bait for our ambush on Crocodile this time?" "Well, probably, that's it." Aokiji's expression became a little complicated. To be honest, it feels like Akainu is really finished. This Uehara Naraku is even more cunning than a needle. He took the initiative to talk to Akainu just now, but Akainu ignored him. This hatred was formed just after they met. Akainu's eyes were still cold, looking at Uehara Naraku. He was finally willing to say a word to Uehara Naraku. He said coldly, "Well, Lieutenant Commander Uehara Naraku, are you determined to sacrifice for justice?" "Of course." Uehara Naraku's face was a little serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Implement the thorough justice of the Navy and eradicate the evil in this world at all costs." This must be what Akainu likes to hear the most. Although Uehara said this, in fact, he must have secretly made a note of it in his heart. The first thing is that Akainu didn't ask him questions after seeing him. The second thing is that he took the initiative to talk to him, but Akainu didn't reply. The third thing is that they just met, and this bastard Akainu actually wanted to sacrifice him in the battle to encircle Crocodile. Really, living too comfortably. These admirals of the Navy headquarters are so comfortable. This is on the sea, full of dangers. How can these admirals of the Navy headquarters let their guard down like this? Akainu didn't know what Uehara Naraku was saying about him, but after hearing what Uehara Naraku said, he showed a little satisfaction on his face. The admiral looked at the excitement on Uehara Naraku's face and nodded slowly, which was a compliment to Uehara Naraku, the Navy lieutenant. Not bad. For Akainu, this is already a rare compliment. Although Akainu is a natural type magma fruit ability user, his heart is much colder than that of Aokiji, and it is not easy to compliment him. Of course, this is also the last comfort. Because of the little strength that Uehara Naraku has, there is a very high possibility that he will be sacrificed on the battlefield when he is trying to suppress Crocodile, who also has the ability of a nature type fruit. Akainu is already prepared to sacrifice Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku blushed a little embarrassedly. At this moment, Uehara Naraku seemed to have no idea that the admiral in front of him was going to sacrifice him. He was just a little fan who admired Akainu very much. Aokiji watched this scene speechlessly. This guy's acting is really good. If Aokiji didn't know some of Uehara Naraku's background and knew what Uehara Naraku was going to do to Akainu next, he would probably believe it now. Akainu really thinks Uehara Naraku is a naval lieutenant commander. Is all we have to do next just to wait? Admiral Akainu looked down at Aokiji and Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, I can't waste too much time here. Many pirates have recently poured into the new world. No. Uehara Naraku shook his head and said in a deep voice, according to our intelligence, Crocodile should be on a deserted island near the north of Judicial Island. It is the most suitable location, and we can transfer to Judicial Island or Sabaody Archipelago at any time. Aokiji said slowly, in fact, we can just stay here and wait for Crocodile to attack Judicial Island. Where does the dignity of the Navy and the world government stand in this way? Akainu interrupted Aokiji's words with a gloomy voice, and he said with an ugly expression, since you know his information, then hurry over and arrest Crocodile. Aokiji, this person really wants to die. No matter how you stop him, you can't stop him. Moreover, Uehara Naraku's eyes gradually became dangerous. Aokiji felt that, if he continued to talk, something might happen. Forget it, Akainu is looking for death. At this time, Kakuzu, the invited Shichibuke, had not yet arrived at Judicial Island, but Aokiji proposed not to act in conjunction with the Shichibuke. It just so happened that Akainu didn't like the Shichibuke to interfere in the Navy's capture of pirates, especially since Kakuzu had just obtained the title of Shichibuke and started assassinating the noble kings wanted by the Dark World, the two admirals of the Navy. No matter how you calculate it, Crocodile will definitely be caught. Now that the personnel have been decided, Aokiji simply boarded Akainu's warship and discussed the ambush of Crocodile on his warship. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Aokiji suggested that they should not bring too many ordinary Navy soldiers to avoid alerting Crocodile. Akainu naturally had no reason to refute. Besides, this was a battle between the strong. It was useless to bring ordinary Navy soldiers. Although Akainu didn't care about sacrifice, it didn't mean that he would waste the lives of the Navy in vain. Major Uehara Naraku. Akainu sat in a conference room near the port, glanced at Uehara Naraku sitting in the corner, and said coldly, if Crocodile's location can be determined, he can also stay in Judicial Island to avoid danger. Aokiji was silent for a while, shook his head and said, I think it's better to take him with us. His safety is the top priority. The CP department is still watching him. Akainu tapped the table with his fingers, nodded slowly, and said loudly, Adjutant, hurry up and prepare. We will set off immediately. I only have 3 days, and we must not waste it. Yes. The port of Judicial Island. Akainu and Aokiji, two admirals of the Navy, boarded the same warship. In addition to hundreds of necessary Navy soldiers, there were only Aokiji, Akainu and Uehara Naraku as a supplement. Now they have to choose to take the initiative to attack Crocodile. Along the way, Akainu and Aokiji don't get along well. Whenever they are on the same ship, they don't like each other. Akainu is in a bad mood, but fortunately there is Uehara Naraku. This lieutenant commander seems to understand him very well. Akainu wants to recruit Uehara Naraku as his subordinate. This little guy agrees with his just way of dealing with things and is worthy of being sent to the Naval Academy for training. The speed of moving along the ocean current is faster than the speed of moving against the current. Before Crocodile returned from the Sabaody Archipelago to the deserted island, Uehara Naraku and his men had already followed the ocean current of the Grand Line to the deserted island. Obviously, there is no trace of Crocodile here. There is not even any sign of any ships staying around this deserted island. Hey, the intelligence is too wrong. Akainu bit a cigar in his mouth and couldn't help but say, your intelligence and speculation are completely wrong, and you wasted my time in vain. Akainu stared at Uehara Naraku and cursed in a deep voice. I originally thought you were a promising talent, but now you even got the basic intelligence wrong. Do you know what it means to waste the time of two admirals of the Navy headquarters? Yes, I'm sorry. Uehara Naraku shrank back to the fence of the ship, and his eyes slowly fell on the face of Aokiji who was standing next to Akainu. Admiral Aokiji, I accidentally wasted your time. What should you do? Aokiji couldn't help scratching his head and sighed faintly. Except for forgiving you, what else can I do? Akainu frowned slightly. What's wrong with this naval lieutenant actually talking to Aokiji like this? Although Akainu really couldn't stand Aokiji's laziness, Aokiji is the admiral of the Navy headquarters, and the admiral represents the majesty of the Navy. Moreover, Uehara Naraku's voice is a bit lazy. This is not an attitude of apology at all. Aokiji's attitude is even more problematic. Akainu's face was full of black lines, and he clenched his fists suddenly. Aokiji, Uehara Naraku, you two, be a little more serious. Okay, Admiral Akainu, there is something I want to tell you. Uehara Naraku turned his head to look at the island, slowly spread out his palms, and said calmly, in fact, this island was never prepared for crocodile. The first update. An. Chapter 452. Is it appropriate for you to be an actor at this time? The atmosphere on the warship was a bit strange. No one understood what Uehara Naraku meant. Aokiji couldn't help but hold his forehead and sighed. He didn't expect Uehara Naraku to be so direct. Akainu looked at Uehara Naraku and couldn't help showing a hint of anger on his face. He exhaled a breath of hot air and said gloomily, Major Uehara Naraku, what's the matter? What the hell is this guy doing? Is there something hidden from him at this time? Admiral Akainu. Uehara Naraku looked at the admiral of the Navy headquarters in front of him and said calmly, you used me as bait to capture crocodile, but if someone uses crocodile as bait, who is his purpose to capture? This is a trap problem. The Navy wants to use Uehara Naraku as bait to capture crocodile. Uehara Naraku also uses crocodile as bait to capture Admiral Akainu, who came to capture crocodile. Akainu immediately figured out everything. When the Admiral of the Navy heard what Uehara Naraku said, a trace of disdain flashed across his face. He looked at Uehara Naraku and said contemptuously, is there anyone who aims to capture the two admirals of the Navy? Who is standing behind you? It's funny. Someone actually dared to target them. There are two admirals of the Navy on this warship now. Especially the sea area is the first half of the Grand Line. Judicial Island and Marineford are not far from here. Not to mention reinforcement. Even two admirals of the Navy are enough. Which organization or pirate group is crazy? Is Uehara Naraku, a little lieutenant, out of his mind? Inexplicably want to provoke their admirals? The admirals of the Navy are the highest combat power of the world government. The two admirals of the Navy are here, which means that no one in the entire ocean can stop them. Even the four emperors will not underestimate the power of the two admirals. Who is qualified to stand behind me? Uehara Naraku smiled and shook his head. His aura gradually surged, and there was a hint of sadness in his voice. I really want to work hard for some superiors, but unfortunately they all look down on me the next moment. Uehara Naraku's domineering aura suddenly burst out, and there was a touch of pride on his face. No, it's because they didn't seize the choice of fate, so they didn't get the favor of God. Before Akainu had time to figure out what was going on, a surge of domineering aura came towards him, forcing him to hastily release his armed aura to resist. Black and red domineering auras swept around in an instant, and the naval soldiers on the warship instantly fainted under the impact of this aura. Even Aokiji and Akainu felt a little uncomfortable under the impact of this domineering aura. Even Aokiji, who had long been a subordinate of Uehara Naraku, had never thought that the Uehara Naraku in front of him actually possessed such a terrifying domineering aura. The horror of this domineering aura was no different from that of Goldie Roger decades ago. During the Battle of Etwall, they witnessed the battle between Goldie Roger and Golden Lion with their own eyes, and had personally experienced the domineering aura of the Pirate King. Unexpectedly, Uehara Naraku also had such a powerful domineering aura. The entire Navy could not find such a powerful domineering aura. No, even in the current world, it is estimated that there is no domineering as powerful as Uehara Naraku. In addition to bringing aggressive momentum and pressure to people, this domineering aura also has precise control, without any leakage at all. It's simply terrifying. Akainu's eyes were extremely gloomy. He stared at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, no wonder you dare to challenge the Admiral. Who are you? What is your purpose in sneaking into the Navy all this time? Of course it's for justice. Uehara Naraku said this without blushing. If you ignore the surging domineering aura on his body, this man is quite righteous when he speaks. Akainu clenched his fists. Uehara Naraku is still talking nonsense now? Such a powerful domineering aura, even publicly declared that he would be the enemy of the Admiral of the Navy. What justice is there in him? Alas. Naraku shook his head and sighed. In fact, I don't want to join the Navy. It was the Navy that took the initiative to ask me to join. If I don't join the Navy, my superior, Rear Admiral Drake, will use the Demon Slayer order to wipe out Alabasta. Naraku continued faintly. For the countless civilians in Alabasta, I can only choose to join the Navy. Of course, these are serious. Indeed, it was Admiral Drake who had taken the initiative to ask Naraku to join the Navy, and it was even Marshal Sengoku who personally issued the order. This sounds outrageous, but such an outrageous thing is the fact. Because every step they take is within Naraku's plan, and it was Naraku who worked hard to lay out the plan, so that many senior officers of the Navy wanted to recruit him to join the Navy. Nonsense. Akanu's face was still cold. How could the Navy recruit such a lawless person to join the Navy? How did this guy get in? Naraku shook his head helplessly, sighed and said, what I said is all true. I never wanted to join the Navy. It was Admiral Drake who forced me to join the Navy. You can ask him in the future. When he said this, Naraku smiled again and said softly, actually, I didn't want to do it, but you took the initiative to deliver it to me. After all, it is a rare opportunity to capture and subdue a Navy headquarters admiral. The whereabouts of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters are uncertain. Among them, there must be an admiral stationed in Marineford all year round. The 3 admirals of the headquarters represent the strongest military force of the world government. In addition to suppressing powerful pirates, they also need to help the world government deal with some trivial matters. To catch an admiral at the right opportunity. To be honest, it is not much easier than catching one of the 4 emperors. Naraku, you are really brave. Akanu's eyes flashed slightly, and a puff of black smoke came out of his body. The admiral said indifferently, do you think you can succeed? Magma slowly dripped from Akanu's body, and the magma corroded and burned the deck bit by bit. His voice added a touch of pride. It's just a mere domineering. It seems that you don't know what the Admiral of the Navy headquarters means. There is no shortage of pirates with domineering in this world. Only one person in a million can have domineering, but this does not mean invincibility. The 3 admirals of the Navy have definitely killed several pirates with domineering. The qualifications of a king, just the possibility of becoming a king. It's not that easy to become a real king. Of course, the conqueror haki on Naraku in front of him is indeed terrifying. Even in the new world, it may not be possible to find someone who can be compared with him. Generally, people who have cultivated conqueror haki to this level, not to mention armament haki and observation haki, are at least among the top people in the world. Akanu knew it clearly in his heart, but he refused to bow to evil. I know very well the power of the admirals of the Navy headquarters. Naraku's eyebrows were full of smiles. He raised his head and motioned Akanu to look back. I have already experienced the power of Admiral Aokiji, who can only help me make ice juice. As for Admiral Akanu's power, I think it can be used to light candles on birthday cakes. This is really insulting. One is a natural ice fruit ability user, and the other is a natural magma fruit ability user. Both have top fruit abilities, plus they're skilled haki. Even the 4 emperors cannot ignore their 2 powers. However, after hearing what Naraku said, Akanu suddenly realized that something was wrong. This guy had experienced Aokiji's ice fruit ability before. Then Aokiji should know his true identity. Naraku talked to him for such a long time. Why didn't Aokiji say a word? Is he still so lazy at this time? Something is wrong. Even if Aokiji is lazy, it is absolutely impossible for him not to say a word in this situation. This is not in line with the identity of a Navy admiral. Akanu seemed to think of something unbelievable. Akanu slowly turned his head under the conflict of the domineering color and looked at Aokiji standing not far behind him. His voice gradually became a little gloomy and said, what is going on? Are you Kuzan, or someone else? Aokiji, this guy, is someone else pretending? However, Akanu also knows his colleagues very well. Although they don't have a good personal relationship, they still know each other's personalities very well. Akainu didn't really believe that others could disguise themselves so well, and of course he didn't believe that Aokiji had betrayed the Navy, which was even more ridiculous. Aokiji is the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Based on his understanding of the current situation of the Navy, Akainu knew very well that Aokiji had a high probability of becoming the Admiral of the Navy, and was also the most powerful competitor for Akainu to become the Admiral of the Navy and execute thorough justice. After all, Aokiji had a good relationship with the middle and lower level officers of the Navy. However, it was absolutely impossible for Akainu to suspect that Aokiji had betrayed the Navy, as they were all admirals of the Navy. No matter what they did, they would never let down the justice behind the cloak. Unfortunately, Aokiji was destined to disappoint Akainu. Aokiji showed some hesitation on his face, leaned against the cabin, and sighed. "Well, Sakazuki, it's too troublesome to explain. I'm so sorry, I may have to be an actor this time." Akainu fell silent. A breeze blew by, slowly dispersing the black smoke on Akainu's body, revealing his gradually unsightly face. At this time, are you suitable to be an actor? Second update. Chapter 453, because you are too weak. Aokiji tried his best. It was not that he was unwilling to help. Along the way, Aokiji secretly advised Akainu several times, hinting that Akainu should return to Marineford immediately, as his support was not needed here. However, Akainu thought that Aokiji was too lazy and did not care about the mission at all. If it was Kizaru who came, he might have turned around and returned to Marineford immediately, but the person who came to support was the most diligent Admiral Akainu, an admiral who hated all pirates. Moreover, along the way, Aokiji, who always disliked them, hinted to him as if provokingly, it would be strange if Akainu would obey and go back. Alas, Admiral Aokiji actually tried his best. Naraku curled his lips and smiled at Akainu. "I have seen everything along the way. When he hinted at you to return to Marineford, I have been secretly instigating you not to let any pirate go." When Naraku said this, there was a slightly regretful smile on his face. "It is not easy for Admiral Aokiji, because he is my subordinate, and all he can do is keep hinting at you. Do you think he dares to help you now?" Akainu fell into silence. Aokiji's expression was not very good. He scratched the back of his head and whispered, Sakazuki, I'm sorry. Aokiji is very clear about the strength of Naraku and Akainu. It would be easy for Naraku to defeat Akainu. The strength of Aokiji and Akainu is similar. Naraku has all kinds of abilities. If he can hang Aokiji up and beat him, he can also hang Akainu up and beat him, and he can even hang them both up and beat them together. Humph. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, you actually betrayed justice. Akainu clenched his fists tighter and tighter, and magma gradually began to emerge from his fists. He looked at Aokiji's face, and it became more and more ugly. "Aokiji, wait until I deal with this kid in front of me. I will definitely get rid of you together." Aokiji rarely refuted Akainu's words. If Akainu could really defeat Naraku and then wanted to kill him, Aokiji would definitely not resist. But this thing can't happen. Naraku has at least 4 or 5 natural fruit abilities, as well as a deep 3-color domineering. Even Vice Admiral Garp has a very low chance of defeating Naraku in a single fight. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. Naraku slowly raised his finger and said with a smile, "Mr. Akainu and Mr. Aokiji are both admirals of the Navy headquarters, so I naturally cannot favor one over the other." Naraku turned around and looked at the small island next to the warship. His voice gradually became heavier. "Then let's prepare a suitable battlefield for us first." Akainu's face was full of doubts. Aokiji's expression was slightly solemn. He stared at Naraku and murmured in a low voice, "Is it about to begin?" The ability to change the terrain easily. A sharp bird cry fell into their ears. The next moment, a giant bat with a crystal clear body flew through the air. The giant bird had a wingspan of more than 10 meters, and its whole body was made of crystal ice. Whether it was its wings, claws or even its head, they were all made of ice. Only a red crystal was on its head, and its body exuded endless coldness. Snowflakes slowly fell from where it flew. Even from a distance, Aokiji could feel the freezing power bred in its body. That freezing ability seemed to fit in with him, the user of the ice fruit ability. Aokiji was a little envious, because the giant ice bird was so similar to his name and ability. If he had such a giant bird as a pet, Aokiji felt that he could send the penguin named Camel back to Antarctica. This giant bird made of ice was the reward that Uehara Naraku got after defeating Aokiji, the ice crystal phoenix. Avinia. Go, Avinia. Uehara Naraku chuckled and looked at the ice crystal phoenix in the air and said, go and help me turn this small island in front of me into the appearance of your hometown, and help me create a suitable battlefield. Kai. A sharp bird cry resounded across the entire sea. The ice phoenix flew over the island, its wings flapped slightly, and snowflakes mixed with hail fell quickly from the sky. Before long, the hail and snowflakes falling from the sky were so dense that they almost covered their sight, and the whole island quickly turned into a world of ice and snow. The giant bird created a world of ice out of thin air. The whole island completely changed its appearance, with only endless white. No, or rather, the climate of the entire island has changed because of this, and perhaps there will only be ice and snow here from now on. Towering icebergs stood in a forest, and the snow fell generously. The shallowest part of the snow on the island was at least several meters deep, and the temperature in the air was almost enough to freeze a person's body. I like snowy days the most. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to let the ice phoenix land beside him. He looked at the island covered with snow, then turned his head to look at Akainu, chuckled and asked, General Akainu, are you satisfied with this battlefield? Akainu was silent for a while. Since he knew that he was a user of the magma fruit, didn't this guy have any idea whether he was satisfied or not? Not to mention Akainu. Aokiji was a little speechless. Can't Uehara Naraku be a human being? Even if Uehara Naraku created an ordinary battlefield, Akainu might not be his opponent. Now he has created a battlefield that can greatly restrain Akainu's ability. Is he trying to beat Akainu to death? This is an absolutely fair battlefield. Uehara Naraku smiled and explained, only in this way can we avoid the damage caused by our battle to the island as much as possible. There is a second guest on this island. Such words. Aokiji and Akainu certainly don't believe it. Akainu, a user of the magma fruit, will definitely lose a lot of strength when fighting on this island, and he can't use the magma fruit ability to change the terrain here to form a battlefield that is beneficial to him. Uehara Naraku is so shameless. How can he have the nerve to say that this is an absolutely fair battlefield? Of course. Akainu is the one among all the admirals who will never admit defeat. Whether on the surface or in his heart, Akainu is much more proud than the other two admirals. He looked at the snowy island in front of him and nodded slowly. Akainu suddenly closed his palms, squeezed his fists hard, and said in a deep voice, since you have chosen your burial place, let's get started quickly. Okay. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes, smiled and nodded. His figure floated into the air little by little, and flew to the island. Uehara Naraku let the snowflakes on the island fall on him little by little, and smiled and said, then next, welcome Mr. Akainu, to this absolutely fair battlefield. Akainu stepped onto the island carelessly. But when Akainu just stepped onto the island, the endless snow on the island instantly flew up, and the snow and ice gathered around him like a tornado. It was as if he wanted to bury Akainu directly in the snow. Is that all you have? Akainu's voice was still dull in the snow. His arm suddenly turned into a ball of magma and blasted towards the ice and snow. Big fire. A ball of magma gathered flames and shot out quickly. Endless ice and snow melted quickly under the power of the big fire. The ability of the magma fruit still has impressive strength even in this environment. Akainu's figure slowly appeared. He looked at Uehara Naraku floating in the air and blasted his fist again. A ball of magma quickly spread out from his arm. Hell dog. This move was very fast. Even the power should not be underestimated. However, just when the hell dog was about to hit Uehara Naraku stretched out his finger, and a stream of magma gushed out from his fingertips. This tiny stream of magma shot directly through the hell dog. Even after defeating the hell dog, the magma directly penetrated Akainu's arm, making the admiral's expression sink. He just directly transformed into an element, but still felt the power of the magma penetrate his arm. Is this the ability of the magma fruit? The temperature is even higher. Akainu's expression became slightly ugly. Akainu had never thought that this day would come. As a user of the magma fruit ability, he would actually be injured by the power of magma. Yes, this is the ability of magma. Uehara Naraku spread out his palm, and a ball of magma kept winding and flowing in his palm, forming all kinds of strange shapes from time to time. Uehara Naraku looked at Akainu calmly and said softly, I said that this island is an absolutely fair battlefield, and it is fair to us. The next moment, the magma in Uehara Naraku's hand suddenly flew towards Akainu. The ball of magma quickly expanded in the air, turning into a giant dragon composed of magma, and pounced on Akainu's body. Akainu suddenly stretched out his palm, and a burst of armed color domineering was suddenly released, directly dispersing the magma dragon in the air. The temperature of this Uehara Naraku's magma seems to be higher than the temperature of the magma he controls. You're not going to make any sense like this. Uehara Naraku shook his head nonchalantly and stretched out his palm towards Akainu. Since you used armament haki once, for the sake of fairness, I'll use it once too. Before he finished speaking, a stronger armament haki was released directly from Uehara Naraku's palm, and the surging armament haki made the air tremble. This haki was too overbearing. This armament haki released from a distance directly knocked Akainu, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, to the ground remotely. Speaking of the strength of armament haki, there is no one stronger than Uehara in the entire sea. What a joke, this kid looks only 20 years old. Akainu was knocked to the ground by armament haki, and a trace of blood oozes from the corner of his mouth, which is a sign of internal damage to his body. Only Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters has brought him this kind of pressure, but that was the result of thousands of tempers. Does this Uehara Naraku have this level of haki at the age of 20? Don't bully a young man because he's poor. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms, looked at Akainu and said, Hey, Sakazuki, can you bring me a little new trick? Uehara Naraku continued softly, if you can't bring me a little fun, then the only fun I have left is beating you. Don't be so arrogant. The next moment, Akainu saw Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappear. Akainu couldn't help but frown slightly, and his observation haki immediately sensed that a figure appeared behind him, and a ball of magma suddenly appeared on his fist. Akainu turned around suddenly and punched the figure that suddenly appeared behind him. Uehara Naraku smiled and stretched out a palm to block Akainu's fist full of magma, not caring about the damage of the magma at all. This punch hit Uehara Naraku's palm directly, and the magma on Akainu's fist splashed, and even a few drops slowly dripped down Uehara Naraku's palm, as if it was just ordinary rain. An inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped Akainu's heart. What kind of monster is this guy? How can he not be hurt at all? I'm just an ordinary person. Uehara Naraku seemed to see through Akainu's thoughts, and smiled and continued, are you guessing why I won't be hurt? Of course it's because Admiral Akainu's strength is too weak. Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly turned dark. He turned over suddenly and slapped Akainu's lower abdomen, and even before Akainu had time to elementalize, he slapped the Admiral of the Navy and flew out with one palm. Chapter 454 God will not die. The snow was still falling. Uehara Naraku walked on the snow, step by step towards Akainu. Akainu, who had just been knocked down in the snow by Uehara, got up in a mess, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and couldn't help stroking his lower abdomen. He could clearly feel that his internal organs were in severe pain. Uehara Naraku looked at Akainu's movements, slowly shook his head and said, it's really ugly. With only this little strength, how can you sit firmly in the position of Admiral? Arsehole. Sakazuki gritted his teeth. Thick smoke came out of his fist, and the armed color domineering wrapped in rolling magma slammed towards Uehara Naraku's head. Uehara Naraku's fist suddenly turned into magma, and a layer of armed color domineering was attached to the magma-like flowing liquid, and his fist also slammed up. The fists of the two suddenly collided. The magma quickly spread around, and streams of magma flew out and fell on the ice and snow, and were buried by the ice and snow little by little. Akainu was blown away by another punch. The tall Admiral of the Navy was directly punched into the ice and snow by Uehara Naraku, and blood spurted out of his mouth in the air. Akainu fell in the snow in a somewhat unbearable manner, and at this moment half of his body seemed to have lost consciousness. Originally, after seeing the domineering aura on Uehara Naraku, Akainu knew that this battle might be at a disadvantage. but he didn't expect that he would be at such a disadvantage just after the battle began, and he didn't even get any results. The enemy didn't care about his strength at all, because no matter how strong Akanu's own strength was, Uehara Naraku standing opposite him would always perform stronger than him. Meteor Volcano. Akanu stood up while enduring the pain and swung his fist. The huge fist turned into meteorites wrapped in magma and fell from the sky. The entire island fell into Akanu's attack range. Nearly endless magma meteorites fell on the island. This is the power of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Each of them has the power to make an island completely barren. Unfortunately, this is an ice and snow island. Uehara Naraku looked expressionlessly at the magma meteorites falling beside him and was quickly submerged by ice and snow without causing any waves. A ball of magma suddenly appeared in Uehara Naraku's palm. The next moment, this ball of magma seemed to radiate out like a ray, accurately hitting the magma meteorites falling from the sky, and directly defeated these attacks. Akanu watched this scene with a gloomy face. He had been prepared in his heart. This move of the strongest ability should be resolved by Uehara Naraku, but he didn't expect that he could resolve this move so easily. Uehara Naraku walked step by step in front of Akanu, looked at the ugly Admiral of the Navy, chuckled and said, "Hey, Mr. Sakazuki, are you willing to give up your soul and exchange it for power from me? This really sounds like a devil." Akanu's eyes changed, and he clenched his fists again. He looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, "Do you think you have won? Even if you can kill a navy, you can't erase the justice in his heart. Why should I kill you?" Uehara Naraku stepped on the ground, and his figure suddenly rushed in front of Akanu, waving his fist to knock the Admiral away. "I just erased your justice. No, it should be said, I'm the justice you should believe in." Uehara Naraku's figure was like a hurricane, and he instantly appeared in various positions around Akanu. At this moment, in Akanu's sight, he seemed to see countless phantoms. The next moment, fists appeared on Akanu's body one after another, until finally Akanu's chin was hit hard by an elbow. The Admiral suddenly fell on the snow. Uehara Naraku stood beside him, looking at the Admiral lying on the ground, chuckled and said, "Can we talk now, arsehole?" Akanu felt severe pain. Even though he had just transformed into an element, he still couldn't resist Uehara Naraku's attack. This was the first time that he felt a sense of despair and powerlessness in his heart. This battle was really frustrating. No matter what attack it was, it would be easily resolved by the enemy, and no matter what attack the enemy made, he couldn't resist it. How could he fight like this? That guy Aokiji surrendered like this? In this way, you don't have the strength to resist, right? A black hole suddenly appeared in Uehara Naraku's palm, and the four-tailed Sun Wukong from the Naruto world jumped out of the black hole. Uehara Naraku smiled, looked down at Akanu beside the four-tailed Sun Wukong, and said with a smile, "Be obedient and accept the power I give you. This is a power that others can't imagine." Under Uehara Naraku's control, the four-tailed Sun Wukong quickly turned into a torrent of chakra and entered Akanu's body. In the blink of an eye, Uehara Naraku completed the Jinkriki ceremony. It's a pity that Akanu, the four-tails Jinkriki, is so crude that he didn't even set up a seal. The four-tailed Son Goku could completely use his chakra to invade Akanu's body and directly put him into the tailed beast state. If Akanu wants to prevent the four tails from invading his body, he must try his best to suppress the four tails riot with his own power at every moment. If the four tails keeps rioting, this general is equivalent to being useless. Arsehole, what did you do? Akanu saw the chakra flood flowing into his body because he instantly felt a monster entering his body. This monster seemed to resonate with the ability of the magma fruit, and there was an energy in it that allowed his body, that had just been injured by Uehara Naraku, to recover quickly. But at the same time, this monster was also quietly invading his body. What on earth is it? Don't worry. Uehara Naraku looked at Akanu, chuckled and spread his palms, saying, "This is the power I give you, and it is also a means to monitor you." After watching the four-tailed Son Goku gradually merge into Akanu's body, Uehara Naraku continued with a smile, "If you are willing, you will be obedient in the future. If you don't want to, I think all the pirates on this sea should like to see a piece of news." Uehara Naraku's face was full of a strange smile. "This news is Admiral Akano of the Navy headquarters betrayed the Navy and destroyed the Navy headquarters Marineford. This news should be explosive enough, right? That thing. Akano's face suddenly changed. He looked at Uehara Naraku and asked in a deep voice, "What on earth did you do? What on earth is that thing? This threat is deadly enough." Akano has been implementing his own justice since he was a child. As a result, he is only 50 years old this year, and when he is about to reach the peak of his life, he is assassinated by the person in front of him. Four-tailed Son Goku, that's your companion. Uehara Naraku continued with a smile. Four-tailed Son Goku is a unique life. It can lend you extremely powerful power, making your magma fruit ability even better. The price of this power is that once it detects that your mind is different, it will invade your body and turn you into an irrational beast. Asshole. Akano's face suddenly changed. The admiral tried his best to deprive the tailed beast in his body. Unfortunately, Akano didn't understand these chakra systems at all. He just saw a red gorilla with four tails in his spiritual world. Don't struggle. Uehara Naraku looked at Akano with a smile and said softly, "If you are willing to obey my orders in the future, you will still be the admiral of the Navy headquarters who can execute justice. If you refuse to obey orders, then you will become a traitor to the Navy. Do you think you can threaten the Navy admiral?" Akano looked at Uehara Naraku with a gloomy expression, slowly clenched his fists, and said in a deep voice, "From the day I joined the Navy, I have been aware of dying for justice. It's just death. Do you think I dare not die? I believe you are not afraid of death. Mr. Naraku, can you let me talk to him?" Just when Uehara Naraku wanted to say something else, a figure braved the wind and snow and walked to their side. It was another admiral of the headquarters, Aokiji, who had been watching the show. Aokiji stared at Akano lying on the ground, turned his head to look at Uehara Naraku, and said softly, "Well, although Sasuke and I basically haven't said anything, but I think I still understand him now. Please feel free." Uehara Naraku smiled and nodded, and whispered, "Then, don't let me down. If you let me down, the world will become very bad." When he said the last sentence, Uehara Naraku's smile was still relaxed, but his smile fell into Aokiji's sight, which suddenly made Aokiji feel a chill. Seeing Uehara Naraku leaving, and there were only two admirals left here, Aokiji scratched his head and muttered, Sasuke, is there that kind of monster in your body too?" Akano looked at Aokiji with a gloomy face, and said in a muffled voice, "Aokiji, that's why you chose to betray your own justice?" "No." Aokiji shook his head and sighed. "It should be said that what's inside my body is more terrifying than that kind of monster. I have never been afraid of death. But if we die, then who will find out the details of that guy, and who will monitor that guy?" Aokiji sat next to Akano and continued calmly, "The guy named Uehara Naraku may have used less than 1/10 of his true strength when fighting you. 1%. Who knows? Anyway, he is a dangerous guy, and his thoughts are also very dangerous. But we can't destroy him. Even if Borsalino is here, there is nothing we can do. I have been secretly monitoring him and preventing him from doing some dangerous things." Aokiji glanced at Akano and continued seriously, "Sasuke, join us. That guy is just a monster with a bad taste now. Who knows if he will become a world destroyer in the future. Someone must stop his actions." When Aokiji said this, he looked up at the sky and continued, "You saw it too, right? No one can stop him with force. Even when I followed Mr. Garp to fight Goldie Roger, I had never seen such a powerful human. So you became his subordinate?" Akano's face was gloomy. He glanced at Aokiji and said in a deep voice, "Will such a lawless monster listen to you?" "Yes." Aokiji looked down at Akano, scratched his head, and said slowly, "Well, how to say it? Rather than a monster, it's better to say that he is a god who plays with the world. That's about it. Is that person a celestial dragon? Much more troublesome than the celestial dragons." Aokiji shook his head and sighed softly. "At least there is a way to restrain those guys who Mr. Garp called the world's scum. Uehara Naraku is the one who is truly unrestrained and reckless. He has a mysterious organization under his command. The people in this organization are powerful, but they all call him the real god." Aokiji glanced at Akano and said softly, "Well, I joined that organization, probably to stop his dangerous actions as much as possible, and give that guy more bonds. Akainu slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, Akainu opened his eyes again and said calmly, I thought you would stay by his side and want to assassinate him. I didn't expect you to use such a humiliating method. How should I put it? Aokiji shook his head and looked at Uehara Naraku, who was making a snowman on the ice island in the distance. He couldn't tell that the person who just beat up the admiral of the Navy headquarters was him. That guy. Actually, putting everything aside, he is a simple guy. There's a saying that goes something like this. Aokiji shook his head, slowly lowered his head, and looked at Akainu. There was a shadow in his eyes, and the voice of the admiral of the Navy headquarters became lower and lower. God will not die. The first update. An. Chapter 455. Captain Crocodile, are you finally here to save me? The snowflakes on the island were still flying. Uehara Naraku looked at the snowman he had built with satisfaction, nodded to himself, and glanced at the two tall men standing beside him. Do you think this snowman is good looking? The two admirals of the Navy headquarters fell into silence. To be honest, this snowman is really ugly. Uehara Naraku's skill in building snowmen is actually not as good as those children in the family area of Marineford. It is really an insult to this ice and snow island. Unfortunately, Uehara Naraku is a psychopath. Both of them are now Uehara Naraku's subordinates, especially this guy who may make dangerous moves at any time. Now, the two admirals have reached a tacit understanding. They will try their best to gain a higher position in the dangerous organization of Akatsuki and stop Uehara Naraku from making some dangerous moves through persuasion. This kind of middle school and powerful guy has to be dealt with in a smooth way, just like dealing with the celestial dragons. No, it is more troublesome than dealing with the celestial dragons. Therefore, when speaking, you naturally can't talk about conscience. Well, it's okay. Aokiji scratched the back of his head, nodded slowly, glanced at Akainu next to him and said, Hey, Sakazuki, you think this snowman is good too? Akainu fell silent again, then he frowned and said in a muffled voice, well, it's much better looking than the snowman Kuzan built before. Very artistic. Aokiji couldn't help but have a lot of question marks on his head. He can only turn people into ice sculptures. Has he ever built snowmen? No, that's not right. The real question is, Akainu is still messing with his mentality at this time. The two of them didn't get along at the Marine headquarters base, and now that they are members of the Akatsuki organization, why are they still not getting along? It really is incompatible by nature, right? Hearing the two admirals of the Navy headquarters praising his snowman one after another, Uehara Naraku nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at Akainu and whispered, Mr. Akainu, you are much more sensible than Aokiji. After Akainu was silent for a while, still a little uncomfortable, he said in a muffled voice, Sir Uehara, if there is nothing else, I will return to Marineford first. There are still many things to deal with. No, there are still things. Uehara Naraku shook his head, chuckled and said, have you forgotten the original intention of coming to this island? Didn't we say we wanted to capture Crocodile? Huh? Akainu was a little surprised, frowned, and asked, Sir Uehara, it turns out that you really have grasped the whereabouts of Crocodile? Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded and smiled. If I'm not wrong, he should arrive at this island this afternoon. Uehara Naraku glanced at Akainu again, pointed at his lower abdomen, and whispered, I have planted an undercover agent in Crocodile's body, and I can't hide anything he does. Akainu's expression gradually became a little ugly, because now the four-tailed Son Goku has also been planted in his body as an undercover agent. In this case, nothing can be hidden from Uehara Naraku. Especially as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, Akainu usually comes into contact with many naval secrets. In order to avoid being discovered by Uehara Naraku about the naval secrets, should he also start slacking off at work every day like Aokiji and Kizaru? His mentality is a little broken. Akainu is the most diligent of the three admirals. However, because of this, Akainu finally realized why Aokiji was unwilling to return to Marineford to garrison. He should be afraid of being exposed to some naval secrets and being discovered by Uehara, right? Fortunately, Aokiji has some conscience. Unfortunately, in the future, Akainu will probably have to be like Aokiji. In order to protect the secrets of the Navy, he will have to stay outside all day to patrol or fight pirates. At that time, There will be only one Admiral, Kizaru, left in the whole of Marineford, and that guy is a person who likes to slack off at work. We can only hope that Marshal Sengoku is okay. But it's better this way. Akainu couldn't help but feel fortunate in his heart. In the future, when he and Aokiji are outside patrolling and fighting pirates, Kizaru will stay in Marineford for a long time, because of the rule that the Navy headquarters must have an admiral stationed, and he will not be caught by Uehara Naraku. Well, now that our battle is over, let me redecorate this island first, so as not to arouse Crocodile's suspicion. Uehara Naraku's palm fell on the snow, and in an instant the snow under him began to melt gradually. Both the iceberg and the snow were melting rapidly. The island seemed to have entered spring. Small saplings quickly emerged from the ground and grew into towering trees in just a few seconds. It was the power of the elemental force, steam, and the elemental force, wood. In just a few minutes, the island that was originally turned into a world of ice and snow by Uehara Naraku regained its lush appearance. This is the means of the creator. Aokiji and Akainu, the two admirals of the Navy, couldn't help but frown slightly. No matter when, creation is more difficult than destruction. How much power does Uehara Naraku still have? No, or rather, is this guy really a human? Akainu's eyes dimmed slightly. In a few minutes, the appearance of an island changed twice in his hands. Uehara Naraku waved his palm, looked at the island, that turned into a forest, and chuckled. In this case, Crocodile shouldn't doubt it, right? It doesn't matter whether Crocodile doubts or not. Aokiji and Akainu, the two admirals of the Navy, really doubted their lives. While Uehara Naraku was transforming the island, a pirate ship with a crocodile bow was heading towards the island. The two people on the ship were Crocodile and Mako Robin. Crocodile was still arrogant. The Shukaku he got provided him with great power and could also help him sense the information of powerful enemies in advance. This made Crocodile more and more confident. When we get to that deserted island, we'll find a suitable opportunity to attack Judicial Island. I'll teach the Navy a lesson and take back that jerk Uehara Naraku. Crocodile took a puff of his cigar, puffed out the smoke, snorted coldly and continued, "Humph. If that jerk is unlucky and is sent to Impelton, it's not my fault that I didn't save him." Nico Robin was silent for a second, then a smile appeared on her face. She squinted her eyes and nodded and said, "Yes, Captain." "What a pity." Crocodile sighed slowly and said, "Uehara Naraku's combat ability is not very good, but his medical ability is still pretty good." "Yeah." Nico Robin nodded along with what he said. This Crocodile really didn't realize the crisis until he was about to die. If he had gone to save his ship doctor earlier, maybe they would have reached the new world by now. It's a pity that this guy gave up the way to live and chose a way to die. Even the Shukaku in Crocodile's body is an undercover agent of Uehara Naraku. How can he fight him? Nico Robin knew it a long time ago. The island they are heading to now is actually a dead end. Crocodile actually has countless chances. As long as he is a pawn or tool of Uehara Naraku, he can at least live for a while longer. This sand crocodile was able to sail on the sea before, because Uehara Naraku needed him, but he actually abandoned Uehara Naraku. Crocodile has been running non-stop on the road to death, and even feels that he is running too slowly. Really? There is no hope. Unfortunately, Crocodile doesn't know all this. He is still a little complacent about his own caution, and begins to rely on Shukaku's perception power. When Crocodile approached the deserted island, he took a look at the densely forested island, and asked the opinion of Shukaku, a tail in his body. "Hey, Shukaku, are there any dangerous people on this island?" Hehehe. Shukaku's laughter came from Crocodile's body. "There are a few weak guys on the island. They are not worth mentioning compared to our strength. Let's go kill them." Humph. Crocodile's mouth grinned, revealing a hideous smile. "Shukaku, you monster can't help but be bloodthirsty." Hehehe. Shukaku's laughter suddenly became sharp. After laughing for more than 10 seconds, it slowly said, "Hehehe. Let's go quickly." Shukaku smiled on his face. He must be cursing in his heart. This crocodile is really ungrateful. He dared to call Lord Shukaku a monster. Don't you know that this is a word that the tail beasts hate the most? If Shukaku didn't need to bring this guy to Uehara Naraku, Shukaku really wanted to kill Crocodile. Forget it. Soon, Crocodile will experience what true despair is. The supplies on the ship are not scarce. The only thing that needs to be replenished is the freshwater resources that are difficult to replenish at sea. By the way, they also take a rest on this small island. After the ship docked, Crocodile flew to the island and said in a muffled voice, "In order to avoid leaking my news, let's kill those guys on the island first. Shukaku, tell me their specific location." Hehehe. Shukaku's laughter became more and more sharp, and he prompted, "Then you'd better move quickly. They are in this forest. Keep walking into the forest, and you will meet them soon. Pirates don't have the concept of mercy." Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth, with a cloud of smoke floating at the corner of his mouth. He slowly walked into the forest, with a hint of contempt on his face. Humph, I can only blame my bad luck. Bad luck. That's why he met a sand crocodile who wanted to hide his whereabouts. Just as Crocodile walked along the forest for a few minutes, he finally saw the scenery deep in the forest. In the deep of the forest was a big tree with lush canopy. Crocodile also saw people in the deep of the forest. When Crocodile saw two of them clearly, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and he instantly had the urge to curse in his heart. There were 3 people sitting under the big tree with lush branches and leaves. They were sitting around a wooden table with 3 glasses of juice on the table. 2 of them were very tall. They were the admirals of the Navy headquarters, Akainu and Aokiji. The only person with a normal figure was Crocodile's ship doctor, Uehara Naraku. When Uehara Naraku saw Crocodile appear in front of them, he waved to Crocodile with a happy face and said loudly, "Hey, Captain, you finally came to save me." At this moment, Uehara Naraku was really happy. Second update. Chapter 456. Uehara Naraku is really not a human being. Uehara Naraku was quite happy, because Crocodile followed his plan and there were no accidents along the way. He went straight into the trap he set. Now, it's finally time to settle the accounts. Crocodile's expression was obviously not very happy, because originally Crocodile came to this deserted island to teach the Navy a lesson and let them know that the sand crocodile is not easy to mess with. But now he came to this small island. It seemed like he had fallen into a trap. Crocodile's expression gradually became gloomy, and he immediately asked the Shukaku in his body, "Shukaku, what's going on? How could this Shukaku provide false information?" The laughter of the Shukaku finally became bad. Hehehe. "Crocodile, how should I know? The person you should ask is sitting in front of you." Crocodile slowly raised his head and looked at the 3 people on the wooden table. Aokiji and Akainu, 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters, sat on both sides, while Uehara Naraku sat in the main seat. This seating arrangement was a bit outrageous. HMPH, it can't be a real admiral of the Navy. Crocodile's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that he might not be able to escape, so he just asked the person he was most familiar with in a deep voice, "Hey, Uehara Naraku, what's going on? Why are you and these 2 admirals here? We are waiting for you." Uehara Naraku looked at Crocodile with a smile, spread out his palms and said, "Sit down quickly, Captain, I have a lot to tell you. Robin should have taken the ship away now. You can't run away anyway." Crocodile's face didn't look good. He asked word by word, "Nicole Robin betrayed me and sold me out to you?" "No, Captain." Uehara Naraku patted the table, tilted his head, and chuckled and said, "This is actually a very long story. Don't worry, let's sit down and talk slowly." HMPH. Crocodile snorted coldly, sat down at the last seat of the wooden table with an ugly face. His eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters beside him. Uehara Naraku looked at Crocodile, narrowed his eyes, chuckled and said, "First of all, let me introduce myself to the captain. I have many identities. Where should I start?" "Identities? Many?" Crocodile stared at Uehara Naraku and said in a gloomy voice, "It seems that you have a corresponding connection with the Navy. It turns out that you are also a traitor." "What you said?" Uehara Naraku shook his head, slowly closed his palms, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "Actually, there is one thing you guessed wrong. All the people who betrayed you have always been my people." Uehara Naraku chuckled and continued, "Hashigaki Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, Nico Robin are all my subordinates. As for those people in Baroque works who refuse to be loyal to me, I sent people to clean them all up. Uehara Naraku looked at Crocodile's unusually wonderful expression, and his smile became more and more intense. The original Baroque works was emptied by me a long time ago. Of course, this is understandable to you, because you never care about Baroque works. Arsehole. Crocodile couldn't help but grit his teeth. Although he did not care about Baroque works, as Uehara Naraku said, it does not mean that Crocodile likes to be toyed with. This bastard. Uehara Naraku continued slowly, you think you are in control of everything in secret, but in fact, all your affairs are under my control. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to gain your trust, so I can only think of other ways. Uehara Naraku stretched out his finger, pointed at Crocodile, and whispered, that is to insert the one-tailed Shukaku into your body. It is my pet. How does it feel? Its power is not bad, right? Crocodile's face changed drastically. Now the one-tailed Shukaku is his greatest reliance. It is because Shukaku is willing to lend him power that Crocodile dares to be unscrupulous. Crocodile felt that Shukaku was problematic just now. But now that Uehara Naraku admitted that Shukaku was arranged by him, Crocodile still felt unbelievable. In this case, wouldn't his life always be in Uehara Naraku's hands? Crocodile slowly clenched his fingers and said in a deep voice, then what is your purpose for lurking around me? Fun. Uehara Naraku's words made Crocodile's forehead jump. What the hell is this reason? Just for fun, you come to torment him? Actually, I don't want to. Uehara Naraku sighed and said softly, originally, I just wanted to stay in Baroque works and serve Mr. Crocodile wholeheartedly. When I have nothing to do, I will help you attack Marineford, attack Mirajoa, kill a few celestial dragons, etc. Crocodile's expression was subtle. What the hell is this service? Which boss in the world dares to let you work for him like this? Should he be glad that Baroque works was disbanded early? If this bastard Uehara Naraku really did this, he would probably be hunted down by the Navy and the world government all over the world. Uehara Naraku sighed faintly and said, what a pity. Captain Crocodile. You only let me be a mid-level agent and have been unwilling to let me get promoted. Uehara Naraku looked at Crocodile and said with resentment on his face, do you know how serious the consequences will be if you don't give a hard-working employee a promotion and a raise? This hard-working employee will directly destroy your company. Shut up. Crocodile's face was ugly. He stared at Uehara Naraku and said, whoever recruits an employee like you will be unlucky. No, 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 you are wrong. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and said softly, my previous boss was very lucky. After his company went bankrupt, he got a stable and long-term job from me. The expressions of the other people present were subtle. Your previous boss went bankrupt, and he became your employee. Is this still called good luck? That unlucky boss. How unlucky must he be? Aokiji and Akainu slowly looked at Crocodile. Crocodile should be the unlucky boss, right? Just tell me. Crocodile looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, Uehara Naraku, who are you, and what is your purpose of following me all the time? Hey, I'm just an ordinary god. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed, and continued, the purpose of following you all the time is actually just to see your expression now. Crocodile was full of question marks. Aokiji and Akainu were full of black lines on their faces. What kind of devilish words are these? Uehara Naraku chuckled and explained, Mr. Crocodile, you are actually quite lucky. There are 7 Shichibuke in total. I picked and chose, and finally chose you, treating you as a candidate who can take the blame. Unfortunately, you are such a bad guy. You just want to stay in Alabasta. When can you become the Pirate King? You are a man who wants to become the Pirate King. How can you stay in Alabasta and just be a Shichibuke? So I secretly controlled Baroque works and let others do all kinds of bad things on the sea, and provoked countless powerful enemies for Baroque, until I forced the Navy to make up its mind about Baroque works. I secretly colluded with the Navy and sold out your identity. Crocodile's expression became uglier and uglier. Damn it. This guy is so bold to say that. Baroque works has always been very low-key. Since recruiting Uehara Naraku and his gang, the whole Baroque works has taken a sharp turn. It looks like it is at odds with the whole world. It has forced him, the boss behind Baroque works, to not dare to show up. However, Uehara Naraku, who put Baroque works in such a dangerous situation, escaped and colluded with the Navy, directly betrayed him, and made him bear all the blame. Damn. Mimimang directly took all the blame. Damn, why is this bastard Uehara Naraku such a dog? Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead, smiled at Crocodile, and continued, but I soon realized that your strength was too weak. Even a seemingly evenly matched battle with Admiral Aokiji could not be performed in front of the world government, so I gave Shukaku to you. Uehara Naraku picked up the juice on the table, took a sip and continued, from that moment on, everything about you is in my hands. Uehara Naraku gradually showed a trace of regret on his face. I forced you to the sea. I originally wanted to go to the New World with you, let you provoke the 4 emperors of the New World, and climb all the way to Impel Down, or go directly to hell. Unfortunately, there was a little accident in the middle. Crocodile didn't know what his expression was. Damn, Impel Down is a big underwater prison. What kind of summit is this? He hasn't heard of the saying of climbing to the top of Impel Down in all these years. Other captains said they would reach the top and become Pirate King, but this bastard wanted him to go to jail or directly go to hell. Before saying these things, can't you think about whether what you say is human language? Uehara Naraku looked at Crocodile, frowned and said, huh? Captain Crocodile, shouldn't you ask me what accident happened at this time? Crocodile took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, what accident? I won't tell you. Uehara Naraku's words almost choked Crocodile to death, and he continued, if you are willing to come to save me, I will still be your ship doctor. It's a pity that you actually abandoned your companions. Fortunately, I didn't come to save you. Crocodile said, almost gritting his teeth, if I saved you, I don't know how long I would be played as a puppet by you. Alas. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed, Mr. Crocodile, isn't that good? In fact, ignorance is also a blessing. Arsehole. Crocodile clenched his palms tightly, with a gloomy face. What is the purpose of you doing all this to me? I told you. Uehara Naraku raised his head, stared at Crocodile's face, smiled and said, now I actually just want to see what expression you will show me, now that I have ruined your plan, and made your life into this mess. Arsehole. Crocodile felt his brain go blank. Endless anger instantly overwhelmed his reason. He just wanted to suck the water out of Uehara Naraku in front of him, and turn him into a mummy. Uehara Naraku looked at Crocodile's uncertain and slightly ferocious expression, nodded with satisfaction and said, well, this expression is really wonderful, I think it's quite satisfactory. Mr. Aokiji, Mr. Akainu, what do you two think? Aokiji and Akainu were silent. The 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters with different personalities had surprisingly consistent ideas at this moment. They had only one thought. Uehara Naraku is really not a human. The 3rd update is here. It's time to sleep. I have a cold these 2 days, so it's a little late. Forgive me. Chapter 457. Marineford's new generation of Wise Gener also released. Arsehole, I'm going to kill you now. Crocodile's throat almost screamed, waving the golden poison hook in his hand, and was about to pierce Uehara Naraku's body directly. No matter who it is, if they know that everything about them is under the control of others, and that their lives are secretly rewritten by others, they will definitely be furious. Just as Crocodile was furious, and wanted to pierce Uehara Naraku directly with the golden poison hook, the eyes of the 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters flashed. The next moment, 2 tall figures attacked at the same time. Crocodile's left body was like ice, and the right side of his body was as hot as magma. He was immediately blocked by the 2 admirals of the Navy. This is a real admiral of the Navy. The 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters were full of momentum. Their momentum was completely different from the last time they met in Alabasta. Aokiji's palm was a ball of cold air, and Akainu's hand was a ball of magma, which instantly hit Crocodile's body. The most fatal thing is, the Shukaku in Crocodile's body is still suppressing his power. How could Crocodile fight back? Even if he tried his best, he had no confidence at all. Crocodile flew backwards. Half of his body was ice and half of his body was magma, and he was instantly seriously injured by the 2 admirals. At this moment, Crocodile truly realized the power of the admirals, and also realized the constraints of the one-tailed Shukaku on his body. If there was no one-tailed Shukaku, he could even resist. Now the one-tailed Shukaku is still trying to invade his body, leaving him with no power. To resist the admiral's attacks, Captain Crocodile Uehara Naraku walked to Crocodile's side, looked at the seriously injured sand crocodile in front of him, and said slowly, "Do you remember what you said?" Uehara Naraku squatted beside Crocodile, looked at the angry sand crocodile, smiled and said, "Don't be angry, didn't you treat all of us in Baroque works as tools?" Uehara Naraku patted Crocodile on the shoulder and said softly, "You used me as a tool at the beginning, but I was not angry. I just did what you did, and made you a tool. Why are you so angry?" Uehara Naraku continued slowly, "Being a human, or don't have double standards. I hate two kinds of people. One kind of people has double standards in their behavior and the other kind of people are those who don't let me have double standards." Aokiji and Akainu standing behind Uehara Naraku were speechless. Crocodile also showed a trace of confusion in his eyes. What kind of mess is this bastard talking about? But this did not delay Crocodile's anger. After Crocodile briefly suppressed the power of Shukaku, his palm suddenly turned into a large knife made of yellow sand, and was about to cut off Uehara Naraku in front of him. Desert sword. Bang. The knife made of yellow sand in Crocodile's hand was shattered by Uehara Naraku's punch. Uehara Naraku's palm stopped on Crocodile's face, and a ball of water surged out from his palm, quickly turning into a water ball, and wrapping up Crocodile's body. This is... Crocodile looked at the water ball on his body in panic. In just a few seconds, the water ball quickly submerged Crocodile, causing him to quickly lose the power of the devil fruit and slowly fall into a coma. After watching Crocodile faint, Uehara Naraku slowly let go of the water ball and said softly, "Send this guy Crocodile to the underwater prison. We will have a chance to meet again in the future." Akainu looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, "Why do you want to keep this guy Crocodile? He is no longer useful, right?" "Who knows?" Uehara Naraku smiled, looked at the sand crocodile on the ground, and said softly, "Maybe it is still of some use. I need someone to reveal my identity at the critical moment. I have been irritating this guy just now, just to make him hate me, and unknowingly carry hatred with him, but continue to be my pawn. I can't understand it." Akainu picked up Crocodile's collar, shook his head and said, "Shouldn't people like Lord Uehara try their best to hide their identities?" Uehara Naraku smiled, spread out his palms and said, "If I did something bad and no one knew about it, how could I experience the joy of being the mastermind? Well, it's really full of bad taste." Aokiji shook his head helplessly and sighed, "But if that's the case, aren't you worried that Crocodile will leak the secret?" Uehara Naraku waved his hand nonchalantly and smiled. "This guy has a Shukaku on him. How could he leak the secret?" Akainu fell silent. The Admiral of the Navy remembered the four-tailed Son Goku on him. Once he becomes a Jinchuriki, will he always be controlled by the person who can control the tailed beasts? Uehara Naraku didn't have time to pay attention to Akainu's little thoughts. He was looking at all the rewards he got today. Side quest, defeat Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward is 200,000 points of life energy, 200,000 points of armament haki, and 200,000 points of observation haki. The reward for defeating Akainu is actually higher than the reward for defeating Aokiji. I really didn't expect that Akainu's strength is higher than Aokiji. No matter what, it's good news for Uehara Naraku. Now, 2 of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters have been captured. Only the last one is left. Side quest, subdue the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, 2/3. The quest is not completed, and the reward is unknown. In addition to the task of defeating Akainu, the reward on Crocodile is not low. Side quest, defeat Crocodile's conspiracy, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the fixed reward is a talent skill elemental power, sand. This talent skill is the ability that Uehara Naraku wants most. In addition, there is a reward for defeating Crocodile. Side quest, defeat Crocodile, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward is 88,000 points of life energy, 88,000 points of armament haki, and 88,000 points of observation haki. This is a very auspicious number. This is also Crocodile's current bounty. When Crocodile left Alabasta, the bounty was 830 million belly. In the middle, there was a commotion in Water 7, and the bounty increased by 50 million belly. Let's go. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and summoned a stream of yellow sand, which appeared under his feet, driving them to fly. He asked softly, "You go and report to Sengoku. By the way, can you promote me?" "No. No." The two admirals of the Marine headquarters rejected Uehara Naraku's proposal in unison, and even Akainu explained in a deep voice, "This requires the approval of Marshal Sengoku. This matter can be discussed." Uehara Naraku sighed and said softly, "When you report, just say that I was brave and resourceful, so I caught crocodile. Not to mention, being a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters, you should at least be a colonel, right? My rank is lower than that of Kabuto Yakushi. That guy Kabuto." After hesitating for a while, Aokiji whispered, "Due to his contribution in the negotiation with Shichibuke Hashigaki Kisame, Kabuto Yakushi has been promoted to Rear Admiral. It's outrageous to tell anyone about this." Hashigaki Kisame and Kabuto Yakushi were negotiating with each other, but after the two of them finished talking, Hashigaki Kisame became one of Shichibuke, and Kabuto Yakushi got a promotion. This is making the Navy and the world government look like fools. Unfortunately, Aokiji couldn't tell the truth, so he turned a blind eye. When Akainu heard this, he couldn't help but frown, and his face looked a little ugly. "That Rear Admiral Kabuto Yakushi, is he also a member of Akatsuki?" Akainu's expression was a little ugly. He slowly reached out to cover his hat and whispered, "That guy will temporarily follow Zephyr and Vice Admiral Churu to learn how to be a qualified staff officer and a real navy. That young Rear Admiral." If Akainu remembers correctly, Marshal Sengoku praised the young guy Kabuto Yakushi for his wisdom and strategy, which was a bit like him when he was young. At least he could take over Vice Admiral Chiru's position and become the Chief of Staff of the Marine headquarters. After all, Vice Admiral Chiru is about to turn 72. A successor of the new era is also very much needed. Kabuto Yakushi is studying in the Marine headquarters, Marineford, learning the 6 styles of the Navy to see if he can awaken the two-color domineering. He is also an important talent to be cultivated by the Navy in the future. But Akainu remembers that Marshal Sengoku once mentioned that Kabuto Yakushi's parents were both branch Navy in a remote place, and they died in a mission, and the guy named Kabuto Yakushi grew up in the branch base where his parents lived, so he was determined to become a Marine. Until the branch base was attacked by a big pirate and was completely destroyed. The navy of the entire branch base was fearless in order to protect his only son, which gave Kabuto Yakushi hope of survival. Kabuto Yakushi wandered for many years and found another base to join the navy, which also made Kabuto Yakushi wise. These things can indeed be found. The naval base that Kabuto Yakushi mentioned many years ago was indeed destroyed by a big pirate. The name of the big pirate was Edward Weeble. It was because of Kabuto Yakushi's tragic experience. A few years ago, due to encountering a strong enemy, most of the young generation of the Navy was killed by pirates, and the Navy Chief Instructor Zephyr, who was heartbroken, learned about Kabuto Yakushi's life experience. Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters and the current chief instructor of the Navy, was more tolerant of Kabuto Yakushi and even made an exception to accept Kabuto Yakushi as his last student. Because Zephyr's family was also killed by pirates, and Edward Weeble, who destroyed Kabuto Yakushi's hometown, once killed many students of Chief Instructor Zephyr, and was the culprit who severely injured Zephyr's right arm. The two people have similar lives, and the same hatred. As a senior brother, Akainu has also heard of this junior brother, and even occasionally heard Kabuto Yakushi talking in the conference room of Marineford. Kabuto Yakushi's strategy and wisdom are indeed not low. Even if Kabuto Yakushi's strength can't keep up, his wisdom is enough to make him a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters sooner or later. It's really a rip-off. Now in the entire Marineford, Kabuto Yakushi, who their Navy high-ranking officials believe is very likely to become a new generation of wise generals, is actually a subordinate of Uehara Naraku. Isn't this a bit too ridiculous? This kind of thing is actually not nonsense at all. If Akainu can make up such a perfect story about Kabuto Yakushi, and even add a little emotional appeal to the words, and finally add a way of justice that everyone can accept, he can also become the new favorite of Marineford. Marine headquarters, Marineford. Kabuto Yakushi stopped his training and walked to a beautiful girl with long sea blue hair standing next to the training ground. He said seriously, Aang, why are you here? Is there anything for Teacher Zephyr? Yes. Aang nodded and said in a deep voice, Ku. Teacher Zephyr is summoned for an important matter now. Please, do not be absent. I understand. Rear Admiral Kabuto Yakushi nodded, put on the navy cloak he had put aside, pushed his glasses, and then looked at Aang. Let's go. Don't keep the teacher waiting too long. During this period, Kabuto Yakushi has completely integrated into his role in Marineford, and it seems that there is no sense of disobedience at all. First update. Chapter 458, Yakushi Kabuto's boring life in Marineford. Kabuto Yakushi has gained the trust of many people. By using the empathy of others, you can always gain the tolerance of others. Before entering Marineford, in order to avoid others from exploring his background, Kabuto Yakushi checked the information of all the bases of the Navy headquarters, and chose a suitable life experience for himself. By the way, for this, Kabuto Yakushi also bribed an official of the world government in private, and added a file for his non-existent parents. Afterwards, the official of the world government was attacked by pirates. Of course, there are some things that Kabuto Yakushi will definitely not say. For example, the great pirate Edward Weeble who destroyed the branch base. Kabuto Yakushi showed that he didn't know the guy's name, or he always hated Admiral Zephyr who told him the truth about the destruction of the branch base. Kabuto Yakushi never mentioned his past easily. It was only when others occasionally asked that he left room for others to guess, so that others could guess the truth, that Kabuto Yakushi wanted to tell him. Many things are more worthy of being believed when others guess than when they say it themselves. A wise son of the Navy who has been nurtured by the Navy since childhood, dedicated to justice for generations, and has a rough life, and has experienced many hardships is the result of a group of people's speculation. This matter is actually quite simple. The girl who is walking with Kabuto Yakushi now is called Aang. She is one of the 2 students protected by Zephyr when Edward Weeble attacked the recruit training ship. The other student is called Beans, who has the ability of the lush fruit, which is a bit similar to wood release. The office of Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Navy. Now all 3 disciples under Zephyr are here. In addition, there is also Zephyr's adjutant, Commodore Shuzo, who is also the current naval instructor. Except for Zephyr, Kabuto Yakushi has become the one with the highest rank in the room. Tomorrow I will go to the Navy Science Corps to modify my right arm. Zephyr stroked his right arm, raised his head, and looked at the 4 people who followed him during this period, and said in a deep voice, when I come back, I plan to leave Marineford and form a guerrilla force to fight pirates at sea. This matter was mentioned by Zephyr before. Since Zephyr has the hope of recovering his right arm, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters has a new idea. He wants to lead a naval combat unit to go out to sea to attack all the pirates on the sea and avenge his dead family and students after his strength is restored. This has been Zephyr's long cherished wish for many years. When Zephyr said this, he slowly said, please keep an eye on it for me during this period. Teacher Zephyr. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, interrupted Zephyr's speech, and whispered, I can ask Marshal Sengoku to draw a group of soldiers from other troops to form a team, and the teacher can also choose some brothers as generals. I know that the teacher wants to fight pirates after recovering his strength. If possible, can this maritime guerrilla team act together with the sword force? The sword force will provide enough intelligence and targets, and has always needed a combat unit as support. Of course. Zephyr nodded in surprise. It was the first time he saw Kabuto Yakushi raise an objection. However, Zephyr was very satisfied with the last student he accepted when he was the chief instructor of the Navy, Kabuto Yakushi. Apart from anything else, at least when the Navy encountered any problems, Kabuto Yakushi could always make effective suggestions. This little guy's IQ and strategy were really high. Whether it was Zephyr, Marshal Sengoku or Vice Admiral Churu, they were all very optimistic about Kabuto Yakushi's path to justice. The only trouble was Kabuto Yakushi's strength. For Kabuto Yakushi, this teacher Zephyr really made a wrong choice. Originally, Kabuto Yakushi wanted to become a student of this former Navy admiral, just to use his reputation, to make himself have a foothold in the Navy. There are indeed many students of Zephyr in the entire Navy, even including the 3 current admirals of the Navy headquarters. Unfortunately, Zephyr does not seem to have a good relationship with some students. And this teacher. He is old, but his heart is not old. Zephyr is now 70 years old, and he suddenly has the idea of crushing pirates. Zephyr's current strength is probably not as good as Kabuto Yakushi himself. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Isn't it good to be a chief instructor in the Navy? Forget it. Just treat it as a casual move. If Kabuto Yakushi wants to temporarily regard Zephyr as one of the pillars of his future as a high-ranking member of the Navy, he must stabilize this teacher he found, at least let him play his value, and never make any trouble. To be honest, Kabuto Yakushi thinks that his teacher Zephyr only needs one use, that is, to prevent others from questioning his identity and testifying for his fake identity. Really? As long as you have Zephyr as a teacher, you are almost a legitimate Navy, which means you are a professional, and it will be more convenient to promote in the future. Don't do anything weird. Isn't it better to retire and train the new generation of Navy? Unfortunately, Kabuto Yakushi has hinted at Zephyr many times, but this 70-year-old man has not understood it at all, and even thought that Kabuto Yakushi supported his actions. This teacher is really a big bit. Kabuto Yakushi doesn't want to follow Zephyr to join the maritime guerrillas at all. Unfortunately, due to his experience, Zephyr thought that Kabuto Yakushi would definitely be willing to join his newly formed maritime guerrillas. This was really a case of shooting himself in the foot. Kabuto Yakushi was not willing at all, and stayed in Marineford honestly, and in the future he would be sent out to a branch base as a commander, or promoted to the position of Vice Admiral of the headquarters, to replace Vice Admiral Jiro. Wait until the future. Aokiji replaced Sengoku as the Admiral of the Navy, and he replaced Vice Admiral Jiro as the Navy Staff Officer, and by the way, he would monitor Aokiji, and the Navy of the entire world would be under control. At that time, Uehara Naraku's mission was completed. Kabuto Yakushi and Zephyr chatted until late, and then he left Zephyr's office with Ain, Bins, and Shuzo. Before they could go back, they met a person. That was the Admiral of the headquarters who had just returned to Marineford, after escorting Crocodile to the Great Prison in Pelton. Akainu. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters was quite intimidating in terms of both height and momentum. The beautiful girl Ain subconsciously took a half step back and hid behind Kabuto Yakushi. Akainu slowly stared at Kabuto Yakushi with a hint of coldness on his face, and his expression was faintly gloomy. This Kabuto Yakushi was also a spy of Uehara Naraku. Really? Who in the world doesn't know? How many members of the Navy are members of the Akatsuki organization? Unfortunately, Akainu couldn't attack Kabuto Yakushi, but just stared at him slowly, with a suppressed and gloomy expression. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He stood up first, and passed Akainu and left here. Akainu was not sealed by anyone with a seal of Jinkriki on his body, and he didn't hide his four-tailed chakra. The chakra of the tailed beast is very sensitive to ninjas. Kabuto Yakushi already knew Akainu's physical condition. This Admiral of the Navy headquarters would also be one of his own in the future, so it would be easier for him to do many things. Or, Akainu is a hidden insider. Unfortunately, there are too many surveillances in Marineford. In the whole of Marineford, Kabuto Yakushi couldn't find out how many people were good at observation haki, nor could he find out how strong Sengoku and Garp's observation haki were. If he wanted to communicate with Akainu privately, he couldn't find any good opportunities in Marineford. Even because he was worried that someone would use observation haki to detect him. Kabuto Yakushi didn't carry the Dendenmushi to talk to Uehara Naraku, and he didn't dare to use the ring to communicate. However, they had many opportunities to meet. As long as Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, stayed in Marineford. Because Marineford, the Navy headquarters, often held meetings, most of the time at the level of Vice Admiral or above. Even the more serious meetings were only attended by the Admiral, the Navy staff and the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and occasionally a Vice Admiral Garp would appear to eat and drink for free. Thanks to his status and the training of the Navy's senior leaders, Kabuto Yakushi can now participate in these meetings. He will provide a lot of suggestions, and most of his suggestions will be adopted. Marineford is a really good place for Kabuto Yakushi. As long as he is given enough time, he will definitely become the master who controls the entire Marineford. Of course, this also needs to refer to other things. For example, when will Kabuto Yakashi's leader Uehara Naraku play with the world? Maybe before Kabuto Yakashi controls the navy, the world will be played with. The next day, when Kabuto Yakashi was still practicing diligently in the training ground, a tall female navy admiral turned over and appeared on the training ground. "Kabuto, it's an emergency. Sister Crane asked me to come and inform you to participate in the meeting. Come to Marshal Sengoku's meeting room immediately." "I know." Kabuto Yakashi glanced at the female navy admiral and flew to her side. The strength of this female admiral should not be underestimated. She is a substitute for a general. It's just that Kabuto Yakashi and this female navy admiral have a good relationship, mainly because they are both new generation navy that Vice Admiral Crane is very optimistic about. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses, took the paper silk handed to him by Teo2, slowly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then said, "Vice Admiral Teo2, what happened?" Teo2 looked at Kabuto Yakashi, who was not in a hurry, and sighed helplessly. "Information came from the New World that Kaido has been defeated, and the Whitebird pirates have completely defeated the Kaido pirates. When a large number of fleets of the Kaido pirates evacuated the Whitebird Sea, the G1 branch went to look for an opportunity to attack under the order of Marshal Sengoku. As a result, the G1 branch was retaliated by the Whitebird pirates. Uchiha Sasuke destroyed the G1 branch in the process of chasing the Kaido pirates. Admiral Kizaru was seriously injured and has been sent to Mirajoa for treatment. The G1 branch is really a sad story for the Navy, because the New World is in an extremely dangerous environment. It often encounters attacks from large pirates, and the Admiral of the Navy headquarters must be wandering nearby for a long time. Otherwise, this kind of thing will happen if you are not careful. Now that the New World has an Uchiha Sasuke who can defeat the 4 emperors, even if there are admirals in the marine headquarters, this kind of thing will happen frequently. "I see." Kabuto Yakashi nodded slowly, his face instantly becoming serious. This was something he had expected. At the beginning, Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Churu wanted to find an opportunity in the battle between the two 4 emperors pirate groups. Kabuto Yakashi did not raise any objections to this strategy. The result was not unexpected. Uchiha Sasuke is still the same. Once Lord Naraku is gone, he will be like those who obey will prosper, and those who disobey will perish. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses. A confident smile appeared on his face, then used Sasuke as a springboard for his promotion to Vice Admiral of the Navy. "By the way, let Sasuke learn a lesson. Let Sasuke know that there are some people in this world who cannot be underestimated. After all, he is also an old friend of Uchiha Itachi, just like Lord Naraku." Second update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, The Strategy of Major General Kabuto Yakashi, Marineford, Marshal's Office. When Kabuto Yakashi and Vice Admiral Momosato arrived here, almost all the high-ranking officers of the Navy in Marineford were here. The situation in the New World was indeed very serious. G1 branch was the branch that the Navy valued the most besides Marineford. It was also an important base for the Navy to extend its tentacles into the second half of the New World. But now it was directly destroyed by Uchiha Sasuke. Even the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, who was stationed and patrolling in the New World, was seriously injured by Uchiha Sasuke. It was simply a replay of the Sabayodi Archipelago incident. Kizaru was obviously the user of the Pikachu fruit. Kizaru was obviously the most insignificant admiral in the Navy. As a result, Kizaru seemed to have been at odds with Uchiha Sasuke for some time. They had fought twice in a row this year and were defeated by Uchiha Sasuke twice in a row. Can't you run away if you can't beat him? This kind of thing sounds really outrageous. Akainu bit his cigar and said with a gloomy face, "Humph, the crocodile issue has been resolved. I will rush to the G1 branch base immediately to rebuild the G1 branch base and attack the Whitebird pirates. By the way, it will be too late if you rush over." Marshal Sengoku looked a little decadent. He shook his head slowly, sighed and said, "This is my decision-making mistake. Fortunately, Borsalino is not in danger of life, and the entire G1 branch base has been evacuated while they are fighting. But what we need most now is to stabilize the morale of the army." Vice Admiral Churu clasped his palms and said softly, "The white-bat pirates have a little guy named Uchiha Sasuke, who is always lawless. It is really a big trouble for us." Marshal Sengoku glanced at Akainu, clasped his palms, and said in a deep voice, "Sasuke, be careful when you arrive at the New World G1 branch. Don't be reckless. I know, you are so nagging." After Akainu shook his head impatiently, his eyes stopped at Kabuto Yakushi, who had just walked into the office, and suddenly said, "Oh, and I want to transfer Rear Admiral Kabuto to my command, and serve as my staff officer. HMM. Both Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Churu could not help but keep their eyes on Kabuto Yakushi. This seems to be possible. After all, Kabuto Yakushi is indeed a man of extraordinary wisdom among the new generation of Navy. It is good for him to accept the baptism of the tragic war as soon as possible. One of Kabuto Yakushi's shortcomings is that he has not experienced the horror of the new world of the Grand Line. Now that Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, is leading the team, it seems that there is no problem for Kabuto Yakushi to be Akainu's staff officer. He can also be taken out for training. Okay. Marshal Sengoku slowly set his eyes on Kabuto Yakushi and whispered, "Major General Kabuto, do you have any questions?" "No." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, and his eyes gradually became serious. At this moment, he seemed to be a Rear Admiral staff officer who was about to accept a challenge. "I'm very willing to follow Admiral Akainu to the New World." "Very good." Akainu looked at Kabuto Yakushi and said in a cold voice, "Then come with me." After getting the news, the warship has been waiting outside. "Wait." Vice Admiral Churu shook his head slowly and interrupted Akainu. The old man glanced at Kabuto Yakushi. Her eyes slowly moved and stopped on Akainu. "Sasuke, my old bones will also go with you." "Staff Officer Churu." "Sister Churu?" "It's okay." Vice Admiral Churu shook her head. A kind smile appeared on her face. The G1 branch has to rebuild not only the base, but also the morale of the army. Just having an admiral of the headquarters of the Navy will make them have no confidence. When she said this, Vice Admiral Chiru's eyes stopped on Garp, and she said, "Hey, Garp, let's go together. Only if this naval hero goes together can the morale of the Navy of the G1 branch be restored." After all, Garp is the real backbone of the Navy. To be frank, even the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters cannot bring as much confidence as Garp alone, not to mention that Garp once chased the Spade Pirates with Aokiji. Garp bit a donut in his mouth and nodded vigorously, saying, "Well, I'll take your warship and go there, and teach those 2 brats Ace and Uchiha Sasuke a lesson." Garp knew his old friend very well. Since Vice Admiral Churu mentioned that he needed him to go there together, he must need his strength, so Garp would naturally not refuse. "Then let's go." Vice Admiral Churu nodded with a smile. Just as they were about to leave, Momosuke suddenly followed and whispered, "The first half of the paradise is not troublesome. I'll go with you." "No." Vice Admiral Churu slowly shook his head and was about to reject Momosuke's suggestion and tried to persuade him, "This trip is not safe. If you want to rebuild the G1 branch, you will have to fight a tough battle in the New World. Kabuto can go too." Momosuke's eyes fell on Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and said softly, "G1 branch has Vice Admiral Garp, Senior Churu and Admiral Akainu. There is no need to waste the combat power of a candidate admiral." "That's right." Vice Admiral Garp was still biting his donut and turned to look at Sengoku. "Hey, Sengoku, I'll take Chiru's ship over there. Help me park the warship in a good place." Marshal Sengoku held his forehead impatiently, just watching them leave, and said again, "Sasuke, Garp, be careful, don't underestimate those little brats." Marshal Sengoku also knew it very well. In this battle to rebuild the confidence of the G1 branch base, Akainu and Garp are the real combat power, and there is no more manpower to be picked. Because the reconstruction of the G1 branch is imminent, if there is any hesitation, the area may become a paradise for pirates, and it must not be delayed. Otherwise, Sengoku really wanted to wait until Kizaru recovered from his injury and Aokiji came back. and then directly let the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters go to the New World. However, if all the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters were transferred to the New World, it would be very likely to touch the nerves of all the 4 emperors, and it would be easy for them to think that a war was going to happen. Now the fighting power in the past is enough. 2 of them are the admirals Akainu and the Navy hero Garb, who are known for their strong fighting skills, and the other 2 are the Navy staff officer Churu and the new generation Navy Kabuto Yakushi, who are mainly wise. Of course, the Navy is not without reinforcement. After the 4 people left, Admiral Akainu, Vice Admiral Garb, Vice Admiral Churu and Major General Kabuto Yakushi, Sengoku urgently called the 5 elders of the world government and applied to recruit the 7 warlords of the sea to fight together. After Sengoku's application to the world government was approved, he immediately planned to send someone to contact the 7 warlords of the sea and notify Vice Admiral Churu and others. Only then did Sengoku realize that someone had already thought about it before him. It was Kabuto Yakushi, who they regarded as the most resourceful of the new generation. On Vice Admiral Churu's warship, Admiral Akainu's warship followed on the side. He was talking to Vice Admirals Garp and Churu while looking at Kabuto Yakushi in front of them. Although the combat power of the 7 warlords of the sea is not bad, Kabuto Yakushi had already thought of the combat power of the 7 warlords of the sea, but our time is too tight. Some of the 7 warlords of the sea may not be able to reach the New World, not to mention that they also need to take the responsibility of blocking other pirates from entering the New World. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at the map in his hand and said softly, I suggest that the purpose of recruiting the 7 warlords of the sea is mainly to use the power of the 7 warlords of the sea to supplement and calmly deal with the Second War. Second War? Garp couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This word is a bit new. Isn't it enough to fight once? Do we have to fight 2 more? Vice Admiral Churu nodded with satisfaction, but encouraged Kabuto Yakushi to continue speaking. It seems that Kabuto's strategy is more perfect. I dare not. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, pushed his glasses, and whispered, there are so many seniors in Marineford, I'm really embarrassed to speak. Only in front of Senior Churu, I dare to speak freely with my little opinion. At this moment, Kabuto Yakushi seemed to have become a humble student again. However, the next second, a hint of confidence appeared on Kabuto Yakushi's face, and he continued to talk about his plan. During the time when we rush to the New World, we will immediately recruit several Shichibuke to supplement our high-end combat power. On the way to the New World, the only Shichibuke who can travel directly with us are Doflamingo and Hoshigaki Kisame. There will be a short time difference between the remaining 5 and us when they arrive in the New World. During this time difference, we will rebuild the G1 branch base and be the first to win a war against a whitebird pirate group in the New World and announce the reconstruction of the Navy's G1 branch. The next time is to wait for the counterattack of the whitebird pirates. Of course, this counterattack will definitely not be too violent. The whitebird pirates should only be able to dispatch Uchiha Sasuke. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and showed a confident smile on his face. I have read all the information about the whitebird pirates' foreign wars in Marineford. Whitebird rarely takes the initiative to attack, and his deterrent significance is greater than his practical significance. In fact, Whitebird hasn't really taken action for about 5 years. Perhaps it's because of his aging, illness, or worry about the balance of the world. In short, the probability of his taking action has greatly decreased. And since Uchiha Sasuke defeated Kaido, he has gradually taken over Whitebird's foreign wars. We have eliminated a Whitebird affiliated pirate group, not a squadron of Whitebird's headquarters. Most likely, we only need to deal with Uchiha Sasuke, who is currently the highest combat force besides Whitebird. Hey, kid. Akainu showed a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. What's the point of this? Is it just to eliminate one of Whitebird's subordinates? Sakazuki. Vice Admiral Churu interrupted Akainu's words. She looked at Kabuto Yakushi, and the smile on her face became more and more satisfied. Our goal has never been war, but to let the justice of the Navy return to the second half of the New World. If it is just to rebuild the G1 branch base, a battle to eliminate a Whitebird affiliated pirate group is enough to give an explanation to the world, and the most important thing is to welcome the counterattack. That will come later. Now it seems Kabuto Yakashi's plan is pretty good. This young man was not so ambitious as to directly target Whitebird. He even deliberately chose to reduce the probability of Whitebird's appearance as much as possible. The most important point is that Kabuto Yakashi is rational, which is what makes Vice Admiral Churu most satisfied, because a truly wise general must not act rashly. All his goals are to calculate Uchiha Sasuke, the 7 warlords of the sea, the navy, and the 4 emperors. All 3 forces are within the scope of the plan. 2 wars of different scales. The purpose of the 2 wars, Kabuto Yakashi has almost calculated them all. You are really young and formidable, Zio Kabuto. After Vice Admiral Churu praised Kabuto Yakashi, he whispered, "What if Whitebird didn't do what you imagined, but really took action? That's impossible." Kabuto Yakashi shook his head and whispered, "Under the last resort, Whitebird would never dare to rashly start a full-scale war with the Navy. We have given him enough face. The Navy will never give up the G1 branch base in the New World. Once the Whitebird pirates force the Navy to evacuate the New World, it will be a full-scale war, a war that will shake the entire world. This will only waste the strength of both sides." Kabuto Yakashi said here, gritted his teeth and said, "Of course, if it really comes to that, I will fight to death for justice as a Navy soldier." Garp and Vice Admiral Churu nodded with satisfaction. Admiral Akanu's eyes became complicated. If Akanu himself was not an undercover agent of Akatsuki and knew about Kabuto Yakashi, maybe he would really believe what Kabuto Yakashi said now. Sleep. Chapter 460. Wait a minute, I'll make a phone call to ask what's going on. Kabuto Yakashi's plan was finalized. Therefore, their powerful navy fleet did not choose to land in Mirajoa to change warships, but passed through the Sabayodi archipelago and entered Fishman Island. When passing through Fishman Island, Kabuto Yakashi, as an envoy who had communicated with Hashiga Kikisame on behalf of the Navy, went to his residence to recruit this Shichibuke. Hashiga Kikisame did not reject Kabuto Yakashi's proposal. After all, everyone is one of them, and both of them are the subordinates who have followed Uehara Naraku for the longest time. Kabuto Yakashi can be trusted no matter what. But when Hashiga Kikisame boarded Akanu's warship, his eyes fell on Akanu, and he couldn't help grinning and said, "It's worthy of being a Navy admiral. He actually has such a huge power." Obviously, Hashiga Kikisame also noticed the 4-tailed chakra in Akanu's body, and Hashiga Kikisame is different from Kabuto Yakashi. He received orders from Uehara Naraku, and knew that this admiral of the Navy headquarters also joined the Akatsuki organization. When Hashiga Kikisame passed by Akanu, he chuckled and said, "Admiral, this is a gift from God. You must cherish your power." Akanu clenched his fists suddenly. When he heard what Hashiga Kikisame said, Akanu immediately understood that this Shichibuke must also be a member of Akatsuki. Because only members of Akatsuki would call Uehara Naraku a god, and only members of Akatsuki would know that the 4-tailed Son Goku in his body was forced into his body by Uehara Naraku. Damn, how come there is another member of Akatsuki? How many members of Akatsuki are there in the entire Navy and the Shichibuke? And on the Admiral Churu ship? Kabuto Yakashi and Vice Admiral Churu were still discussing the second Shichibuke they were going to recruit, Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa. Vice Admiral Churu sighed slowly and said, "Because of the relationship between the former Shichibuke Jinbei, there will be a war between the Hashiga Kikisame and the Whitebird pirates sooner or later. It is not surprising that he accepted the call up. I hope that Dover, that good boy, can be a little more obedient. Because of the distance, their army will only temporarily take 2 of the Shichibuke to the New World. The remaining Shichibuke such as Hawkeye Mihawk and Hancock, the king of Amazon Lily, will go to the New World later, and it is unknown whether they will accept the call up. However, at least Hashiga Kikisame chose to agree to the call up, which is a good start for the Navy. After all, what they have to face. But Uchiha Sasuke can defeat the 4 emperors. When this Navy fleet left Fishman Island and rushed to Dressrosa, it scared Doflamingo. He thought that this army was here to destroy him, but he didn't expect that they were here to call him to go to the New World to fight Uchiha Sasuke. Doflamingo stood at the port of Dressrosa. After hearing Vice Admiral Churu's intention, he couldn't help but grin and nodded with a chuckle. "I agree." Doflamingo saw his 2 colleagues, Hashiga Kikisame and Yakushi Kabuto on the warship so he could rest assured on this trip. However, Doflamingo still had some other suspicions. He thought that Uchiha Sasuke had betrayed the Akatsuki organization, so the Akatsuki organization wanted to eliminate the traitor with the help of the Navy's combat power. Along the way, they had no chance to communicate. It was not until they arrived at the G1 branch base in the New World that Admiral Akainu and Garp and other Navy officers attacked the pirate group under Whitebird. When only Doflamingo and Hashiga Kikisame, two of the Shichibuke, were left in the entire G1 branch base, they thought they had a chance to communicate safely. Mr. Kisame, what's going on? I don't know either. Hashiga Kikisame grinned and chuckled. Mr. Kabuto probably wants to use Sasuke as a springboard for promotion. Is that so? Doflamingo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said with a smile, I thought Mr. Sasuke might not be willing to do this, right? Hashiga Kikisame shook his head and lowered his voice and said, no one dares to disobey the will of God, not even Sasuke. Although Hashiga Kikisame didn't know why Kabuto Yakushi would use the Navy to launch a military operation against Uchiha Sasuke, there is no doubt that this matter is definitely beneficial to the Akatsuki organization. Whether it is Uchiha Sasuke's victory, which makes his reputation soar, or Kabuto Yakushi's strategy wins, allowing him to be promoted in the Navy, Akatsuki has already made bets on both sides. The actions of the entire Navy were in accordance with what Kabuto Yakushi had rehearsed. Akainu led his warships to destroy 3 pirate groups under Whitebird in succession, and sent all the members of these pirate groups to the underwater prison. The news spread throughout the New World in an instant. The news of the war between the Navy and the Whitebird pirates spread like wildfire. Because the news of 3 consecutive victories spread throughout the New World, the Navy of the original G1 branch base finally regained some appearance. At least this also declared that the Navy would never give up the attitude of the second half of the New World. At the same time, among the 7 warlords of the sea on the entire sea, Hawkeye Mihawk took the lead in choosing to accept this call and rush to the New World in advance. Mihawk wanted to see Uchiha Sasuke's kendo strength. The other 7 warlords of the sea were slowly procrastinating. Because the call sent by the Navy headquarters this time was not mandatory, there were even 2 7 warlords who directly refused the Navy's call, namely Kakuzu, who was busy making money, and Boa Hancock, the king of Amazon Lily. For Kabuto Yakushi, it actually didn't matter. Kabuto Yakushi wanted to gather the ideal fighting force to besiege Uchiha Sasuke, but he only had Hawkeye Mihawk, Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Akainu, and the rest were just extras. Whitebird pirates. The atmosphere of the coming war also spread throughout the Whitebird Sea. The Navy rashly broke into their waters and attacked 3 Whitebird affiliated pirate groups. This incident obviously caused a lot of turmoil. The entire Whitebird pirates were in a turmoil and wanted to teach those Navy a lesson. Stop arguing. Marco rolled his eyes, interrupting all the noise, and said with an unhappy face, the second team has rushed over to support. The field suddenly fell silent. After all, the current captain of the second team is Portgas Diaz, and there is a monster like Uchiha Sasuke among them. It must be no problem to expel a Navy admiral's army. After careful calculation, Uchiha Sasuke seems to have never fought with Akainu. Uchiha Sasuke fought Kizaru twice and defeated him both times. He fought Aokiji once and forced Aokiji to stop chasing him, but he had not beaten Akainu yet. Whitebird tilted his head, glanced at the big sword beside him, and whispered, Marco, I don't think the situation is right. Let Ace and Sasuke come back first. Dad? Marco looked at Whitebird in surprise. During this period of time, the entire Whitebird pirates recognized Uchiha Sasuke's strength. That guy can even defeat the 4 emperors Kado. Can he still fail in the face of an admiral? After being surprised for a second, Marco decided to follow Whitebird's orders honestly. He quickly dialed the Dendenmushi of the 2nd Division. But Uchiha Sasuke and Ace rejected Marco's proposal. Or rather, they had to reject Marco's proposal. Because after the 2nd Division of the Whitebird pirates attacked, they ran into the warship of Vice Admiral Garp head-on, and were intercepted by the Vice Admiral. This kind of thing is a bit troublesome for the 2nd Division. Vice Admiral Garp, the old man known as the hero of the Navy, has not weakened because of his physical strength. Instead, he has a strong demeanor. and this time, he seems to be determined to fight the second division. Whitebird Sea. On Vice Admiral Chiru's warship, Kabuto Yakushi slowly held the Den Mushi and arranged their established strategy. Admiral Sakazuki, Mr. Mihawk, lure out Uchiha Sasuke, Mr. Doflamingo, Mr. Kisame. After Uchiha Sasuke leaves, immediately intercept Portgas D'ace's warship and attack according to the frequency according to our arrangement, forcing Uchiha Sasuke to return for help. Vice Admiral Garb, prepare to cooperate in the pincer attack on Uchiha Sasuke who is returning for help. After saying this, Kabuto Yakushi put down the Den Mushi in his hand. Vice Admiral Chiru stood beside Kabuto Yakushi and nodded with satisfaction. Whether it was the general strategy or the subtle tactics, Kabuto Yakushi had no problem and was even more brilliant than Vice Admiral Chiru had imagined. Vice Admiral Chiru slowly closed his palms and said, "It seems that our strategy was successful. If Whitebird Newgate had not yet been dispatched, then the victory of this war would definitely belong to the Navy. Whitebird has no reason to dispatch." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and whispered, "Our goal is just to win a big victory. If the Whitebird pirates suffer a big defeat now, others will move like sharks and bite their flesh and blood." On the battlefield, everything was going according to Kabuto Yakushi's rehearsal. Uchiha Sasuke was the strongest, but the people he had to deal with this time were quite strong, and he had to be ready to support Ace and the second division at any time. For a while, he seemed a little exhausted. The worst thing was, among these enemies, there were colleagues from Akatsuki, the admiral of the Navy headquarters and the Fortels Jinchuriki Akenu, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Doflamingo are all his colleagues. These people definitely did not come to give him heads. After all, no one notified him before they came. These guys. Could it be that Uehara Naraku sent them to eliminate him just because he almost killed Kado last time? He violated Uehara Naraku's intention? Or did Uehara Naraku think that he was too arrogant in the new world and wanted to suppress his limelight? It is also possible that both. While Uchiha Sasuke was still fighting fiercely, his ring suddenly flashed, and someone gave him an order. "Sasuke, Kado refuses to surrender. You go to Wano country and help Uchiha Obito suppress that guy." "You guy." Uchiha Sasuke looked far away and saw that there were a total of 5 members participating in the attack on Whitebird's second division, 3 of whom should be Uehara Naraku's men. At this time, Uehara Naraku still called him to work. "Is this bastard still a human?" Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, "Your subordinates are besieging me. How can I get there now? What happened?" Uehara Naraku was surprised for a moment and said softly, "Wait a minute, I'll make a phone call and ask what's going on. I've been traveling all this time." First update. Because it's the Tao arc, I'll cut down on Sasuke's role. The Tao arc will end soon. Chapter 461 Uchiha Sasuke's reinforcement. Uchiha Itachi. The subordinates were fighting fiercely. Uehara Naraku was still drinking ice juice leisurely. Uehara Naraku knew a little about this matter, but the news he got from Kisame was that Kabuto Yakushi wanted to be promoted and wanted to use defeating Uchiha Sasuke as a stepping stone for promotion. Uehara Naraku didn't take it seriously, just let Kabuto Yakushi do it himself. After all, they were all members of Akatsuki, and they could better occupy a high position by helping each other. And Uehara Naraku was also a little curious about how Kabuto Yakushi could use Uchiha Sasuke. He didn't expect that Kabuto Yakushi would play so big. He actually forced Uchiha Sasuke to this extent. The world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garb, and Admiral Akainu, each of them can probably compete with Sasuke if they are taken out separately. Now these 3 people are working together to besiege Uchiha Sasuke, and there are also Doflamingo and Hoshigaki Kisame who are trying to get a good attitude next to them. It's good enough that they didn't fail. Actually, I don't know much about this. Uehara Naraku quickly fed back the information to Uchiha Sasuke, sighed and said, "I will solve this problem right away, and they will soon understand what I mean. Hurry up." Uchiha Sasuke stood in the crystal of Susanoo, looking at the 3 people besieging him, each of whom was difficult to deal with. Sasuke glanced at the 2 people besieging Portgas D'Ace in the distance, and the 2 of his own people were even more difficult to deal with. Uchiha Sasuke pressed his ring and said in a deep voice, "I don't care, but Ace will soon be caught by Hoshigaki Kisame and Doflamingo. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku chuckled and said, I believe that the reinforcement will satisfy you. I have prepared it for you a long time ago. After that, Uehara Naraku cut off the connection with Uchiha Sasuke. And on Vice Admiral Chiru's warship, Kabuto Yakushi, who was monitoring all this, instantly received an order from Uehara Naraku in his mind. Kabuto, I remember there is another coffin in the Camu space. Open that coffin and let that person go, and save his brother. This order made Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but smile. Was he asking him, the person who was in charge of the encirclement and suppression of Uchiha Sasuke, to help solve the crisis for Uchiha Sasuke? Because Kabuto Yakushi was wearing the white Zetsu coat with a living Camu Sharingan on it, he could open the Camu space. Indeed, there is another coffin in the Camu space. But the person in that coffin is very troublesome. After all, that is a person whose will has been modified. It's just that Uehara Naraku reincarnated that person and made that person his own collection. But when it comes to cunning and taking advantage of loopholes in the hands of the strong, that person is first class. Forget it. After sighing helplessly, Kabuto Yakushi said faintly, who made this the order of Lord Naraku? No one can refute the will of God. After Kabuto Yakushi found an opportunity, he quietly opened the Camu space and threw the coffin and the Camu space under the sea. After the coffin fell to the bottom of the sea, it slowly opened to reveal a young man who was reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation. The young man immediately got all the information from the person who controlled him. He did not delay. Because the impure world reincarnation would not die, the young man quickly swam from the bottom of the sea and used his perception ninjutsu to rush to the small island on the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was still very fierce. Vice Admiral Garp's fist turned black and hit Susanu's body with one punch. Cracks appeared on the armor of the complete Susanu in an instant. The next moment Sasuke hurriedly repaired Susanu with his pupil power. Under Garp's punch, the air was shaken by him. It seemed that even the air was afraid of the iron fist of this old man. He is just a vice admiral, even a 70-year-old old man, but he has shown the world's top combat power. This guy, Uchiha Sasuke, couldn't help but tighten his eyes, gritted his teeth, and manipulated Susanoo to swing his sword to force Vice Admiral Garp back. A look of amazement flashed across his face. That bastard Ace, his grandfather is too strong. Damn. Last time when Garp and Aokiji were hunting him down in the Sabayodi archipelago, not only did Aokiji let him off, but old man Garp must have also acted. And he acted too much. Last time, Uchiha Sasuke faced Aokiji, and Ace fought Garp, and they both won. How did that idiot Ace beat Garp? It was just an ordinary punch covered with armament haki. That armament haki directly penetrated Susanoo's defense, and even attacked the inside of Susanoo, directly crushing Susanoo's body. Garp's fist has no fruit ability, but it has already shown a huge force that is not inferior to Whitebird. The strength of this old man is simply outrageous. Garp's armament haki is definitely the strongest Sasuke has ever seen, so how did that idiot Ace win last time? Damn. It's outrageous. Such a strong armament haki can't beat Ace, who can only use the ability of the flame fruit. This acting is even more exaggerated than Aokiji. A black knife suddenly attacked. This is the slash of the world's #1 swordsman Hawky Mihawk. While the cracks that Vice Admiral Garp broke have not yet subsided, this slash instantly expanded the cracks of Susanoo, and even wanted to directly cut off Susanoo's shoulders. Compared to Garp, Hawky Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, brought a lot of pressure. Uchiha Sasuke has heard of his name, but he didn't expect that the great swordsman would have such power. Obviously, the strength of the swordsman flower sword Vista is not that good. Moreover, Vista always claimed on the ship that he wanted to challenge Hawky Mihawk, which made Sasuke think that Hawky Mihawk and flower sword Vista were not much stronger. To be honest, I think Vista should not challenge him. It is almost 100% certain that he will die. Arsehole, I will give you another blow. Uchiha Sasuke quickly repaired the crack on Susanoo's shoulder and controlled Susanoo to suddenly swing a slash at Hawky Mihawk. This wide slash instantly tore through the air, and countless forests on the island were directly cut off. When the slash flew over the sea, endless waves surged up. This blow directly forced back the world's #1 swordsman. As the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk had never had this experience before, being repelled by other swordsmen with a slash when surrounded by many people. Mihawk held his sword tightly, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face, because the black sword in his hand was also shaking slightly under the pressure of this slash. Black Sword Knight. One of the 12 supreme swords in the world, known as the strongest black sword in the world. Not only is Mihawk excited, but the black sword in his hand is also excited. Originally, Hawkeye Mihawk, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, accepted the Navy's call to see Uchiha Sasuke's swordsmanship. Now, the 17-year-old Uchiha Sasuke did not disappoint him at all. Whether it is strength or the control of swordsmanship, it is definitely far superior to his peers. The swordsmanship mastered by this Uchiha Sasuke is not fancy at all like other swordsmen in the world. It is a real killing technique. Especially after Uchiha Sasuke opened the perfect form of Susanoo, even Mihawk felt a huge pressure. The position of the world's #1 swordsman may change hands. If he didn't know that Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Akainu would not agree, Hawkeye Mihawk really wanted to try and invite Uchiha Sasuke to a duel between swordsmen. Unfortunately, this is a real war. Even Hawkeye Mihawk can't decide the direction of the war. Because the Navy was angry about the destruction of the G1 branch base this time, the attitude of encircling Uchiha Sasuke was extremely determined. Uchiha Sasuke. Mihawk slowly raised his head and looked at the tall Susanoo. His sharp eyes slowly narrowed. He stared at Uchiha Sasuke on the crystal above Susanoo. The man who was known as the world's #1 swordsman became more and more serious after Shanks' arm was broken. I always thought that there would be no swordsman who could make the black knife excited in this sea. Your appearance is just right. Mihawk's figure suddenly rose, waving the black knife in his hand, and slashed at the crystal of Susanoo. A slash flew into the air towards the crystal of Susanoo. This slash was Mihawk's full strength attack. Even the air was directly cut by this slash. The momentum driven by this slash seemed to cut the sky, and even the clouds in the sky had been cut diagonally by this slash. Can't block it? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but frown. Susanoo's crystal defense is indeed strong, but there are people in this world who can break it. Garp's Iron Fist. Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit. The full strength attack of this world's #1 swordsman will definitely have a chance to break Susanoo's defense. These guys are really more troublesome than one another. Lava Release. Meteor Volcano. Just at this moment, Admiral Akainu waved his fist, and the four-tailed Son Goku in his body, combined with the power of the magma fruit. His fist turned into a stream of magma meteorites falling from the sky, and flew towards Susanoo's head. Once Mihawk's slash cut through Susanoo's crystal defense, Akainu's attack will quickly enter the field and directly attack Sasuke's body. Just when Uchiha Sasuke was about to use the power of the Sky Hand, he saw a familiar figure suddenly appear and fly in front of his crystal. Susanoo. A red half-body Susanoo opened in the air. Compared to Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, this red Susanoo is only more than 30 meters in size. It looks like an ordinary giant and cannot withstand a single blow. However, this red Susanoo suddenly opened a red shield. It was Susanoo's spiritual weapon, a divine weapon that was said to be able to block all attacks. Yatamira. The power contained in Hawkeye Mihawk's full strength slash made the red Susanoo shaky and almost defeated the half-body Susanoo. However, the red round shield finally blocked the slash, and even blocked all the magma meteorites falling from the sky. Even with the spiritual weapon Yatamira, after successively welcoming Mihawk's slash and Akainu's meteor volcano, the red Susanoo finally collapsed completely. The figure of a young man appeared on the battlefield. Who is it? Akainu frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the man who suddenly appeared to block the attack for Uchiha Sasuke. TSK, it looks like our masters have intervened after all. Hashiga Kikisame was still teasing Ace with Doflamingo, and when he saw the man who suddenly appeared and helped Sasuke block the attack, he couldn't help but grin. Even Mr. Itachi was released. Hashiga Kikisame waved the Samehada in his hand and directly forced back the pirates in front of him, with a hint of nostalgia on his face. It's been a long time since we last met. Who is that? Doflamingo grinned and casually manipulated a pirate to entangle Ace. He also looked at the man who suddenly appeared. He looks like a very remarkable man. That man. Hashiga Kikisame looked at the figure, chuckled and said, "He is Sasuke's brother, my former companion, Uchiha Itachi." Second update. Chapter 462. Young people like Yaoshida are rare. Uchiha Itachi. Not many people in this world have heard of this name. Uchiha Sasuke, who was able to challenge the 4 emperors, has always been more famous. Hearing that Uchiha Itachi was Sasuke's brother, Doflamingo smiled even more and said softly, "Is this man very strong? How should I put it?" Hashiga Kikisame grinned and said with a smile, "Although Mr. Itachi is not as good as our master, he is definitely not someone who can be underestimated. Uchiha Itachi rarely loses in his life. Unfortunately, he lost twice very miserably. The first time was when he deliberately lost to Uchiha Sasuke and lost his life. The second time was when he lost to Uehara Naraku and he suffered a lot. He was directly played to death by Uehara Naraku and even continued to be controlled after his death. Just wait and see." Hashiga Kikisame grinned and continued with a smile. "The significance of Mr. Itachi's reinforcement is that he can motivate Sasuke more than anyone else. This war is about to end. Let's capture a few pirates symbolically and leave. We can't let Kabuto's strategy be too embarrassing." "That's not wrong." Doflamingo nodded with a smile and said softly, "The adult just now seemed to have sent us a message. Which people should be left behind? Portgas Ace, Marshall D. Teach." Hashiga Kikisame pointed out 2 names and slowly closed his palms. "Leave these 2, capture all the others, and count them as Kabuto's trophies." "Interesting." Doflamingo nodded, and white lines popped out of his palm in an instant, quickly controlling the pirates of the 2nd Division one by one. "This kind of war is really interesting. Most of the enemies and us are our own people. There is no problem for them, but the others will suffer. This is interesting for Doflamingo. This is a life of the mastermind. The center of the battlefield." Hashiga Kikisame is right. The reinforcements sent by Uehara Naraku are not particularly strong, but it is completely different for Uchiha Sasuke. Even Uchiha Madara is not as good as the arrival of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke disbanded his Susanoo, looked at Uchiha Itachi with disbelief, and murmured, "Did that guy resurrect you again?" "Nizen. Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi Sharingan stared at the 3 people in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "He sent me to support you. Let's leave the danger first." "Yes." Uchiha Sasuke was very obedient. To be honest, he suffered a lot for his brother's soul. He didn't expect that Uehara Naraku had already resurrected Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke still wanted to curse Uehara Naraku, that bastard. Now in such a dangerous time, Uehara Naraku sent Uchiha Itachi to go deep into danger to save him. It was obvious that he wanted to use the 2 brothers again. The problem is, the 2 brothers can't seem to escape Uehara Naraku's control. "Who are you?" Akainu stared at Uchiha Itachi coldly. Hawky Mihawk and Vice Admiral Garp also surrounded them and slowly wrapped the 2 Uchiha brothers in them. Everyone's eyes were faintly solemn. Now the Uchiha brothers are facing 3 of the world's top strongmen, but Uchiha Itachi is now a reincarnation of the impure world, which gives him the ability to die infinitely. As long as there is no soul-like ability, Uchiha Itachi at least has the power to fight. Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi's mouth instantly uttered a name, which made everyone present change their faces, and the next moment he burst out his own name. Uchiha Itachi. To be honest, everyone's mood was a little subtle. Because Uchiha Itachi was the first person to reveal his name openly, most people present had a hidden identity in Akatsuki, and Uchiha Itachi was the first to reveal it. To be honest, I was a little envious. After all, except for their leader Uehara Naraku, who would have the patience to hide their identity and be a spy? Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi. Vice Admiral Garp couldn't help but frowned. Just by hearing the name, you know that he is not easy to deal with, because the surname is exactly the same as Uchiha Sasuke, and the abilities he uses are similar to Uchiha Sasuke. This is a very tricky person. Admiral Akainu's expression was a little subtle, and his aura was faintly unstable. How the hell is this another member of Akatsuki? Akainu slowly spoke. Akatsuki is an organization. I once heard of this name when I was catching a pirate. It is said to be a criminal organization hidden behind the scenes. The members of this organization like to claim that they are for justice and peace, but they have rarely shown their faces. I have never heard of this name. Hawky Mihawk shook his head and said softly, "They have never appeared on the sea. They should be an unknown small organization." Akainu said nothing. Although Akainu did not speak, he knew in his heart that Hawky Mihawk should leave a score with Uehara Naraku. That guy holds a grudge very well. Hawky claimed that he had never heard of it, so it would not be long before he would hear the name of this organization and be beaten up by the way. "I haven't heard of it either." Vice Admiral Garp pondered for a while and shook his head, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. "Forget it, let's go back and ask Sengoku. I guess he should know." This is typical Garp thinking. Once you encounter any troubles that require thinking and recalling, ask Buddha's warring states, or just throw the problem to Buddha's warring states to think about. No matter who you are. A cold look appeared on Akainu's face. He stared at Uchiha Itachi and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Sasuke will definitely stay here today. This is impossible." The phantom of Susanoo appeared on Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke's bodies. The two of them activated Susanoo at the same time and put on armor for the half-body Susanoo. The red Susanoo and the purple Susanoo appeared on the battlefield with a bang, and the two Susanoo each held their weapons in their hands. "Then let me try first." Uchiha Itachi manipulated Susanoo and slowly held out a huge wine gourd. The next moment, a red long sword that seemed to be made of liquid suddenly sprang out of the wine gourd. It was Susanoo's spiritual weapon, Ten-Fist Sword. The Ten-Fist Sword suddenly shot towards Vice Admiral Garp and pierced through the old man's body. This scene made everyone drop their jaws. This is too careless. How could this happen to Garp? The next moment, Vice Admiral Garp's body was dragged into the Ten-Fist Sword. Even he couldn't resist this legendary artifact. The moment Garp was hit by the Ten-Fist Sword, he only felt that his body seemed to be integrated into the Ten-Fist Sword, but the next moment Garp's body instantly burst out with powerful armed color domineering, isolating the power of the Ten-Fist Sword. However, even after being separated, the liquid sword of the Ten-Fist Sword still tightly entangled Garp from both sides, trying to re-enter Garp. Mihawk also suddenly swung out his black knife, and a powerful slash directly cut off the liquid Ten-Fist Sword, and hurriedly helped to save Garp. HMM. Uchiha Itachi's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and he whispered, "This is the first time that someone can resist the power of the Ten-Fist Sword." Uchiha Sasuke looked at his brother with a subtle expression. "Nizan, this is also the first time I see you use the Ten-Fist Sword." The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Uchiha Itachi has not used his spiritual weapon in front of Uchiha Sasuke so far, but he has shown the 8-foot mirror. "Let me do it." Uchiha Sasuke manipulated the purple Susanoo and suddenly turned it into a purple giant bow. A black flame giant arrow suddenly shot out, aiming directly at Hawky Mihawk. This black flame giant arrow is wrapped in the fire of Amaterasu and the domineering color of armed color. No matter who is hit by this arrow, it will not be easy. That black flame is very dangerous. Mihawk immediately judged it, swung the black knife in his hand and slashed it, splitting the black flame giant arrow directly into two. Countless black flames fell to the ground. Amaterasu, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi brothers simultaneously turned their Mangekyou Sharingan and shouted out their power. The next moment, the black flames of Amaterasu surrounded Hawky Mihawk, Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Akainu in an instant. "My ability is magma." Akainu's fist gradually turned into magma, and he punched the Amaterasu, trying to cover the black flames directly with magma. However, the next moment, the black flames of Amaterasu burned even hotter, and even burned the magma directly, and it seemed that it was about to spread directly to Akainu. Fortunately, a red chakra-tailed beast coat emerged from Akainu's body, wrapped in the fire of Amaterasu, and fell to the ground, saving Akainu from harm. Akainu looked at the flames on the ground, and his voice gradually became gloomy and said, "This flame can even burn magma. There is nothing that Amaterasu can't burn." After Uchiha Sasuke explained, he instantly used the fire of Amaterasu to lay down layers of nets, surrounding Akainu and the other two. "Nisan, let's go first." Uchiha Sasuke glanced at his brother beside him, and the two of them disbanded Susanoo at the same time, and flew towards the direction of the second team. The next moment, a slash suddenly cut Amaterasu. Hawky Mihawk chased Uchiha Sasuke in the gap of Amaterasu, followed by Vice Admiral Garp and Akainu. "Don't chase them. The voice of Kabuto Yakushi fell into the ears of Akainu and the others. He said in a somewhat calm voice, "Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Garb, Lord Mihawk, our results are already rich enough. Now is not the time to start a full-scale war with the Whitebird pirates." "That's right." Vice Admiral Churu looked at Kabuto Yakushi with satisfaction. Although they did not capture any important cadres of the Whitebird pirates, this ambush directly defeated the 2nd Division of the Whitebird pirates, and also defeated Uchiha Sasuke and Portgas Diaz. Hoshigaki Kisame and Doflamingo also captured a lot of prisoners. Now that Uchiha Sasuke's reinforcement have arrived, continuing to fight may only cause greater losses. It is better to choose to stop the war directly. Vice Admiral Churu took over from Kabuto Yakushi and softly persuaded, "Kizaru is still recovering in Mirajoa. This is not the time to anger Whitebird. We have lost the chance to keep Uchiha Sasuke." After saying that, Vice Admiral Churu glanced at the 3 people who had stopped fighting, and then glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, whose face showed a little regret. Her eyes became more and more satisfied. Perhaps, she can really let go of her responsibilities. Kabuto Yakushi, this young Navy officer, has amazing strategies, but he is not greedy for attacks and reckless. Even if he could sacrifice Akainu, Garp and others to gain greater military exploits, Kabuto Yakushi chose to give up for the sake of the overall situation. He is really the most suitable candidate in the entire Navy. Young people like Kabuto Yakushi are really rare. The 3rd update. I really have a headache. It should be cervical spondylosis. Go to sleep. Chapter 463. Navy Headquarters Staff Officer Navy Headquarters Vice Admiral Kabuto Yakushi. That bastard. After hearing the dissuasion of Kabuto Yakushi and Vice Admiral Churu, Vice Admiral Garp and Hawkeye Mihawk subconsciously stopped, but Akainu couldn't help but grit his teeth, because he was the only one who knew that Kabuto Yakushi was a spy of Akatsuki. This Kabuto Yakushi is definitely a diehard fan of Uehara Naraku. At least in terms of playing with people, Kabuto Yakushi and Uehara Naraku are very similar. Wasn't the plan to encircle Uchiha Sasuke all the way decided by this guy Kabuto Yakushi? Just because Uchiha Itachi is a member of Akatsuki, this guy Kabuto Yakushi gave up the pursuit, right? It was Kabuto Yakushi who wanted to encircle Uchiha Sasuke, and it was also Kabuto Yakushi who stopped the encirclement. A battle that could have severely damaged the Whitebird pirates could only be forced to be a performance battle for the Navy to regain face. On the other side, when Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke crushed to the 2nd Division, they could only save Portgas Diaz and Marshal D. Teach. Because Doflamingo and Hoshigaki Kisame seemed to have determined that the pirates they captured would never be rescued by them, not to mention that they were all colleagues. This battle was really frustrating. Wherever they went, they were basically on the same side. Mr. Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, and he and Doflamingo made way for the Uchiha brothers. "It's been a long time since we last met, Kisame." Uchiha Itachi felt a little complicated. "Nizan, let's go first." Just when Uchiha Itachi wanted to chat with Kisame, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly unfolded the complete form of Susanoo, grabbed Ace and Teach, dragged Uchiha Itachi, and took them away into the air. "Really?" Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing a mouthful of shark teeth, staring at the flying Susanoo, and couldn't help laughing. Human fate is destined to be inescapable. Doflamingo also showed a sinister smile on his face, the first person to publicly announce that he is a member of Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi, is the world going to stir up waves again? Does this mean Akatsuki is finally going to appear in front of people? Even compared to the world government, Akatsuki can be called a behemoth in terms of top combat power. The purpose of Uehara Naraku sending Uchiha Itachi, in addition to letting the brothers meet and threatening Uchiha Sasuke with Uchiha Itachi, is to take this opportunity to let Akatsuki surface and slowly let the world accept the existence of Akatsuki. Perhaps in this way, when the admirals of the Navy rebel in the future, it will not be particularly abrupt for the rest of the world. In any case, the war in front of us is over now. The Navy won a victory that could be announced to the whole world. They defeated Uchiha Sasuke and Whitebird's 2nd Division, which were on the rise, and announced that the Navy's G1 branch would return to the second half of the new world. Everyone on the sea was in an uproar. Just when the Whitebird pirates were thriving, and even easily ravaged the other 4 emperors' pirate groups in the navy. The navy suddenly concentrated its forces and caught them off guard. First, they destroyed several affiliated pirate groups under Whitebird, and then defeated the strongest 2nd Division under Whitebird. Only Uchiha Sasuke, Ace, and Teach were rescued by the sudden reinforcement and barely escaped. The other members of the 2nd Division were all sent to the undersea prison. The strategy of Kabuto Yakushi in this war impressed the entire Navy's top brass. If it weren't for the sudden reinforcement, this operation to encircle and suppress Uchiha Sasuke would definitely be successful. Although there are some regrets. But when Vice Admiral Churu reported to Sengoku, he also analyzed the situation of the whole world. The regret of not catching Uchiha Sasuke became Kabuto Yakushi's advantage. Kabuto is not greedy for credit. Vice Admiral Churu held the Dendenmushi in his hand, with a smile on his face that almost never stopped. No matter what, this war has met our expected goals. As long as the G1 branch can return to the second half of the new world, it will be enough. Yeah. Marshal Sengoku on the other end of the Dendenmushi also agreed with this point very much. In fact, it would not be bad if Uchiha Sasuke was captured, but we would just have to face that Whitebird guy. But this timing is indeed a bit awkward, and Kabuto is right to be cautious. Plan before you act, and you will surely win the battle. Vice Admiral Churu continued slowly. Kabuto is much better than we were at that time. You can rest assured to hand over the position of Chief of Staff to him. After Marshal Sengoku agreed, he said softly, the world government has also issued an order to promote Kabuto to Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. It's a pity that there is no powerful devil fruit now. The Marine Headquarters will also set up another staff position for him. The contribution of this guy Kabuto Yakushi is indeed not small. Most of the other vice admirals in the Navy headquarters were promoted by catching pirates, but Kabuto Yakushi used his brain almost all the way to become a vice admiral. From targeting Baroque works, helping to destroy the former Shichibuke crocodiles conspiracy, to letting the Navy gain the upper hand in the negotiations with the Shigeki Kisame, and now playing an important role in the war against the Whitebird pirates. In the entire Navy, there are few people as smart as Kabuto Yakushi. Unfortunately, Kabuto Yakushi's combat effectiveness has become his only shortcoming. Let him destroy a few pirate groups in the new world. Marshal Sengoku said on the other end of the Dendenmushi, although we all think he is qualified, it is still an exceptional promotion for others. I was just about to talk about this. Vice Admiral Churu turned his head and glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, who was quietly writing the battle report, and continued with a smile. Little Kabuto may not think he is qualified to be a vice admiral. He thinks that it was his own fault that he did not catch Uchiha Sasuke this time, and even thinks that he was too ambitious and made mistakes in making strategies against the 4 emperors pirate groups without authorization. I guess he is now writing a review requesting demotion. What a humble young man. Whether it was Vice Admiral Churu or Marshal Sengoku, the two old men thought of the same evaluation in their hearts, that only such young people can shoulder the future of the Navy. Originally, the two of them were very optimistic about Kabuto Yakushi, and now they have a better impression of this little guy. After Vice Admiral Churu detained the Dendenmushi, he sat next to Kabuto Yakushi, reached out to take the battle report written by Kabuto Yakushi, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Kabuto, don't be too hard on yourself. Vice Admiral Churu shook his head and gently soothed Kabuto Yakushi's mood. Our goal this time was to let the G1 branch return to the new world. Now that our goal has been achieved, you will soon be promoted to Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters and Chief of Staff of the Marine Headquarters. Kabuto Yakushi slowly raised his head and pushed his glasses. A hint of guilt flashed across his face. Can I refuse this promotion? We mobilized Admiral Akainu, Vice Admiral Garp and the 3 Shichibuke, but in the end. Hey, Kabuto. Vice Admiral Garp slapped Kabuto Yakushi on the shoulder, smiled heartily and said, do you want to refuse the promotion too? But the Vice Admiral of the Navy has the power to attack freely. Don't refuse, and you've done a good job. Vice Admiral Garp sat next to Kabuto Yakushi. After taking a bite of the donut with a smile, his face suddenly became serious. The most elusive thing in this world is the sea. Nothing is predetermined, and nothing can be 100%. Don't underestimate the top strong men on the sea. Yes, Senior Garp. Kabuto Yakushi nodded seriously, as if he was a junior who respected Vice Admiral Garp. Admiral Akainu sat at another table. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and poured a cup of boiling hot tea into his mouth. The tea was very hot, but Akainu felt very cold in his heart. Marineford. Marshal Sengoku acted quickly and announced the victory of the Navy to the entire sea. He also announced in Marineford the order to promote Kabuto Yakushi to Vice Admiral and Staff Officer of the Navy Headquarters. Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Churu were originally worried that someone would not accept it. Unexpectedly, Kabuto Yakushi had a good relationship with the Navy. At least the Vice Admirals of the entire Marineford could not find a single person who opposed it. Humble people are always easy to find fault with. After the war between the Navy and Whitebird was temporarily over, Kabuto Yakushi cleared out several pirate groups that gave the world government a headache in the New World. In these battles, the methods used by Kabuto Yakushi undoubtedly made Marshal Sengoku's eyes light up. Whether it was luring the enemy or encircling and suppressing, it was unexpected. During this trip, Vice Admiral Churu and Vice Admiral Garp originally wanted to help, but the two Vice Admirals watched Kabuto Yakushi's personal show all the way. After another battle, Kabuto Yakushi looked at the pirate ship sunk by the sea in the distance and said softly, as long as they are devil fruit users in this world, the sea must be their natural enemy. The sea is the most powerful weapon in this world. HMM. Vice Admiral Garp couldn't help but nodded slowly. Vice Admiral Churu couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration on his face. Not a single bullet was wasted. They just sent people under the banner of Garp and Sakazuki to force this pirate ship into this dangerous waters until the pirate ship ran aground and sank on its own. The young man is really formidable. No, it's not that troublesome. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and said softly, this area of the waters is too dangerous and few pirates pass through here, so it is rarely famous. I have read all the information about this pirate group before, and several fighters are all devil fruit users. And I have checked the intelligence of this pirate group. Their ship has run aground and sunk twice. Those 2 times almost made them captured by Vice Admiral Onagumo and Vice Admiral Huashioshin. This shows that there has been no navigator with extremely superb navigation skills on their ship for a long time, so the probability of them running aground and sinking here is very high. Garp took a bite of the donut and felt that he didn't quite understand. Vice Admiral Churu's face was full of admiration, and her smile became more and more intense. Not many people will pay attention to these fragmented intelligence. Even I rarely think of using this intelligence to apply it on the battlefield. Zio Kabuto is really smart. Vice Admiral Churu's mind flashed an idea, otherwise, she might as well retire. Kabuto is a better staff officer than her. No matter how you look at it, Kabuto Yakushi is a perfect staff officer of the Navy headquarters. This young man will definitely bring greater help to the Navy and let the flag of justice fly over the entire ocean. First update. Chapter 464. Yakushi Kabuto. Akatsuki has already jumped out. At least we don't have to worry about them hiding in the dark. Marineford. Kabuto Yakushi rushed back from the New World. In addition to Admiral Akainu, who took the initiative to stay at the G1 branch base to guard it, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Churu and Kabuto Yakushi rushed back to Marineford together. When they returned to the Navy headquarters, the news about Kabuto Yakushi, the new generation of naval generals, was spreading all over the sea. Just when Uchiha Sasuke was acting recklessly in the New World, Kabuto Yakushi, a genius general, appeared out of nowhere and commanded the Navy to defeat the Whitebird pirates and repel Uchiha Sasuke, a powerful figure in the Whitebird pirates. Overnight, Kabuto Yakushi became a well-known figure in the entire sea, becoming the youngest vice admiral and youngest staff officer of the Navy headquarters in history. The Navy headquarters Marineford did not spread the news about Kabuto Yakushi much. A group of high-ranking naval officers sat together to discuss the follow-up matters with the Whitebird pirates, as well as the Akatsuki organization and Uchiha Itachi, who suddenly emerged. Kabuto Yakushi sat next to Vice Admiral Churu, slowly pushed his glasses, and said softly, "I think that after the lesson of this joint encirclement and suppression, Uchiha Sasuke is unlikely to continue to take risks and engage in direct combat with us. What about Whitebird?" Marshal Sengoku sat in his main seat, looking at Kabuto Yakushi, the new staff officer, and asked in a deep voice, "I know that guy very well. Even though that guy is old and sick, he still has the power to fight the whole world. From now on, it's basically impossible." Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, pushed his glasses, picked up a document, and said softly, "The Whitebird Pirates are known as the strongest pirate group in the world, but Whitebird has been dispatched less and less in recent years." When Kabuto Yakushi said this, his voice gradually lowered. "In the past few years, except for the war that could have destroyed the entire Whitebird Pirates, Whitebird Edward Newgate almost never took action, which means that his body has declined more than we expected." Kabuto Yakushi slowly closed his palms, and a touch of confidence gradually emerged on his face. "It's just that Whitebird has appeared too many times, mostly relying on his reputation to make others retreat on their own. We are accustomed to think that Whitebird attacks very frequently." Every high-ranking Navy officer present couldn't help but frowned. It must be said that what Kabuto Yakushi said made sense. When these high-ranking Navy officers carefully thought about it and recalled it, they slowly remembered that something was wrong at some point. Marshal Sengoku frowned, nodded slowly and said, "That's right. 3 years ago, when the position of the four emperors had not yet been completely determined, the Whitebird Pirates had a strong advantage in a war. At that time, as long as Whitebird stopped Big Mom, the Whitebird Pirates might have occupied Totland, but Whitebird did not make a move. We originally thought that Whitebird was reluctant to show his friendship with the Rocks Pirates, but now it seems that his strength can no longer support him in a long-term battle." "Yes." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and continued to explain softly, "That's right. The last time Whitebird made a move was in the battle between the Whitebird Pirates and the Spade Pirates. Coincidentally, Whitebird forcibly recruited Portugiste Ace and Uchiha Sasuke in this battle, and they also chose to join. This is incredible in a battle between pirates of the same level. We have all seen Uchiha Sasuke's fighting power. He is definitely qualified to challenge Whitebird, but he did not choose to betray Whitebird. In the 6 months since Uchiha Sasuke joined the Whitebird Pirates, Whitebird has never taken action again. Even when encountering the invasion of the four emperors Kado, it was Uchiha Sasuke, the superstar, who took action, which almost goes against the frequency of his actions." Kabuto Yakushi put down the documents in his hand and said calmly, "The strongest man in the world has identified Portugiste Ace or Uchiha Sasuke as the successor of the Whitebird Pirates. I think Whitebird will only save his limited life and power at the most critical moment. He only wants to let the Whitebird Pirates pass smoothly from him to his successor during his lifetime. The strongest power that is about to extinguish the lamp of life cannot be used just to fight for a breath, and will never take action again, because we defeated Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, just in case, we should send warships to monitor and restore the naval combat power of the G1 branch base as soon as possible to avoid accidents." All the senior naval officers present fell silent. To be honest, they probably shouldn't have come to this meeting. Except for the last sentence, not many people could understand what was said above. It was a mess. Is this how naval staff and naval generals chat? Vice Admiral Churu obviously understood. A kind smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She looked up at Sengoku and said softly, "Sengoku, what did Xiao Dao say?" Sengoku nodded slowly, took a deep breath, looked at Yakushi Kabuto and said, "Very good, cautious, and logical. If it weren't for his intelligence information summary, we would have overlooked a problem. Whitebird's aging has reached a level that we seriously underestimated. It's a pity that we didn't seize the opportunity and let him find his successor. No, that can't be said completely." Yakushi Kabuto turned his head and glanced at Marshal Sengoku and whispered, "Even if Whitebird's body has reached an irreversible point due to aging and disease, his power may still be destructive. What's more, there is Uchiha Sasuke. We can obviously see that Uchiha Sasuke's power also has the strength to compete for the four emperors." Indeed. Marshal Sengoku's face was full of relief. He looked at Yakushi Kabuto and nodded slowly. "However, we have also found a new generation of successors. Officer Kabuto, I will apply to Marshal Khan to give you all the intelligence of the world government except CP0 and apply for the power to mobilize the entire CP organization for you." "Yes." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses. Marshal Sengoku nodded and continued softly. Have you found any information about the pirate named Uchiha Itachi? No. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and hesitated to say, but I learned some information about the organization behind Uchiha Itachi from Admiral Akainu. This organization calls itself Akatsuki, and they are in the name of executing justice. This is a bit ridiculous. It is estimated that no one in the entire Navy knows more about the intelligence of Akatsuki than Kabuto Yakushi, but he still uses Akainu's name to propose intelligence about Akatsuki. At this point, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and continued softly. It is said that the members of this organization dare not call the name of the leader of the organization. They all use God or that adult to replace his title. God. I'll go back and ask the 5 elders. Marshal Sengoku slowly clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, the pirate who rescued Uchiha Sasuke from the cholera world dares to enforce justice in the name of justice? No specific information. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and a serious look appeared on his face. Anyway, we all know that the unknown organization Akatsuki has surfaced. At least we don't have to worry about this unknown enemy that may have been hiding in the dark. After saying this, Kabuto Yakushi habitually pushed his glasses. Well, this is a bit nonsense. When everyone thought that the Akatsuki organization surfaced, in fact, the members of the Akatsuki organization hid deeper. However, all the high-ranking naval officials present, including Marshal Sengoku, nodded. They also felt that what Kabuto Yakushi said made sense. An Akatsuki organization that jumped out is always better than an organization that has been hiding. Sengoku was very satisfied with Kabuto Yakushi's performance in his first staff duties. To put it bluntly, even if Sengoku was kicked out of the position of Admiral of the Navy and replaced with someone who could understand what Kabuto Yakushi said, he would be able to take the position of Admiral of the Navy. Now Sengoku felt that he only needed to follow Kabuto Yakushi's words and make corresponding decisions or issue corresponding orders. He didn't need to rack his brains like before and couldn't figure out how to deal with it. There was no need to think about it at all because what Kabuto Yakushi said was very right. Let's do this for now. Sengoku glanced at everyone present and said softly, publish the bounty order for Uchiha Itachi, and according to what Kabuto said, send warships to monitor the movements of the white-bat pirates at all times. Yes. Everyone nodded. After the meeting, Vice Admiral Chiru sat in front of Sengoku with a smile on his face that he could hardly suppress. How about Kabuto? Can you be my successor? Much better than us. Buddha Sengoku nodded, sighed and said, it's a pity. His strength is a pity after all. But his wisdom is more important than strength. At least we can worry less in the future. Just as they were praising Kabuto Yakushi here. After leaving the office, Kabuto Yakushi met another admiral of the Navy headquarters who rushed back to Marineford, Aokiji. Because Kizaru was recovering in the Holy Land of Mirajoa and Akainu was suppressing the New World G1 branch, Aokiji had to rush back to Marineford to take charge. Has he become a vice admiral? Aokiji's eyes twitched slightly. He glanced at Kabuto Yakushi and whispered, you're promoted so fast. Aokiji couldn't help but think of his best friend Smoker who was guarding Rogue Town. That guy's contribution could have been promoted long ago, but he was still stuck at the position of colonel because of his temper. Kabuto Yakushi, the undercover, has climbed to the position of vice admiral. General Kuzan, don't say that. Vice Admiral Momoseji walked beside them, patted Kabuto on the shoulder, and said seriously, little Kabuto has made great contributions. Sister Crane has been praising you since she came back, but I have never seen Sister Crane praise someone non-stop. Aokiji couldn't help scratching his head. In such a short period of time, he has become a high-ranking member of the Navy. And Kabuto Yakushi has also become a naval staff officer, a position that can access any confidential information. No wonder this guy called Kabuto Yakushi is especially valued by Uehara and Naraku. Of course, Kabuto Yakushi himself has worked hard enough. After all, not everyone can do what Kabuto Yakushi did. who worked hard to prepare the most suitable identity for himself, a background that is most trustworthy, and reduces people's vigilance, a position that can quickly lead to a high-ranking position in the Navy without being suspected. This guy Kabuto Yakushi, no, it should be said, the entire Akatsuki organization. No one should be underestimated. Aokiji scratched his head, glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, and said slowly, "Hey, our new staff officer, where will Uchiha Sasuke escape to after being defeated by your strategy? It should be Kaido's sea area." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, looked up at Aokiji, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After all, Uchiha Sasuke is successful at a young age. He will never bow his head easily. After suffering such a big loss, he will not continue to cause trouble to the Navy for the time being. But the Kaido pirates that invaded the Whitebeard pirates before will definitely become his outlet. When Kabuto Yakushi said this, he continued with a smile. Besides, I was also trying to chase and intercept him as much as possible and drive him towards Kaido's sea area. The most important thing is, that was the order of Lord Naraku. It just happened that Uchiha Itachi was resurrected. Even if Uchiha Sasuke was for his brother, he would never dare to disobey this order. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke, Portgusty Ace, Marshal Itachi, and Uchiha Itachi finally escaped the pursuit of the Navy, and they finally got to know each other. "I'm Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Itachi looked at Ace and Teach, and bowed to them with a serious face. "My brother has been taken care of by you two during this period of time." Second update. Chapter 465. I was ordered to find the dark fruit. Please don't say that. Ace hurriedly returned the greeting to Uchiha Itachi, causing Teach beside him to bow as well. Ace showed a little embarrassment on his face, and bowed politely, saying, "In fact, we have always been indebted to Sasuke for taking care of us." When he said this, Ace's figure suddenly stopped. Something is wrong. He said that he is Sasuke's brother? Although Uchiha Itachi's etiquette is very formal. But if Ace remembered correctly, Uchiha Sasuke should have mentioned that his brother had died a long time ago. What is going on? Wait. A look of surprise appeared on Ace's face. He couldn't help but look at Uchiha Itachi in front of him, then turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke, isn't your brother Nizen?" Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi beside him, and whispered, "He was resurrected by that guy. I knew this day would come." Resurrect? A hint of excitement flashed across Ace's face. He thought of his childhood sworn brother, and said in a deep voice, "Can the dead be resurrected?" Now Ace doesn't know that Sabo is still alive, so naturally he wants to resurrect his childhood sworn brother, and he even wants to see his mother Portgusty Rouge. Even Marshal D Teach next to him flashed a hint of excitement on his face, and it was obvious that he seemed to have some regrets. "Idiot." Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help rubbing his forehead and whispered, "This is just a forbidden technique to control the soul. Everything Nissen does now is controlled by that guy. Even our every move now, he can see it through Nissen." But Ace was still a little hesitant. To be honest, being controlled by someone was still unimaginable to Ace. He felt that, as long as people could survive, what else could be unacceptable? Forget it. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but frowned, and whispered, "Anyway, I have to find a way to truly revive Nissen. If you want to revive Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi interrupted Sasuke, shook his head seriously at him, and whispered, "Don't do stupid things. I never thought about reviving." Uchiha Itachi slowly stretched out his palm, embraced Sasuke's neck, rubbed his hair, and said calmly, "I'm just worried about you. It just so happens that that person gave me this opportunity. Even if you revive me, I can't escape that person's control." Uchiha Itachi even showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at his brother with a tangled face, and continued with a smile, "I know everything you did. I'm glad that you have new friends now. Maybe you can live better in this world." Nissen. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth. But he is not living a good life now. The Uehara Naraku who was controlling them behind the scenes was still controlling them without any mercy at all. It was not easy to find a new friend. Ace's life was already miserable. That guy wanted to continue to control Ace. Couldn't he be a human being? That person may not be as bad as you think. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and smiled and said, "Although the process of that person's work is always unsatisfactory, From the results, it may not be a bad result for us. Uchiha Sasuke immediately cast a puzzled look at Uchiha Itachi. If he didn't know that the manipulator behind the impure world reincarnation would definitely change his voice when speaking, Sasuke would suspect that it was Uehara Naraku who controlled Uchiha Itachi to say these words. Why does he feel that his brother has been brainwashed? And is the process of Uehara Naraku's work unsatisfactory? It's clearly not a human being. Although Uehara Naraku's results seem to be good. For example, there is no war in the ninja world in the end, and many people can survive, but he can obviously do more. Anyway, Uehara Naraku is definitely not a good person. Uchiha Itachi laughed and shook his head. He knew his brother's stubbornness. What Uehara Naraku did was indeed a bit inhumane, but he also let Sasuke open the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Unfortunately, even with the Samsara, Sasuke couldn't beat Uehara. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, Uehara Naraku was the reincarnation of the chakra possessed by their ancestors. After Uchiha Itachi learned all the truth, his hatred for Uehara Naraku was not so deep. After all, when Sasuke was homeless, that guy reached out and pulled Sasuke back to the Akatsuki organization, but he still used Sasuke as a pawn. Forget it. In Uchiha Itachi's view, there are no absolutely free people in this world. Those free people deprive the world of freedom. The most important thing is that Uehara Naraku is really not a good guy. He even dares to play with gods. He can let Sasuke survive, which makes Uchiha Itachi satisfied. At least it's better than his brother's ending. After experiencing the cruelest thing, Uchiha Itachi's ability to accept things is very strong. Not to mention that Konoha is also under the control of Uehara Naraku. You have been talking about that person. That person. Ace couldn't help scratching his head and asked curiously, who is that person? Do we know him? The leader of Akatsuki. A hint of coldness flashed across Uchiha Sasuke's face, and he continued in a gloomy voice, once you have to mention him, you must never mention his name, and you must never mention his appearance. Even I dare not mention his name. Ace couldn't help but shudder. A gleam of light flashed in Marshall D. Teacher's eyes. He seemed to have discovered something very interesting, and a very terrible secret. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head, looked at Ace and Teach, and said in a deep voice, if possible, you should never have any entanglement with him in this life. Never see him. Never get to know him. And, never say the wrong thing in front of him. Uchiha Sasuke continued with a grim expression. Once there was a person who said the wrong thing in front of him, and he was manipulated by him to the top of the world. Then, he was manipulated by him to pull him down from the top of the world and fall into the abyss. That guy has the power to dominate the world. Marshall D. Teach couldn't help grinning and whispered, haha. Sasuke, don't scare us too much. He can't possibly defeat his dad. If he really has the power to dominate the world, how could he hide? Teach. Don't talk casually. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Marshall D. Teach. He still had a good impression of this person, but if he remembered correctly, Teach was also on Uehara Naraku's list. In other words, Marshall D. Teach could have become Uehara's pawn. Now this guy is still here mocking Uehara Naraku's words. He is really asking for his life. Yes. Seeing Sasuke interrupting him solemnly, Marshall D. Teach couldn't help swallowing his saliva. That guy, is he really that scary? Teach couldn't help but be a little suspicious. If he had the power to dominate the world, he would have declared war on this world and become the most powerful person in this world. How could he hide behind the scenes? What Teach didn't know was, just after he finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi's brain had an extra message, which made Uchiha Itachi a little confused and puzzled. But, for Sasuke, everything can be endured. Okay, Sasuke, don't scare them. After Uchiha Itachi glanced at Teach, he looked at Sasuke again, smiled and stroked Sasuke's hair, and said softly, that man is not that scary. He asked me to come out this time, in addition to saving you, mainly to find the dark fruit. Dark fruit? Marshall D. Teach couldn't help but speak out. His face changed instantly. He didn't expect that someone would be looking for the same fruit as him. That was his purpose of hiding in the White Bat Pirates for many years. If he couldn't find the dark fruit, Marshall D. Teach would rather hide in the White Bat Pirates for his whole life. Unexpectedly, now there are also people looking for the dark fruit. These people who are looking for the dark fruit seem to be more powerful than Whitebird, because Uchiha Sasuke on the Moby Dick has never been afraid of Whitebird, but he is afraid of the legendary leader of Akatsuki. Hearing Marshall D. Teach's voice, everyone looked at him involuntarily. Ace asked in surprise, "Well, Teach, what's wrong with you?" "No, nothing." Teach shook his head and said evasively, "I just seem to have heard the name of this fruit somewhere. It is said that it is the most evil fruit in the world." "That's right." Uchiha Itachi nodded and continued calmly, "The dark fruit is the most evil natural devil fruit in the world. It is difficult for others to control its power. But the power of the dark fruit is also very strong. So that person asked me to find this fruit in the sea and let the people in the organization take it, so as not to fall into the hands of others." Teach lowered his head quietly. At this moment, Teach's face was particularly ugly. What if this Uchiha Itachi really found the dark fruit? It means that all his hiding over the years has come to nothing. But what can we do now? Should he and Uchiha Itachi bet on who is faster? Uchiha Itachi has the support of a mysterious organization and can search for the dark fruit on the sea. He can only wait for the dark fruit in the Whitebird pirates. This is really not good. Could he still snatch the dark fruit from Uchiha Itachi in the future? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but frowned and said with some doubt, "That guy is so kind that he just asked Nasan to help find a devil fruit? I don't know much about it." Uchiha Itachi shook his head. He had taken Teach's expression into his eyes, but Uchiha Itachi did not say anything and continued softly, "Are you going to Wano country?" "Yes." A smile flashed across Ace's face, and he nodded and said, "We heard that Wano country also has ninjas and samurai, and it is also the hometown of our previous captain of the 2nd Division, so I want to go and see what kind of person our previous captain is." Ace did think so. It just so happened that they were chased and intercepted by the Navy in Kado's waters, so they simply took this opportunity to travel to Wano country and see what kind of person the previous captain of the 2nd Division, Kazuki Oden, was. "It looks like we have to separate here." Uchiha Itachi patted Uchiha Sasuke's head, smiled at his brother with an ugly face, and comforted him softly. "Don't be sad, Sasuke. It won't be long before I may go to the Whitebird Sea. We can meet again at that time. Nasan." Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but gritted his teeth. He just said in a deep voice, "I will seal your body first and find a way to resurrect you immediately." "Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi shook his head quickly, put his arm around Sasuke's neck, and whispered against his forehead, "Sasuke, we two have never had a serious talk." Uchiha Itachi showed a relieved smile at the corner of his mouth. "Now you may already know the truth. That doesn't mean I have nothing to tell you. Sasuke, you must live well. Even if you never forgive me, it doesn't matter. No matter what you become in the future, I will always love you." Uchiha Sasuke's heart was shaken. Even Portgusty Ace, who was standing next to him, looked at Uchiha Itachi in surprise. As Ace knew part of the truth, a look of amazement flashed across his face. Ace seemed to finally understand why Uchiha Sasuke always said that his brother Uchiha Itachi was the most perfect brother in the world. "Nasan." Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth. Tears unconsciously flowed from his eyes. He clenched his fists and whispered, "I will." "Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi patted Sasuke's head, interrupting what he wanted to say, and just whispered, "Sasuke, you have new friends and a new life now, so continue to be yourself. Don't always live in the past." Uchiha Itachi's voice gradually lowered, and he almost whispered, "No matter what the scenery ahead is, it will always be better than the past. There is nothing worse in this world than their brother's past. No matter what the scenery ahead is, it must be very beautiful." The third update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466. Another man who wants to get the dark fruit. The Uchiha brothers were destined to separate. If the two brothers stayed together for a long time, they might easily have the idea of rebellion, and Uehara Naraku would never allow them to lose control. Uchiha Sasuke had to go to Wano country to carry out the mission assigned to him by Uehara Naraku, and Ace also wanted to travel to Wano country, so Uchiha Itachi could not stay with them. They soon sailed to a small island and parted ways. But when they were parting, Marshal Itachi suddenly said, "Captain Ace, Sasuke, let's separate here too." Marshal Itachi flashed an awkward smile, and he grinned and said, "I want to go back. I have always been stupid, and I don't want to go to Wano country to hold you back. If I meet the Navy on the way, I will ask you to protect me. Teach." Sasuke's eyes were slightly puzzled, and he whispered to persuade, "It doesn't matter, we shouldn't meet the Navy on this way." But Teach shook his head and grinned. "I've been out for too long this time, and I still miss my home in Moby Dick." "Okay." Sasuke frowned and agreed to Teach. Everyone in the Whitebird Pirates is free. Since Teach is afraid of danger and doesn't want to go to Wano country and wants to return to the Whitebird Sea by himself, Sasuke and Ace can't stop him. Perhaps Marshal Teach had stayed on the Moby Dick for too long and didn't want to leave the warm pirate group. There may be danger on the road. Port Gusty Ace was still a little hesitant. Teach grinned and said with a smile, "Don't worry. The Navy doesn't look down on a small character like me. I don't have any bounty on my body. This is the truth. Marshal Teach is simply a weirdo." Obviously, Teach has been in the Whitebird Pirates for more than 20 years, but he has never been bountied by the Navy. It's amazing. Everyone feels that Teach is just messing around in the Whitebird Pirates, but Teach is also very brave in combat, and he would take the initiative to be on duty as a sentry every night. No one has the right to refuse a man's request to go home. Port Gusty Ace and Uchiha Sasuke did not continue to persuade them, and they parted ways. Uchiha Itachi and Teach stayed. Uchiha Sasuke and Ace waved goodbye in a small boat. They rushed to the direction of Wano country. Sasuke still had some reluctance on his face, but Sasuke knew the person who manipulated them behind the scenes would never let them stay together for a long time. "Sasuke." Ace put his arm around Sasuke's shoulders and laughed heartily. "There is no need to be sad about parting. As long as we are on the sea, we will meet again in the end." "Well." Uchiha Sasuke nodded. At least he now knows one thing, that is, Uchiha Itachi has been resurrected by Uehara Naraku's impure world reincarnation, which is enough. Just knowing that his brother is still there is good enough. Ace looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was getting farther and farther away from them, and sighed softly. Mr. Itachi is really a respectable brother. This brother is much better than his brother. Although Ace and Uchiha Itachi did not spend much time together, Ace also noticed that Uchiha Itachi had been caring for Sasuke in every possible way during this period of time. He feels a little ashamed when he thinks about it. As an elder brother, he never seemed to take Luffy, his younger brother, so seriously. "By the way, Sasuke." Ace suddenly patted his forehead and said with a smile, "I almost forgot that we can invite your brother to join our pirate group." "Don't dream." A hint of coldness flashed across Uchiha Sasuke's face. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, Nasan will never leave Akatsuki, and anyone who dares to betray Akatsuki will never have a good end." Uchiha Sasuke slowly clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and continued, "As long as I'm there, that person will never let Nasan stay with me. It's really hateful." Ace couldn't help shaking his head and suddenly grinned. "Don't worry, we can definitely defeat that guy and rescue your brother." "Shut up." Uchiha Sasuke frowned and looked at Ace with dissatisfaction. "Didn't I say it? I told you not to talk nonsense." "What? There are only two of us here." "Shut up." Uchiha Sasuke and Ace noisily maneuvered the boat towards Wano country, and they were getting farther and farther away from the island where they were separated. On the island, after Uchiha Sasuke and Ace left, a fierce light flashed in Marshal Teach's eyes, but he quickly hid it again. He slowly turned his head to look at Uchiha Itachi and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Mr. Itachi, where are you going?" "I don't know." Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said softly, "We should find a prosperous place first and ask which pirate group has obtained the devil fruit recently. The sea is too big after all. We can only look for it slowly. Would you like to go together?" Marshal Teach rubbed his palms and invited Uchiha Itachi softly. "It just so happens that I also have to go to a larger town. Let's see if I can get on a merchant ship heading to our sea area." "Sure." Uchiha Itachi nodded slowly and said calmly, "Are you interested in chatting with me on the way? I also want to hear the story of Sasuke and the Whitebird Pirates." Ha ha ha. Of course. Marshal D. Teach smiled, nodded quickly and said, "Sasuke is now one of the strongest people in this sea." The two chatted as they walked. Unfortunately, the island was too small, and they did not find the information they wanted. The two simply bought a small boat and rushed to the next island together. After Teach watched Uchiha Itachi get on the boat, a sinister smile flashed across his face, and he was still thinking about his plan in his heart. He must find an opportunity. Kill this person who is also looking for the dark fruit. On the sea, this is the best opportunity. As long as he quickly sneaks away and gets rid of Uchiha Itachi, no one will know that he did it. The only thing that makes Teach nervous is two things. The first thing is that Uchiha Sasuke mentioned that the leader of Akatsuki can manipulate Uchiha Itachi behind the scenes and can understand everything he has experienced through Uchiha Itachi. The second thing is Uchiha Itachi's power. If the sneak attack fails, then he basically has no way to survive. At that time, whether it was the mysterious Akatsuki organization behind Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Sasuke, they would never let him go. So, we must plan before we act. Mr. Itachi. A smile flashed across Marshal D. Teach's lips. He looked at Uchiha Itachi and asked curiously, "Sasuke seemed to have mentioned that the leader of Akatsuki, he who cannot be named, is he really as strong as he said?" "That's not the case." Uchiha Itachi's lips curled up into a smile. He shook his head and explained softly, "Sasuke grew up in Akatsuki when he was a child and was deceived by the leader, so he has some shadows in his heart. In fact, the leader is not as powerful as he thought." When he got to this point, Uchiha Itachi's voice gradually became calmer and he said, "Apart from this ability to resurrect, the leader rarely takes the initiative to take action. His status in the organization is too transcendent." Uchiha Itachi even spread out his palms and continued, "I'm just worried that Sasuke will rely on me too much, like he did when he was a child, so I told him that the resurrected person can't get rid of the leader's control." What a well-intentioned brother. Marshal D. Teach stood behind Uchiha Itachi, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth revealed his gums with missing teeth. Teach listened to Uchiha Itachi talking about the unknown leader, the ambitious man who had been hiding in the Whitebird Pirates, and the smile on his face gradually became more and more ferocious. His strength is not weak. His ambition is very big. His plan is very deep. Although Marshal D. Teach has always played the role of a weak, pitiful and somewhat cowardly pirate, he knows what kind of person he is. Once you encounter an opportunity, you must not miss it. Once you can grasp the opportunity, never hesitate. Because Teach knows his own strength, he is also conceited enough. After all, he has been hiding in the Whitebird Pirates for more than 20 years, and he is not wasting time here. Uchiha Itachi didn't seem to notice anything. He stood on the railing, looked at the sea and continued, "Akatsuki has been declining. If I quit this organization, it may not take long for Akatsuki to disband. Just as the Whitebird Pirates are a home to you, Akatsuki is also a home to me. Although I can leave Akatsuki at any time, I can't leave here. I can only threaten Sasuke and hope he will give up this idea. Because Akatsuki has been hiding, there are fewer and fewer members in the organization, and the strength is getting weaker and weaker, so we need the dark fruit." Marshal D. Teach nodded while listening. This is in line with the facts. How could an organization that has been hiding behind the scenes and has never appeared, and a name that he has never heard of, still have such a huge force? It turns out that it is only relying on Uchiha Itachi in front of him to survive. No wonder Uchiha Itachi wants to find the dark fruit. It is estimated that the leader of Akatsuki wants to regain powerful power with the dark fruit, so as to continue to maintain his weak organization. Damn. Uchiha Sasuke is so boastful that he is afraid. It turned out that Uchiha Itachi, the elder brother, had been scaring people to appease his younger brother and almost scared the hidden ambitious man. The dark fruit. Teach slowly clenched his palm and his fingertips gradually bent up. He suddenly attacked Uchiha Itachi's back. His palm was covered with black armed color domineering and suddenly inserted into Uchiha Itachi's heart. Marshal D. Teach's face flashed a fierce and crazy smile. His palm penetrated the back and directly pierced into Uchiha Itachi's heart. He laughed wildly and said, "The dark fruit is mine." Uchiha Itachi didn't care about the injury on his chest at all. He just turned around calmly and looked at Marshall D. Teach, who was standing behind him and attacking him. First update. Chapter 467. We absolutely cannot disobey that person's will. Even though Uchiha Itachi's face was still calm, the scarlet Sharingan exuded a strangeness that made Marshall D. Teach unable to stop being frightened. But there was no way to retreat. Teach had injured for more than 20 years just to get the dark fruit, but now Uchiha Itachi was also looking for the dark fruit, so they could only be enemies. After Marshall D. Teach found out about the Akatsuki organization, he thought that Uchiha Itachi could not lie, and Uchiha Itachi would not deceive his brother's friends. And Teach had always been playing the role of Uchiha Sasuke's friend. Thief, ha 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 ha. I can't believe it. After Marshall D. Teach laughed wildly for a few times, his voice suddenly stopped, and a flash of horror suddenly flashed across his face. He looked down in panic, and looked at the wound on Uchiha Itachi's heart. There was a hole. There was no red heart at the location of Uchiha Itachi's heart. His body was extremely fragile, and there was just a pile of paper scraps inside. This was the immortal body of the impure world reincarnation. Marshall D. Teach retracted his palm with horror, watching the confetti in his palm dissipate little by little and return to Uchiha Itachi's body. How is it possible? Teach watched this scene in surprise. He watched Uchiha Itachi's body return to its original state, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Devil fruit ability user. No, not a devil fruit ability user. Teach instantly remembered that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke had both stepped on the seawater, and neither of the brothers was a devil fruit ability user. I have. Teach immediately clenched his fist, stretched out his hand to grab Uchiha Itachi's throat, and smiled grimly. There is no chance to turn back. Unexpectedly, when Teach grabbed Uchiha Itachi's throat, he only felt that his palm fell into the air this time. Uchiha Itachi's figure became erratic, and his body suddenly turned into countless crows and flew into the sky. This scene is extremely weird. No, or it can be said to be eerie and terrifying. Marshall D. Teach looked up, but only saw Uchiha Itachi's body floating like a kite, which looked very strange. What's even stranger is, it's still daytime, but a red curtain suddenly appeared in the sky. In Teach's vision, a blood moon slowly appeared in the sky. Tsukuyomi activated. This is. While Marshall D. Teach was still thinking about what was going on, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with his body because he was tied to a cross at some point and couldn't move at all. The whole world suddenly turned black and white. This is a place that is so gloomy and terrifying that it seems like the underworld. Marshall D. Teach looked at Uchiha Itachi with a face full of doubt and uncertainty as he appeared beside him. No, it should be said that countless Uchiha Itachis gathered around him, and each Uchiha Itachi held a knife in his hand. What the hell is going on? Teach's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Unknown things are the most terrifying. Until this moment, Marshall D. Teach still couldn't figure out what happened. Wasn't he fighting with Uchiha Itachi on the sea? Why did he appear here now? Marshall D. Teach looked at a group of Uchiha Itachi approaching with ninja swords in their hands, and the shock on his face became more and more intense. Why are we here? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Marshall D. Teach. Uchiha Itachi's voice was a little ethereal, and it was impossible to tell which of the countless Uchiha Itachis who gathered around was his true body, but it seemed to be everywhere, and his voice entered Teach's brain like a nail. A group of Uchiha Itachi came over, each of them holding a ninja sword in his hand, and Uchiha Itachi's voice was still a little ethereal. The leader of Akatsuki thought you might be interested in the dark fruit, so he sent me here to test it out. Now it seems that you are under his control. Marshall D. Teach said with an ugly face. What do you mean? Test me. You know I want the dark fruit, and you deliberately told me that you are also looking for the dark fruit, just to provoke me to take action. It's over. How did this guy know about him? Why do they also know that he wants the dark fruit? That's right. Countless Uchiha Itachi raised their heads, looked at Teach on the cross, and nodded together. Everything I said was to trick you into taking action. I just wanted to make sure that you are also coveting the most bizarre natural devil fruit. So, Marshall D. Teach's face was covered with a drop of cold sweat, and he said little by little, "This is a trap for me." That's right. Countless Uchiha Itachi spoke at the same time, and everyone nodded slowly, making people look at this scene, and their hearts became more and more horrified. Uchiha Itachi looked at Teach and continued calmly, "God's eyes watch everything, and he also sees your heart filled with evil ambitions." Teach's face changed again. This sentence is a bit scary, because Uchiha Sasuke has mentioned countless times in the Whitebeard Pirates that the leader of Akatsuki is a real god. These strange and weird characters who are called gods are often connected with words like powerful and weird, and people dare not have any resistance at all. This world is too ridiculous. Uchiha Sasuke, the guy who has been arrogant and reckless on the Madabik, often makes people think that he is bragging. As a result, now, Teach suddenly realized the truth. That is, Sasuke did not lie. The leader of Akatsuki, no matter from which aspect, it is really terrifying. Can that unknown man see through people's hearts? Now Teach really wanted to get rid of the predicament in front of him. The farther the better, but he was trapped on the cross and couldn't move at all. Where are they now? Why can't he move his body at all? Don't struggle. Uchiha Itachi's voice lingered in Teach's brain like a spell, lingering but helpless. This is a Tsukuyomi illusion controlled by me. In this world, everything about you will be controlled by me, including time and space. Teach's expression became more and more ugly. So far, he has not figured out what is going on, and he was calculated by the leader of Akatsuki, and was directly brought into this so-called illusion by Uchiha Itachi. Today he feels that he may really die here. Even if he doesn't die today, his thoughts will be exposed by the members of Akatsuki. According to the status of Uchiha Sasuke and Ace in the Whitebeard Pirates, it will be difficult for him to continue hiding in the Whitebeard Pirates. Maybe it's because he is about to die. Maybe he feels that he can't resist at all. Marshall D. Teach's face suddenly showed a trace of relief. Haha. Just when Teach immediately felt a little hope of survival in his heart. If the Akatsuki organization wanted to use him, perhaps he would not be in trouble. Unfortunately, when Teach was a little relieved, countless Uchiha Itachis held the ninja swords in their hands and slowly walked towards his cross again. Sorry. There was a hint of apology in Uchiha Itachi's voice. The next moment, countless Uchiha Itachis came over one after another, stretched out their ninja swords, and stabbed Marshall D. Teach. Ah! Teach screamed almost crazily. Countless Uchiha Itachi lined up and stabbed the ninja swords in their hands into Marshall D. Teach's body one by one, while explaining, "Because your rude words just now angered that man. He ordered me to punish you before I can continue to talk to us. A bastard." Teach gritted his teeth and watched the ninja sword stabbed into his body one after another. A flash of despair flashed across his face, and tears flowed down almost instantly. "If you want to kill me, give me a quick death." Obviously those ninja swords stabbed into his body, but it seemed that they also stabbed into his brain, making him unable to bear this kind of pain. This is not enough to torture people. What makes Teach even more flustered is that when this Uchiha Itachi tortured him, it seemed that he had no feelings at all, just like a cold tool. Obviously, when Uchiha Itachi was getting along with Uchiha Sasuke, people could not feel his bloodiness and coldness at all, as if he was a warm and kind brother. Is Uchiha Itachi showing his true face now? Torturing him like this now? There was not even a trace of fluctuation in his voice. After a long time, Teach's groaning gradually stopped. The countless Uchiha Itachi and the Tsukuyomi illusion slowly stopped the ninja swords in their hands, and continued word by word. "In this world, everything will be under my control. Everything you just endured, you will continue to endure here for 72 hours. 72 hours? A trace of exhaustion flashed across Teach's face, and drops of cold sweat slowly appeared on his forehead. Although he was stabbed countless times, he was still alive. This is the greatest luck. It's only 72 hours, and it will be over soon. Just as Teach gritted his teeth and was about to continue the torture, Uchiha Itachi suddenly said again, "Now 1 second has passed, and you still have 71 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds of punishment time." What a joke. Marshall D. Teach flashed a trace of anger, and he actually said angrily, "At least more than 10 hours have passed just now." No, in fact, only 1 second has passed. Countless Uchiha Itachi responded calmly. What a joke. A trace of fear flashed across Teach's face, and he said angrily, how is it possible? It's been at least a dozen hours just now. No, only 1 second has passed. Countless Uchiha Itachis surrounded him again, and their voices became louder and louder, pouring into Teach's ears. In this world, time is also controlled by me. The time you just experienced was only a short second. Each Uchiha Itachi raised the ninja sword in their hands and stabbed into Marshall D. Teach's body one by one. Marshall D. Teach's eyes showed a trace of fear, and he instantly felt endless pain on his body. Blood splashed out of his body, which looked extremely weird. If the dozen hours just now were only counted as 1 second, Teach didn't think he could hold on any longer. He would definitely die. I give up. Marshall D. Teach roared in pain, tears streaming down his face as he surrendered to Uchiha Itachi. Whatever you want to do, whatever you want from me, I can tell you. Sorry, it is that man's will to punish you. Uchiha Itachi's voice was still so unreal, but his voice made Teach feel deeply frightened, and that man's will is something we absolutely cannot disobey. Second update. Chapter 468. I don't know if he will despair, I just know you are not human. On the sea, a small boat was swaying in the waves. Marshall D. Teach suddenly woke up. The weakness and endless pain in his mind instantly made him fall to the ground in a mess. Although only a moment had passed in reality, he was stabbed with a ninja sword by Uchiha Itachi in the Tsukuyomi illusion for 3 days and 3 nights in his spiritual world. That feeling. It's really worse than death. Fortunately, Teach's spiritual power is still strong, and he can barely support his spirit. His eyes became a little fierce again. What a terrible method. The next moment, Teach suddenly grinned and revealed a crazy smile. Thief, ha ha ha. Can you tell me now, what do you want from me? Dark fruit. Uchiha Itachi calmly spread his palm and whispered, if you have the opportunity to get the dark fruit in the future, give it to us immediately. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's conditions, the smile on Marshall D. Teach's face did not diminish at all. He nodded slowly and agreed with a grin. Of course. Don't try to deceive Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi stared at Teach with his Sharingan eyes and continued calmly, otherwise, you will know in the future that the pain you just endured in the Tsukuyomi illusion is already a great enjoyment. Thief, ha ha ha. Marshall D. Teach shook his head and continued with a chuckle. I'm just a little pirate. How dare I deceive an organization that I know I can't afford to offend. As for what Teach is thinking, anyway, Uchiha Itachi will definitely not believe this guy. After all, Marshall D. Teach, a man with gaps in teeth and a sloppy beard, has a cunning look in his eyes. He will never give in easily. In fact, Teach really doesn't care about this kind of thing. Now that no one has obtained the dark fruit, this promise is pure nonsense. When he gets the dark fruit in the future, it depends on each other's methods. Once he gets the dark fruit, even Whitebud will dare to resist. If the guys from Akatsuki organization got the dark fruit, Teach could only suppress all his impulses and see if he could find an opportunity. Of course, in addition to the dark fruit, Uchiha Itachi's face was still very calm. He continued softly, you also have to tell us Akatsuki regularly all the information about the Whitebud pirates. Now we have your handle in our hands. Thief, ha ha ha. Marshall D. Teach couldn't help laughing wildly and said, hey, isn't your brother Uchiha Sasuke in the Whitebud pirates? Isn't it enough to ask him directly if you want something? You don't need to get information from me at all. It's different. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and continued calmly, I don't want Sasuke to be in a dilemma. I will feel less psychological pressure by using people like you. Teach. You don't want to embarrass your brother, so you embarrass me? Listen to yourself, is what you just said human language? But now there is still a handle in the hands of Akatsuki. Marshall D. Teach still maintained his smile, nodded and agreed. Okay, but how should we contact each other? When the time comes, someone will contact you. Uchiha Itachi's figure gradually turned into countless crows and dissipated, leaving only a sentence beside Teach. Looking forward to your good news, Mr. Teach. Marshall D. Teach still had a smile on his face. It was not until Teach was completely sure that Uchiha Itachi had left directly on the sea that his face gradually became gloomy. These bastards. No wonder Uchiha Sasuke is afraid of them every time he mentions Akatsuki. Whether it is the fighting methods of the members of Akatsuki or their intelligence and ability to guess people's hearts, Teach felt unprecedented fear. This feeling. It's like his every move is being monitored. Now Teach knows that he is still in a weak position. He doesn't even know the situation of Akatsuki. He only knows that his current strength is definitely not Akatsuki's opponent. So, he must continue to endure. However, there is one thing that Teach has figured out. If even a mysterious organization like Akatsuki feels that he has a certain hope of obtaining the dark fruit, then it proves that he has made the right choice to forbear in the Whitebird Pirates. Thief ha ha ha. Marshal D. Teach's smile was on his face again. Although I'm comforting myself, it is not all bad news. On the other side, after Uchiha Itachi and Marshal D. Teach separated, he contacted Uehara Naraku, who was still traveling. He was still a little bit dissatisfied with Uehara's order. That person Teach is destined to betray. Uchiha Itachi raised his finger and contacted Uehara Naraku, who was controlling him behind the scenes. He is not worthy of trust at all. I don't think he will give it to us after he gets the dark fruit. It doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku said nonchalantly. I know this. Anyway, I will just find a reason to torture him when the time comes. Speaking of the ability to devour darkness, is there any ability stronger than the black hole skill that Uehara Naraku has in his hands, which can directly devour the world? Uehara Naraku's voice still carried unparalleled confidence. When Teach thinks he has reached the top, I will make him sober up and let him realize that being a small follower in the Whitebird Pirates is a very happy thing. When Uehara Naraku said this, there was a hint of smile in his voice. Push him to the top with one hand, and then pull him down, and send him to hell with the other hand. What expression do you think Teach will show at that time? Will he have despair on his face? Uchiha Itachi didn't know whether Teach would be desperate or not, but Uchiha Itachi was becoming more and more clear that Uehara Naraku was really a useless guy. Uchiha Itachi was a little helpless. This Uehara Naraku was really hard to figure out what he was thinking. Was he just looking for a reason to torture Teach? Where should I go now? Uchiha Itachi asked calmly. Go to the sea to look for the dark fruit. But I don't know what the dark fruit looks like. No need. Uehara Naraku rejected Uchiha Itachi's proposal and continued softly. When our fingers moved, fate had already made its choice. We don't have much time. Uehara Naraku's voice gradually became a little heavy. Go, get familiar with the power of this world, carry the name of Akatsuki, and bring the fear of Akatsuki to this world. Let this world feel the pain that Akatsuki brings to them. Uchiha Itachi was a little speechless. How come this Uehara Naraku is exactly the same as the previous leader of Akatsuki? Uchiha Itachi sighed and could only agree to carry out Uehara Naraku's order. He couldn't help but say, there is also the question about Sasuke. I hope he. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku interrupted Uchiha Itachi rudely, chuckled and said, Mr. Itachi, we are old friends, and Sasuke is also my junior. Do you think I will make Sasuke unhappy? Uchiha Itachi fell into silence. When did they become friends? Uehara Naraku is so shameless, isn't he? Who was it that immediately resurrected him after he died in Sasuke's army and boasted about how he deceived Sasuke? He even adapted a heart-wrenching story. Just when Uchiha Itachi was worried about Uehara Naraku hurting Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, who was still rushing to Wano country, was also worried about Uchiha Itachi and Uehara Naraku. Because Sasuke knew that Uehara Naraku was not a generous person. Uehara Naraku's mind is smaller than a needle hole. He must still be holding a grudge against the last time he almost killed Kado and ruined his plan. This time, Uehara Naraku asked Uchiha Itachi to come out, and he must have used Uchiha Itachi to warn him and let him carry out the task assigned by Uehara. What's wrong, Sasuke? Ace snapped his fingers, roasted a fish in his hand, and threw it to Sasuke, and said with a smile, what are you still thinking about? Eat quickly. HMM. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, thinking wildly in his heart. If he still wants Uchiha Itachi to be well, then this trip to Wano country, he must cooperate well with that bastard Obito. Uehara Naraku has never had any moral integrity. But at least there is one thing that makes him look like a human being, that is, those who are willing to work for him will not be treated badly. Wano Country. The original general of Wano Country, Kazuki Oden, died a long time ago. Members of Kado's pirate group are active everywhere here. The four emperors Kado completely occupied this closed country, where even naval warships could not enter, and made it his base camp. Now, Kado has the final say in the entire Wano Country. Unfortunately, Kado has not had a comfortable life during this period of time. Ever since Kado was rescued by Uchiha Obito, this bastard with the surname Uchiha has been threatening him to surrender, otherwise he would kill 100 members of Kado's pirate group every day. Now, Kado has lost more than 1,000 people. However, even so, Kado still has no way to deal with Uchiha Obito, and Kado also feels the pain and torture of being powerless against the enemy. Recently, Kado has recruited all the civilians in Wano Country to serve as his subordinates, luring Uchiha Obito to kill these people and continue to delay time. But there is no good way to delay time. Now Kado can only drink all day and look for opportunities to fight back. Hiccup. Uchiha Obito has never revealed his entity. Is it a soul type fruit? We can't go on like this. We must find a way to lead him to Linlin or use Moria. Hiccup. The Big Mom mentioned by Kado is the only female among the four emperors. Her name is Charlotte Linlin. She is powerful and can target other people's souls. In addition, Gecko Moria, who was defeated by Kado, also has similar abilities. I really don't know. Where did these Uchiha come from? They are all crazy. Fortunately, the Uchiha people don't seem to be involved with each other. If Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito join forces, it will definitely be a huge trouble for Kado. Burp. After Kado burped, he couldn't help but continue to think wildly. Maybe I can ask the alliance and use Uchiha Obito to deal with that brat Uchiha Sasuke. Didn't that guy say that only Uchiha can deal with Uchiha? The third update. Sleep. Chapter 469 Uchiha Sasuke and Ace's journey. Gurgle gurgle. Just as Kado was still drinking, a head suddenly fell to the ground and rolled in front of Kado, causing him to narrow his eyes. Asshole. Kado's face flashed with rage. This head was one of the Flying Six. In the entire Kado pirate group, besides him, the pirate admiral, the next strongest ones were the Three Calamities, and below the Three Calamities were the Flying Six. Uchiha Obito's figure emerged from the vortex of time and space, and he said slowly, "Killing has never been a problem for me." Uchiha Obito walked closer to Kado step by step, and continued calmly, "The only one in the entire Kado pirate group who is useful to us is you. If you still refuse to surrender, the heads you see tomorrow may make you not even in the mood to drink. I'm Kado." Kado's palm clenched his mace fiercely, looking at Uchiha Obito in front of him with a fierce face, and the domineering aura on his body burst out little by little. "You bastard, dare to touch these lovely subordinates of mine again. What can you do?" Uchiha Obito approached Kado, kicked his wine jar away, and spread out his palm nonchalantly. "Maybe I don't need to do it. I received an interesting information. Uchiha Sasuke is in Wano Country." After hearing the information about Uchiha Sasuke in Wano Country, Kado sobered up almost instantly. He slammed his fist on the ground, and the floor shattered instantly. Kado stared at Uchiha Obito in front of him with a gloomy look, and said word by word, "As long as you help me get rid of Uchiha Sasuke, I don't mind forming an alliance with you." "No, not an alliance." There was a hint of blood in Uchiha Obito's voice. He raised his head and looked at the tall Kado and said in a cold voice, "But you unconditionally obey our orders." "Humph, then you might as well kill me." Kado picked up his mace nonchalantly and left the huge room step by step. "Where is that bastard Uchiha Sasuke? Now, I'm going to settle accounts with him first. That guy should be here soon." Uchiha Obito's figure turned into a time and space vortex and disappeared, leaving only one sentence. "Think about it carefully. You can't defeat Sasuke. He has the power of the ancestors of the Uchiha clan." "Humph." Kado clenched his mace and burped loudly. A foul smell filled the air. He just walked out of the door step by step. "I just lost to him once. Does that brat Uchiha Sasuke really think he can do whatever he wants on my territory?" When Kado hurriedly summoned the Kado pirates to find and capture Uchiha Sasuke, who sneaked into Wano Country, Sasuke and Ace were in an ordinary small village at this moment. Kuri, Ikasa village. This village is suffering from famine. When Uchiha Sasuke and Portugese Ace just arrived here, they wanted to find information in Wano country, and their ship stayed on the shore. Perhaps the villagers in Ikasa village were so hungry, because of the famine, that they finally decided to steal the food on their ship. This was undoubtedly a setback. When Uchiha Sasuke and Ace came back, they also saw a group of villagers moving the supplies on their ship, and Sasuke's face couldn't help but darken. Really? Uchiha Sasuke slowly drew out his ninja sword, looked at the small village, and said coldly, "Do you want to find a shortcut to the end of your life?" Uchiha Sasuke had experienced a more cruel past. As a ninja, he never cared about how many lives he would have. A group of villagers who were carrying food looked at the pirates who suddenly appeared with panic on their faces. They had no power to resist. Among the villagers of the village of Hakasa, a tall old man with a pair of feather wings on his body stood up, with a sword slung around his waist. The tall old man stared at the sword in Uchiha Sasuke's hand, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. That sword is the supreme sword Kusanagi. It's over. This old man is the swordsmith in this village, named Fish, and he also holds a large sword 21. The next moment, a bad feeling immediately surged into Fish's heart. Although the entire Bionlee village was sealed off from the outside world, there were people in the village who had made many famous swords, including the Great Blade 21. There was one thing that was absolutely certain, that is, any man holding a famous sword should not be underestimated. And the man in front of him who could hold the supreme great sword was definitely the top strong man in the world. Bionlee village actually stole the head of such a man. But more and more villagers had starved to death. On one side are the top strong men, and on the other side are the villagers who are about to starve to death. If this continues, even the children may not be able to survive. The tall old man drew out his sword, flew in front of the villagers of the village of Hakasa, and confronted Uchiha Sasuke, while saying in a deep voice, "Sorry, this is a misunderstanding. We are just because of famine. So you grabbed it on my head?" Uchiha Sasuke looked at the old man with a somewhat indifferent expression, raised his ninja sword calmly, and said sternly, "I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not. I just need to know one thing. You are provoking us." Uchiha Sasuke slowly raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand, pointed it at the tall old man in front of him, and said coldly, "Go ahead. I can see that you are also holding a famous sword in your hand. It seems that this battle seems to have some meaning." A layer of cold sweat slowly appeared on the old man's forehead. Although they have not yet fought directly, the significance of the supreme great sword makes the old man naturally dare not have any thoughts of challenging. Once he makes a move, it will be a desperate moment. The next moment, the old man gritted his teeth, wielded his sword, and rushed towards Sasuke, but was easily knocked away, and was defeated without a single move. So weak. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, stared at the old man lying on the ground, and said coldly, "Did you not eat?" "Yes." The old man nodded with some shame. There was a hint of embarrassment in the air. The old man looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who still looked a little impatient, and raised his ninja sword with force, and placed it in front of him with the scabbard. The old man named Fish slowly knelt down in the direction of Sasuke, and said in a deep voice, "Please forgive our rudeness. This village. I'm sorry. Anyway, I will use this treasured large sword, the second generation of Kitetsu, which is 21 times the work, in exchange for your forgiveness. I don't need another sword." Uchiha Sasuke still had a cold face. Ace was watching the villagers of this small village. Almost every villager was so hungry that they looked pale and thin. Many people couldn't even stand up. These people seemed really pitiful. The most miserable thing in life is to be hungry. There was even a little girl who was holding a piece of bread pitifully, not knowing whether to bite it. Her eyes were fixed on Uchiha Sasuke, who had just defeated the old man, and a trace of fear flashed across her face. The next moment, the little girl gritted her teeth, held up the intact bread in her hand, and staggered towards Uchiha Sasuke. "Ayo, it's dangerous. Come back quickly." The old man looked at the little girl running towards Sasuke in panic, and hurriedly stopped her. He didn't want to see the little girl anger Uchiha Sasuke. The little girl raised the bread in her hand with all her strength. She looked up at Uchiha Sasuke and said tremblingly, "We haven't eaten it yet. I'll give it back to you. Don't kill the teacher." The villagers of the village of Bakasa hesitated for a while. Each villager looked at the food they stole from the pirates and came over one after another, putting the food in their hands on the ground and piling them together. Every villager knelt on the ground. It can be seen that there is some reluctance in the eyes of each villager, but they seem to want the old man to survive more, or they hope that the two pirates Uchiha Sasuke and Ace will forgive them and let them survive. According to the villagers of Bakusa village's understanding of pirates, pirates will never stop their killing after killing only one person. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the little girl standing in front of him who wanted to cry, but didn't dare to cry, and his brows couldn't help but frowned. What should he do in this situation? Anyone who is in trouble, wouldn't it be better to kill them all? It seems that these villagers of the Ikasa village are not worth his efforts, but it seems a little wrong to take back the food and supplies from them. Especially the little girl named Yu standing in front of Sasuke. Her stomach is still rumbling, but she is trying to resist her hunger and return the bread in her hand to Sasuke. Trouble. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, waved his hand with disgust and said, "You dare to steal things from our ship. You are very brave. This is what you got, so eat it yourself." Every villager of the Ikasa village raised their heads involuntarily. Their faces flashed with astonishment and surprise, and they couldn't help but look at each other. After saying that, Uchiha Sasuke nonchalantly performed a sword dance, sheathed the Kusanagi sword in his hand, and left without looking back. "Hey, Ace, let's go." "Wait a minute, Sasuke." Portgusty Ace slowly walked up to the little girl named Yu, reached out and touched her hair, a smile on his face. Ace turned his head and glanced at Sasuke who was about to leave, and said loudly, "Hey, Sasuke, since we are going to treat everyone to a meal, we must make sure everyone enjoys the meal. It would be too rude to leave halfway. Idiot." Uchiha Sasuke paused, still walking away without looking back. "If you want to do something, do it yourself. I'm not interested in doing those boring things." First update. Chapter 470. Bastard, just dance. Who's afraid of who? Wano country. The famine in the village of Bragkus has been solved. Portgusty Ace insisted on staying in this village for a while. He solved the famine problem in the village with his own means, which was nothing more than going out to rob Kaido's pirates, which attracted the attention of many people. Uchiha Sasuke could only helplessly help Ace solve the trouble that might cause Kaido, and by the way, complete the task assigned by Uehara and Naraku. This time. And Sasuke has to cooperate with Uchiha Obito. This made Sasuke particularly unhappy. Before Uchiha Sasuke left Bragkus village, he looked back at Portgusty Ace. The guy was learning to weave a bamboo hat with the little girl Ao in the village. He wanted to weave a bamboo hat for little Oz of the Whitebird pirates. Day by day, this idiot is always doing these useless things. Ao, a little girl from the village of weaving hats, was very happy. While teaching Ace how to weave hats, she asked with a smile, "Ace, can I go on an adventure with you? I'm already learning to be a ninja with my teacher. You're too young." After Ace shook his head, he turned to look in the direction of Uchiha Sasuke, and a hearty smile slowly appeared on his face. "And we already have a ninja on the ship. He is the best ninja in the world." Ao looked at Uchiha Sasuke in amazement. Is that man the best ninja in the world? Although Ao didn't understand that yet, she knew that Sasuke must be very strong, because even her teacher couldn't beat Sasuke. Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke rubbed his forehead. Although Sasuke was indeed very confident of being a strong man, he couldn't bear this title now. Ao held her little face and looked at Uchiha Sasuke with admiration. "Mr. Sasuke is also from Wano country?" "No." Ace's face changed, and he immediately raised his finger and said hurriedly, "Shh, don't ask these things. Otherwise, Sasuke will be angry. I won't bother with a child." Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and flew into the dense forest. "Ace, wait for me in this village for a while. I'm going out to do something." During the time they were in Hakasa village, Uchiha Sasuke and Ace had learned about what happened in Wano country from the villagers, and they also knew about the tragedy of Kazuki Oden. The former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebird Pirates had died many years ago, and was even boiled alive. Now, the entire Wano country is equivalent to being occupied by Kaido, and members of Kaido's beast pirates are everywhere, suppressing those resistance forces. The only place that is still peaceful is where the general of Wano country, Kirizumi Orochi, lives, a prosperous area called Flower Capital. There are the largest number of samurai and ninja troops in Wano country, directly under the current General Kirizumi Orochi. Kado currently lives in Onigashima near Wano country, and sometimes appears in Wano country. Kado also often appears in Wano country, because except for Flower Capital, which still belongs to Kirizumi Orochi, almost all other places are directly ruled by the Beast Pirates. Hearing the name makes people want to kill that guy. Uchiha Sasuke remembered the name of Kirizumi Orochi, and couldn't help frowning. He subconsciously thought of Orochimaru. What's more coincidental is, Kirizumi Orochi is an animal type, mythical beast type, and the ability user of the Yamato no Orochi fruit. In some ways, he is similar to Orochimaru's Yamato no Jutsu, which makes Sasuke want to kill him even more. Snakes are not good things. Orochimaru is like this, and so is Kabuto Yakushi. It's so troublesome. Let's go see what that guy looks like first. Killing him may make me feel better. Then I'll go and clean up the entire beast pirates of Wano country. Uchiha Sasuke slowly emerged from the body of the complete Susanoo and controlled Susanoo to fly in the direction of the Flower Capital. That prosperous area is not difficult to find. The entire Wano country is actually very poor. Only the Flower Capital is still full of cherry blossoms, and there is a peaceful spring scene everywhere, but the people on the street are indifferent, which is a little different from the scenery of the Flower Capital. It's just that this is already a rare, peaceful and serene place. The tranquility of this place is destined to be broken today. Uchiha Sasuke appeared on the streets of the Flower Capital, and after thinking for a while, he stretched out his palm. Forget it. Uchiha Sasuke's palm suddenly burst out with a powerful repulsive force, and whispered, "Let's follow the old rules, and say hello to this country first." The next moment, this powerful repulsive force instantly swept across the streets of the Flower City, and the earth was directly plowed flat by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei in an instant. All the civilians of the Flower City looked at the streets that were destroyed in an instant in surprise, and everyone couldn't help but look at the most prosperous place in the Flower City. There is the residence of Kirizumi Orochi, the general of the Flower City. No matter who attacked the Flower City, he will definitely not be able to escape today, except for the samurai and ninjas under Kirizumi Orochi. It is said that Kirizumi Orochi invited Quinn, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, to be a guest today. Flower City, upstairs of the general. Today's banquet is indeed very lively. The current general of Wano country, Kirizumi Orochi, and the Beast's Pirates Plague Queen came here with several Flying Six as guests. They came to the Flower Capital mainly to avoid trouble, because a guy that even Kado couldn't do anything about was recently looking for trouble with the Beast's Pirates, and one of the Flying Six had already been killed. Plague Queen brought the remaining guys to the Flower Capital to avoid Uchiha Obito's pursuit. In order to make the banquet more grand, Kirizumi Orochi invited the Wano country's Ware and Kazuki to perform at the banquet, and the guests drank very happily for a while. Just when the banquet was in full swing, the sound of the Flower Capital being attacked was transmitted to the banquet, causing dissatisfaction among many people. Is there anyone who wants to rebel again? With a trace of anger on his face, Kirizumi Orochi immediately rushed out of the banquet, rushed to the window with some dissatisfaction, and shouted to his samurai and ninja troops, "You bastards, hurry up and get rid of that guy." "Yes, General." But before these people agreed to finish their words, a slash suddenly appeared and flew towards these samurai and ninjas. Hundreds of samurai and ninjas were directly defeated by a powerful slash. A figure slowly walked out of the dust and smoke, raised his head, and looked at Kirizumi Orochi on the general building. His eyes were cold and cruel. It seemed he didn't take these samurai and ninjas seriously at all. Kirizumi Orochi's face darkened, and he looked at the young man who came out of the smoke with a gloomy face. "Hey, who are you, you bastard?" "It's the Kazuki family again." Clang. A knife suddenly slashed out. The entire general building was split in 2 by this slash. Whether it was Kirizumi Orochi, Plague Queen and the Flying Six from the Beast's Pirates, or those who were drinking and feasting and the general building fell down, everyone woke up instantly, and a flash of anger flashed across everyone's face, looking up at the enemy who attacked the Flower Capital. The next second, except for Kirizumi Orochi, who had been in seclusion, the faces of the members of the Beast's Pirates changed in an instant when they saw the enemy. But they knew who the enemy in front of them was. This guy was a person who had just defeated the Admiral Kaido of the Beast's pirates in the war not long ago and became more famous. Uchiha Sasuke. Plague Queen's expression instantly became horrified. What the hell was going on? Today, he brought the Flying Six to the Flower Capital to avoid Uchiha Obito's attack. He could escape Uchiha Obito, but not Uchiha Sasuke. Damn. Uchiha is really not a good thing. These Uchiha bastards are too difficult to deal with. The entire Beast's pirates, including Kaido and the three disasters, can't do anything to Uchiha Obito now, and can only bite the bullet and reject Uchiha Obito's proposal to let them be dogs. Of course, they can't do anything to Uchiha Sasuke. This kid. But he defeated Kaido in the frontal battlefield. In detail, Uchiha Sasuke defeated their partner, the 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo, defeated the Navy Admiral Kizaru twice, defeated the Red Hair Pirates Vice Captain Ben Beckman, and defeated the 4 Emperors Kaido. Life is like a cheat. The latest news about Uchiha Sasuke on the sea is that he escaped from the siege of the Navy hero Garb, the Navy Admiral Akainu, and the world's #1 swordsman Hawky Mihawk. But why did this guy appear in Wano country? Could Uchiha Sasuke be here to kill Kurozumi Orochi? Plague Queen had a vague feeling that Uchiha Sasuke had a grudge against their Beast's pirates, and that he either beat up their captain or their partners. No matter how much Queen thought about it, now he was very clear about one thing, that is, he could never be a match for Uchiha Sasuke, and no one in the entire Beast's pirates could be a match for Sasuke. Just when Queen was so scared that his expression was out of control, the Den Mushi on his body suddenly rang, and it happened to be Kaido who called. Hey, Queen, Uchiha Sasuke has sneaked into Wano country. Find a way to find out the location of that brat. Don't take the initiative to provoke that bastard brat. Queen's expression was out of control again. He took a deep breath, looked at Uchiha Sasuke walking towards them, and roared in a low voice, "Brother Kaido, Uchiha Sasuke is in the Flower Capital. He is right next to us now." Damn, the news is too late. If he had known, he shouldn't have come to the Flower Capital today. I can escape from Uchiha Obito, but I can't escape from Uchiha Sasuke. Am I really destined to die in the hands of Uchiha? Plague Queen had only one thought. Now Uchiha Sasuke was right beside him. Judging from his expression, he was about to kill someone. "Brother Kaido, please come and save him." "Is that Kaido?" Uchiha Sasuke walked in front of Queen. After seeing Plague Queen nodded, he coldly stretched out his hand. "Give me the Den Mushi in your hand." Queen was silent for a while. The next moment, Queen's hand trembled as he handed the Den Mushi in his hand to Uchiha Sasuke. "Hey, Uchiha Sasuke, the war between us is over." "Shut up." Uchiha Sasuke's words frightened Queen so much that he hid away in fear. Sasuke slowly reached out and took Queen's Den Mushi and said calmly, "Kaido, I'm Uchiha Sasuke. If you want to save the lives of these rubbish under you, come here with your own head. Asshole." Kaido's voice came out of the Den Mushi, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to come to my territory? Since you are here, you little brat, don't even think about going back." "Really?" Uchiha Sasuke ignored Kaido's threat and played with his Kusanagi sword carelessly. "I hope you don't run away again this time. Anyway, you can't escape my pursuit." After saying that, Uchiha Sasuke hung up the phone. Quin's emotions gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, Uchiha Sasuke, you come here." Clang. Uchiha Sasuke's Kusanagi sword flashed a burst of knife sound. This knife made Quin shut his mouth instantly. Because this knife also directly cut off the head of Kurozumi Orochi, the current general of Wano country, and blood gushed out instantly. "I hate snakes the most." Uchiha Sasuke frowned, shook off the blood on the Kusanagi sword, danced a handsome knife flower, and put the Kusanagi sword into the scabbard. This move is really handsome. Uchiha Sasuke is so handsome, even when he kills people. So handsome. Wano country's wherein Kazuki was full of amazement, watching Uchiha Sasuke kill Kurozumi Orochi neatly, and put the sword back into the scabbard handsomely, and couldn't help but marvel at Sasuke's skills. Even her father is far less handsome than the current Uchiha Sasuke. Even the people of the Beast's pirates, knowing that Uchiha Sasuke is an enemy, can't help but admire his fast swordsmanship. Uchiha Sasuke flew and landed on a roof. Looking at Plague Queen and the Flying Six of the Beast's pirates, he said coldly, "Weren't you having a banquet just now?" Then keep playing the music and dancing. Don't stop before Kado comes. Asshole, don't be so insulting. Plague Queen looked at Uchiha Sasuke with anger on his face. Did this bastard want them, the Carters of the Beast's pirates, to dance? This is too insulting. When Plague Queen was about to argue, he saw Uchiha Sasuke's cold eyes and two weird eyes, and his voice dropped instantly. To be honest, even if Quinn had never fought, he knew that he really couldn't beat him. Plague Queen looked around aggrievedly, his eyes fell on Kazuki, the courtesan of Wano country, and said in a somewhat tough tone, "Asshole, dance if you want to, who's afraid of who? Kazuki, come and help me with the accompaniment." Second update. Another 4,000 words. Chapter 471. The Vice Captain of the Beast's Pirates. Uchiha Obito. Wano country, the flower capital. Plague Queen surrendered without a care. As one of the three disasters, Queen has always been quick-witted and flexible. He must not resist when he shouldn't. This Uchiha Sasuke is not such a simple character. If Sasuke was just lucky, it would be fine. But this guy has made it all the way to the new world. Except for losing to Whitebird, he has basically never lost to anyone else. Hey, Lord Queen, if you surrender like this, we are not happy. Queen chose to surrender, but some of the Flying Six disagreed. Some of them didn't care about the identities and orders of the three disasters at all. Among the Flying Six, except for Black Mariah who came to take refuge, and sighed and lowered her head, the other Flying Six all looked like they were unwilling to admit defeat. Although these guys knew how powerful Uchiha Sasuke was, it didn't mean that they had to humiliate and lower their rebellious hearts. One of the tall men pointed at Uchiha Sasuke and shouted coldly with a face full of anger, "Uchiha Sasuke, don't think that you can insult us just because you defeated Lord Kado." Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed, and he looked at everyone present coldly. He slowly pulled out the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Great. There are still people who want to provoke me. Uchiha Sasuke waved the Kusanagi sword in his hand, pointed at Black Mariah, the most honest among the six flying sons, and said coldly, "You, go and prepare juice for me." "Yes, Mr. Sasuke." Black Mariah nodded with her eyes downcast. Just as Black Mariah's tall body turned around, she heard the sound of Uchiha Sasuke landing, and she couldn't help but frowned. Uchiha Sasuke's figure suddenly appeared among the few people. A light flashed in his eyes, and a gravitational force instantly emanated from his body, pulling all the six flying sons to his side. Flame style, Flame Thunder God. The next moment, balls of dark flames burst out from Sasuke's body. This blazing flame was like a sharp blade, instantly piercing through the bodies of the other six flying sons, killing them and then burning their bodies to ashes. In the reflection of the dark flames, Uchiha Sasuke seemed like a real demon god, easily dealing with several Flying Six sons. What a joke. Plague Queen's face changed drastically. The status of the Flying Six sons was indeed lower than his, but two of them were very difficult to deal with. Even if Quinn dealt with them, it would take a lot of effort. Now, they were all dealt with by Uchiha Sasuke. Not only was Plague Queen a little surprised, Black Mariah also looked at this scene in disbelief. Those companions who were on par with her were killed so easily. Except for the woman Black Mariah, the Flying Six sons all ended their lives in the hands of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke, two guys with the surname Uchiha. The surname Uchiha is too scary, isn't it? Even these people were killed without any chance to fight back. Plague Queen murmured with a hint of fear in his expression. "No, this seems normal. This guy can defeat Brother Kato. This guy. Huh." The Kusanagi sword in Uchiha Sasuke's hand fell on Plague Queen's neck, and he said indifferently, "Do you want to resist me too?" "No." Plague Queen forced a smile on his face, and his sweat dripped down his cheeks little by little. "I just thought of something happy. What kind of dance should I dance? These guys have long coveted my position, and I have to thank Mr. Sasuke for helping me solve them." Plague Queen can bend and stretch. Of course, this guy's really good at singing and dancing. It's just that, because Quinn looks a bit weird and has a very fat body, no matter how Quinn dances, the picture looks a bit spicy. Especially when the courtesan Kazuki Oten was sitting next to them playing music. The contrast between the two was even stronger, which made Quinn's dance look even uglier. What a strange person. Kazuki Oten plucked the strings secretly, while curiously looking at Uchiha Sasuke. He is very handsome and seems to be very powerful, but why does he like to be so unique? Why does he like to watch that fat guy Quinn dance? This hobby is really confusing. Now Kazuki Oden has a good impression of Uchiha Sasuke. Because Kazuki Oden's real identity is Kazuki Hiyori, the daughter of Kazuki Oden, but she doesn't know the truth and can only continue to hide her life experience. Just now, Uchiha Sasuke's words suppressed Quinn, the plague of the beast's pirates, and he beheaded the usurper General Kurozumi Orochi with a single blow, and then killed several of the Six Flying Six with a domineering move of the Flame Thunder God. According to what the Six Flying Six said before, he had defeated Kado before. This young man really made Kazuki Oden feel good about him. But Uchiha Sasuke doesn't seem to care about her beauty. After the song ended, Black Maria glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who was drinking juice, and continued to pluck the instrument with her fingers, and continued to play the music for Plague Queen's dance again. What a strange man. Even though Black Maria was knowledgeable, she couldn't see through Sasuke. Why was this powerful enemy still drinking juice like a child? Zyrozy walked step by step to Uchiha Sasuke's side, brushed her sleeve slightly, a blush flashed across her face, and she posed in the most moving posture. Zyrozy tried her best to suppress her voice, and her voice rang like a spring. Your hometown is also Wano country. No, go and do what you should do. Uchiha Sasuke continued to drink juice nonchalantly, and admired Plague Queen's dance seriously. In fact, Queen danced quite well. It can be seen. Plague Queen must be a person who likes to dance. Zyrozy looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was still concentrating on Quinn. Her expression was a little broken. What was wrong with this man? Yes, sir. Zyrozy's eyes were faintly filled with tears, making her eyes look particularly smart, but she could only take a step back with grievance. The sun was setting. It was getting later and later. Kado still hadn't arrived. Because before Kado came to the flower capital, he had to think about how to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. After all, he was defeated by Sasuke before. In addition to the strength of Susanoo, Uchiha Sasuke also had a skill that made it difficult for him to get out of trouble. At the beginning, Kado exhausted all his strength and barely escaped from Uchiha Sasuke's Chibaku Tensei. Later, if Uchiha Obito hadn't saved him, Kado thought he might really die in Sasuke's hands. Therefore, after thinking about it, Kado decided to seek negotiations with Uchiha Obito, hoping that Uchiha Obito could help him. Kado can be arrogant when he is arrogant, but if he is beaten by Uchiha Sasuke in Wano country, his reputation as one of the four emperors will be completely gone. I can do things for you. Kado clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, no, or it should be that we help each other. When I'm in trouble, you have to help me too. Uchiha Obito tilted his head in confusion. He couldn't help scratching his head. Let me think about it. You mean, if my dog fights with other dogs, do I need to take a stick to help my dog fight? Stop insulting me. Kado swung his fist and hit Uchiha Obito, but it still only hit the air, making the anger on his face even stronger. Uchiha Obito's voice suddenly became gloomy. Kado, do you think you still have a choice? Uchiha Sasuke may be the strongest person in the history of the Uchiha clan. The chance of you defeating him is very small. When Uchiha Obito said this, he spread his palms and continued, your fate may be to be completely sealed by him with the Chibaku Tensei, and you will never be able to escape from that dark stone ball. Shut up. Kado gritted his teeth, looked down at Uchiha Obito, and said coldly, I would rather be locked up by Sasuke, that bastard kid, for the rest of my life, than your daughter's name is Yamato, right? Uchiha Obito touched his mask and said with a smile, her name is really interesting, exactly the same as someone I know. Kado's face suddenly darkened. Indeed, Kado has a daughter named Yamato. Because of the daughter's strange temperament, Kado is always very angry with her and can only raise her as a son. That kind of daughter is not a reason for him to surrender. Uchiha Obito seemed to know this, and his voice gradually became gloomy. Tomorrow I will add Yamato to the 100 people to be killed. And that woman named Black Maria. In less than a year, your beast's pirates will be killed. After saying this, Uchiha Obito suddenly paused, and he suddenly laughed. No, maybe it won't take a few days. Because without me to help you resist that brat Sasuke, the entire beast's pirates will definitely be killed by him. That's the path my life is destined to take. Kado raised his head and drank a sip of wine with hatred, and his dull voice echoed in the hall. I used to kill other pirate groups very cleanly. Humph, this kind of thing will sooner or later happen to us guys. No one will be an exception, not even Whitebird. Pirates have never been a game of playing house. After saying this, Kado threw down the wine jar, picked up his mace, and was about to leave the hall to fight Uchiha Sasuke. What a stubborn guy. Uchiha Obito looked at Kado, who was unyielding, sighed, and suddenly called out to Kado, Kado, as the price for my action against Uchiha Sasuke, we only ask for one thing, that is, you must not disobey the orders we give. Uchiha Obito spread out his palms and continued calmly, don't worry that we will issue any excessive orders, because your power is not worth mentioning to us. You should know this yourself. The only thing that is valuable may be your title of the 4 emperors and the tens of thousands of pirates under your command. In other words, what you will do in the future is just to fill the scene in certain things. Kado's tall figure paused. Isn't what Uchiha Obito said too insulting? He is one of the emperors of the sea, and his members of the beast pirates and affiliated pirate groups are countless. Are they just used to fill the scene? It's better to make some excessive demands. The next moment, Kado slowly closed his eyes and said in a cold voice, I promise, this matter must not be leaked to anyone else. Don't worry. Uchiha Obito calmly spread out his palms and said softly, after I help you expel Uchiha Sasuke, I will join the beast's pirates. As for the position, I can vacate it by killing one of the 3 calamities. No. Kado rejected Uchiha Obito's proposal. He said in a deep voice, from now on, you bastard will be my vice captain and the inspector of the entire beast's pirates. The third update. Chapter 472, the destroyed flower city. Wano country, the capital of flowers. The general's residence in the capital of flowers has become a ruin, and most of the streets are in a mess. Only a few people are left in this prosperous capital of Wano country. Most of the civilians left the capital in a hurry, fearing that they would be killed by Uchiha Sasuke. They were even more afraid of seeing something they shouldn't see. When Kado arrived here, he saw an eye-catching scene. Black Maria and Kazuki, 2 women of very different figures, were playing the piano and making music. Plague Queen was sweating profusely and dancing a strange dance. Uchiha Sasuke sat on the roof, slowly sipping the juice in his hand. He seemed to be admiring Plague Queen's dance. If you ignore the body of Kirizumi Orochi on the ground, these guys seem to be having fun. What the hell is going on? Kado was a little confused. Kado was so angry that a wave of heat spurted out of his nose, and he cursed angrily, Quinn, are you an idiot here to embarrass yourself? Brother Kado. 2 lines of tears instantly flowed from the eyes of Plague Queen, and he rushed towards Kado. Brother Kado, you are finally here. When Plague Queen saw Kado, he immediately knew that he was safe. In front of Uchiha Sasuke, a lunatic, Plague Queen did not think he was safe, even if he was dancing to save his life. Finally saw the savior. Arsehole. Kado clenched his fists, knocked Plague Queen to the ground with one punch, and said angrily, tell me, what is going on? Lord Kado. Black Maria also breathed a sigh of relief, and walked towards Kado. She lifted her hair, lowered her head and whispered, Mr. Sasuke killed Kirizumi Orochi and the other companions who came with us. Kado's face instantly became ugly. What the hell is today? Except for Black Maria, one of the Flying 6 was killed by Uchiha Obito, and the other 4 were killed by Uchiha Sasuke. This is equivalent to a major replacement of the middle level. The Flying 6 are the people that Kado relies on the most besides the 3 calamities. But they were replaced by 2 Uchiha. Kado looked up at Uchiha Sasuke sitting on the roof, and the anger in his eyes immediately burst out, and the domineering aura gradually enveloped him. Uchiha Sasuke, you bastard. I will never let you go this time. How interesting. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head indifferently, slowly put down the cup in his hand, grabbed his Kusanagi sword, and flew in front of Kado. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head and looked at the tall Kado with a contemptuous smile on his lips. I should be the one to say this, the waste among the 4 emperors. What did you say? A cold light flashed in Kado's eyes, and his palm suddenly clenched the mace in his hand, and the domineering aura instantly overturned the surroundings. Uchiha Sasuke did not show any weakness, and the smile on his face was still a little contemptuous. If it weren't for that traitor helping you, do you think you could have escaped last time, Kado? The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke's domineering aura was fully fired. Under the collision of the two domineering auras, the entire room of the flower capital was destroyed by them in an instant, and the shockwave continued to sweep the capital of Wano country. Fortunately, there were not many people in the capital of Wano country. Black Mariah watched this scene nervously. Her expression was no longer indifferent in the past, but she looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was confronting Kado with a face full of shock. It's incredible. Black Mariah looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was only as tall as an ordinary human, and took a few steps back, muttering in a low voice, "He's just a little kid. Can he really challenge our governor?" "It's nothing incredible." Plague Queen's face was sweating. He carefully looked for a place to avoid the conqueror's shockwave, and muttered in a low voice, "That little kid feels not much different from the red-haired guy." Just as Plague Queen was avoiding the conqueror's shockwave, he remembered that the courtesan Kazuki of Wano country was still here. A trace of panic suddenly flashed across his face and said, I almost forgot that Kazuki is still here." That weak woman could not withstand the impact of this conqueror's shockwave. Even the residual power of Kado and Uchiha Sasuke's fight could easily kill her. But Plague Queen didn't have to worry about Kazuki, because just after Kado appeared, Kaishiro, the captain of the guard of Wano country's General Kirizumi Orochi, hurriedly popped up and took Kazuki away. Of course, Kaishiro is not obsessed with Kazuki Oden's beauty like Kirizumi Orochi, but because he was originally a retainer of the previous general of Wano country, Kazuki Oden. His quiet appearance is just to protect Kazuki Oden's daughter Kazuki Oden. Who is that Sasuke? When Kazuki was taken away from the battlefield of Flower Capital by Kaishiro, she still couldn't help but look back. Is he going to challenge Kado too? Or, he came here to cause trouble for Kado? Kaishiro, who was originally unruly, said with a serious look on his face, "I heard that bastard Quinn say, when he was drunk, Kado failed in the last war with the Whitebeard pirates, and the one who defeated him was that Uchiha Sasuke." When he said this, Kaishiro suddenly smiled. It's a pity that it's not the time for Lord Oden to say it yet. Otherwise, when that guy killed Kirizumi Orochimaru and the Flying Six, I almost thought this was our chance to recover Wano country. They, who were once retainers of the Kazuki Oden clan, all believed in Kazuki Oden's last words. That is, Wano country will restore prosperity and establish a country 20 years after Kazuki Oden's death. This time, there are still 4 or 5 years. So, everything should have nothing to do with them now. No matter how fiercely Uchiha Sasuke and Kado fight, it has nothing to do with the Kazuki clan's restorationists, and it seems that Uchiha Sasuke doesn't care much about the Kazuki clan. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke doesn't care about Wano country at all. Kado doesn't think so. Uchiha Sasuke, who has the dual identities of ninja and samurai, can't come to Wano country to find trouble for nothing. It's a bit like grabbing territory, but it doesn't matter. Now Kado has an ally in Uchiha Obito. I believe that Uchiha Obito definitely has the ability to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. Kado raised the mace in his hand and said with a gloomy face, "Uchiha Sasuke, Whitebeard is old. The times will eliminate him sooner or later. You are on the wrong side, kid." Kado looked down at Uchiha Sasuke, who was wrapped in domineering. The pressure brought to him by this kid was still so great. Fortunately, he had negotiated the terms with Uchiha Obito in advance. I have to say, these two Uchiha are very difficult to deal with. For Kado, Uchiha Obito's ability is more bizarre, but Uchiha Sasuke is actually more to his liking. Unfortunately, even if Kado used the entire Wano country as an inducement, Uchiha Sasuke would not join forces with him. And Uchiha Obito is clearly hostile to Uchiha Sasuke, and Kado will not give up Uchiha Obito, who has negotiated the conditions, and then recruit Uchiha Sasuke. What a pity. Kado clenched the mace in his hand and said coldly, "It's a pity that I have a more powerful ally. There is no place for you now, idiot." Uchiha Sasuke slowly pulled out the Kusanagi sword and looked at Kado with a sneer. "No wonder you dare to come to the appointment. Your ally is that bastard Uchiha Obito." Sasuke's eyes gradually turned into the Samsara Ryan Sharingan, and the Kusanagi sword moved slowly in his hands. He continued in a cold voice, "That's just right. Let me get rid of the two of you who I hate the most." The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke crushed towards Kado waving the Kusanagi sword, and his domineering aura instantly turned into black and red lightning. Kado swung his mace and smashed it at Uchiha Sasuke. A group of powerful domineering aura covered the mace like thunder. This stick seemed to want to smash Uchiha Sasuke into a pool of mud. Thunder Bagua. Bang. The Kusanagi sword and the mace stuck together. The two domineering auras instantly overturned the entire Flower City town. Endless impacts swept across the Flower City, turning the originally prosperous Flower City into a flat ground. Even the Flower City was not enough to vent out the powerful domineering auras on them. The two black and red domineering auras rushed straight into the sky like thunder against the trend. In an instant, they directly tore a crack in the entire sky. When the four emperors of this level fight, no matter the weather or the environment, they will be directly destroyed by their battle. Plague Queen shrank and hid aside. Black Mariah couldn't help but look at this place with some fear. All the people in the entire Flower City territory saw the battle in the Flower City, and everyone couldn't help but look at the light that rushed straight into the sky. Even though they didn't know who would win or lose, they knew that from now on, the prosperous Flower City of Wano country would definitely be rebuilt. Kado looked at the confrontation between the mace in his hand and the Kusanagi sword. His eyes suddenly flashed. His face suddenly turned into a dragon head, and he opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of flames towards Sasuke. Susanoo. The skeletons of Susanoo appeared on Sasuke's body in an instant. The next moment, the tall and complete Susanoo instantly wrapped around Sasuke's body, blocking Kado's sneak attack of the dragon's breath flame. Do you want to compete with Uchiha in fire escape? Sasuke stood in the crystal of Susanoo and punched Kado away. He stood in the crystal of Susanoo, suddenly raised his fingers, and opened his mouth to spew out huge fireballs in the direction of Kado. Even if Uchiha Sasuke used the most common Phoenix Fire technique, it was also a huge blessing in Sasuke's current state. Just as these fireballs were about to hit Kado, a cold voice appeared on the battlefield. Uchiha Fire Array. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Kado. His fingertips instantly fell on the ground, and a red barrier sprang out from the ground, blocking Sasuke's fireball. It was Uchiha Obito who had just reached an alliance agreement with Kado. Sasuke. Uchiha Obito stood behind the fire array, staring at the tall purple complete Susanoo, and said calmly, "Kado is now my ally. You should know what this means." First update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473. Pride is Uchiha Sasuke's biggest weakness. Wano Country. The battlefield of the flower capital was somewhat silent. Pink petals fell from the sky. These pink petals were stained with dust. Like Wano Country, they could only wait for the fate that others would impose on them. Kado's eyes fell on Uchiha Obito in front of him. His eyes flashed slightly. Listening to what he said just now, this Uchiha Obito seemed really scary. Even Uchiha Sasuke was afraid of him. What secrets were there between these two Uchiha? Kado stood up with the help of his mace and said in a muffled voice, "It seems that I have found the right ally." No, it should be said that you are in the right position. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Sasuke in the complete form of Susanoo and continued calmly, "Although my power may not be able to do anything to Uchiha Sasuke, he knows that there is no way to win or lose in the battle between us." Uchiha Sasuke stood in the crystal of Susanoo, staring at the masked Uchiha Obito, and his expression gradually became subtle. What else can the successful negotiation between Uchiha Obito and Kado mean? It means that his mission to deter Kado in Wano Country has been completed. So does Obito mean to let him get out? What a nonsense. Uchiha Sasuke is a little helpless. He worked hard to fight the admiral, the vice captain of the four emperors' red hair, and the reputation accumulated by Kado, but in the end he has to become a stepping stone for the members of Akatsuki to carry out their mission. The strength of these guys is just like that. Apart from having Uehara and Naraku backing them up, what else can they do? But considering the badness of Uehara and Naraku, just having Uehara and Naraku standing behind them is enough. That guy has already messed up the world a lot. Uchiha Sasuke sighed, manipulated Susanoo and drew out the ninja sword and slashed directly, splitting the barrier of the flame formation in two. The slash was so powerful that it fell on Uchiha Obito after the split, but it only penetrated his body and fell directly to the ground. A long gully was instantly cut into the ground. This can only be regarded as Sasuke venting his anger. Don't waste your energy. Uchiha Obito looked at the purple Susanoo, calmly spread out his palms, and continued, you should know very well that, as long as I don't reveal any flaws, the two of us can't do anything to each other. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed, and he snorted coldly, it's just relying on the weirdness of the Mangekyou Sharingan. You just have a good eye. Isn't this exactly how we Uchiha fight? Uchiha Obito didn't care, but continued to himself, although our choices are different, our strength comes from the gift of that person. After all, we are from the same blood. Traitor who betrayed the Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists suddenly, and the tall Susanoo waved the ninja sword at Uchiha Obito. Hearing you mention the Uchiha bloodline, it really makes me feel that you are shameless. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Obito, who was still calm and could not help but gritted his teeth and said, forget it, although I can't do anything to you, but Kado may not be able to do anything to you. Kado, who originally enjoyed watching the confrontation between the two Uchiha, suddenly had a question mark on his forehead. What does this Uchiha Sasuke mean? Thinking about it, Kado's face slowly darkened. If I heard it correctly just now, Uchiha Sasuke should be unable to do anything to Uchiha Obito, and actually wanted to use him as a punching bag? Is this a human language? He is the Four Emperors Kado, not that idiot Quinn. Uchiha Sasuke didn't care about Kado's thoughts at all, and actually controlled the Susanoo under him to slash at Kado with a huge blow. Arsehole, don't underestimate me. Thunder Bagua. A flash of rage crossed Kado's face, and he swung the mace in his hand to take the slash. Kado instantly felt a huge force. However, Kado relied on his domineering power to break up the slash. His eyes fell on Uchiha Obito, and he said in a muffled voice, hey, didn't you promise me to get rid of Uchiha Sasuke? Don't worry. Uchiha Obito spread his hands indifferently and said, Sasuke has no choice. He just wants to vent his helpless anger. After he vents, he will naturally leave here. Uchiha Obito slowly raised his head, looked at Kado and continued, besides, after you were defeated by him last time, did you lose the spirit of the Four Emperors? In this case, perhaps I need to reconsider your value. Kado. Don't worry about it. Kado looked up at the Susanoo, that was hundreds of meters high, picked up his mace, leaped into the direction of Susanoo, and roared angrily with his face, just a little kid. I'm Kado. Conqueror's haki overflowed from Kado's body, with strong armed haki flowing through his body. This one of the four strongest emperors on the Sea of the New World, brandishing the mace in his hand, rushed towards the tall Susanoo. The entire Wano country was instantly shaken. A war that had once been unfinished began again. It was getting darker and darker, but the entire flower capital was still as bright as day, with bursts of flashing fire caused by the battle between Kado and Uchiha Sasuke. The sound of explosions was endless. In such a battle, no one in the flower capital dared to intervene. Plague Quinn looked at their battle with uneasiness on his face, trembling as he looked up at the completely torn sky, and then looked at the earth that was directly destroyed by them. Why hasn't that Gaijin come here yet? This level of battle. Black Mariah looked at the fight between Kado and Uchiha Sasuke with a serious look in her eyes, shook her head and said, even if he comes, he can't intervene, right? But at least it makes me feel more secure. Plague Queen just finished speaking when he suddenly realized what he had said, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. He accidentally said what was in his heart. Black Mariah couldn't help but cover her lips and smiled, looking at Plague Queen and smiled. Lord Quinn is still so sloppy. Do you think the governor will win? Of course I'm more optimistic about brother Kado. Plague Queen clenched his fist and spoke hurriedly, but he looked at Susanoo, who had been suppressing Kado, and lowered his voice. Although we know how strong brother Kado's body is, but the opponent is Uchiha Sasuke. A layer of cold sweat gradually appeared on Plague Queen's forehead, and he continued, to be honest, the pressure brought by Uchiha Sasuke is greater than that of Kazuki Oden back then. I'm a little curious, what kind of ability user is this guy? He is not a devil fruit ability user. The voice of Uchiha Obito appeared in the ears of Plague Queen, and he said slowly, Sasuke's ability is a power that only the person in the Uchiha clan who is most proficient in the eye technique can obtain. Among all the family members of the Uchiha clan over the past 1,000 years, if you count carefully, there are no more than 5 people who can open this form of Susanoo. There are indeed no more than 5 people who can open the complete Susanoo. Apart from Indra, the ancestor who founded the Uchiha clan, there are indeed only 2 people, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, who have possessed it over the past 1,000 years. There are also the 2 real ancestors, Uehara Naraku and the 6 Paths Sage. Of course, Uehara Naraku and the 6 Paths Sage's Susanoo are even better. The Susanoo that is thousands of meters high is the real power of God. Why are you hiding here too? Plague Queen glared at Uchiha Obito with dissatisfaction. Uchiha Obito glanced at him, then turned to look at the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Kado, and said in a deep voice, this is the world's top battle. Even if I have seen it last time, seeing it again now, I still find it exciting. After a moment of silence, Plague Queen suddenly came close to Uchiha Obito's body, with his head close to Obito, and asked in a low voice, by the way, Mr. Obito, have you reached any agreement with brother Kado? Plague Queen knew Uchiha Obito. After all, Kado couldn't solve Uchiha Obito by himself, and wanted his men to help analyze it. Only Plague Queen and Flame Disaster Jin knew about the secret fight between Uchiha Obito and Kado. This is a secret. Uchiha Obito refused to reveal the secret. He touched his mask and suddenly said, but, from now on, I will be your vice captain. Then we will be a family in the future. Ha 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 ha. Plague Queen forced a smile on his face, and continued to ask in a low voice, then, Mr. Obito, does Sasuke have any shortcomings? Yes. Uchiha Obito nodded, and in the expectant gaze of Plague Queen, he calmly replied, this kid is too arrogant. This is his biggest shortcoming. In fact, this is a common problem of the entire Uchiha. Every Uchiha has this problem. Plague Queen looked at Obito speechlessly, feeling that he had been fooled. If he had the same strength as Sasuke, he would be more proud than Uchiha Sasuke. A young man who is only 17 or 18 years old this year has such strong strength. Isn't it normal to be a little proud and arrogant? The question is, how long will this battle last? If the fight goes on, the entire Wano country may be destroyed. The sky is getting darker and darker. The entire town of Flower Capital has been completely reduced to ruins, and civilians and pirates outside Flower Capital are also evacuating in fear to other areas such as Kuri. Until the next day after they fought, when the sky cleared up, Uchiha Sasuke beat Kado all night, and Uchiha Obito finally spoke again to stop him. Let's stop here. Uchiha Obito's figure emerged from the vortex of time and space. He stood on the ground, looking up at the tall Susanoo like an ant. The next moment, Uchiha Obito's voice slowly changed its tone, and his voice became a little more gloomy. Uchiha Sasuke, I have given you enough chances, don't go too far. It's you. Hearing the eerie voice coming from Uchiha Obito's body, Uchiha Sasuke's face became more solemn than ever. He had already heard who the voice coming from Obito's body represented. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Kado, who was still full of energy, after being beaten by him all night, and snorted coldly, you are lucky. You found a guy that even I dare not provoke easily. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were slightly cold. After saying this, he directly controlled Susanoo, and left the Flower Capital. Bastard, you beat me like this, don't even think about leaving like this. Kado instantly turned into a dragon body, and was about to chase after him. A ball of high temperature dragon breath accumulated in his mouth, and was about to spit it out towards Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke didn't care at all. He just controlled the tall Susanoo, and turned around to shoot a huge black arrow, which directly hit Kado's dragon body. The power was so great, that Kado's body was almost nailed to the ground. That bastard. Kado gnashed his teeth, and turned into a human form, watching the black giant arrow on his body gradually dissipate, but still left a huge arrow wound on his body. This is the second time. The wounds Kado had, before he met Sasuke were not as many as the wounds Uchiha Sasuke left him. Don't worry. Uchiha Obito patted his mask, looked at Kado with an angry face, sighed and said, if I'm here in the future, he won't come again. Second update. Chapter 474, Selection of the General of Wano Country. Wano Country. Curie, in the village of Ikasa, a strange woman stood next to Portgas the Ace. He waved his arms at the returning Sasuke and shouted, "Sasuke, you are finally back. Come quickly, I will introduce you to a new friend." Uchiha Sasuke's expression was a little subtle, because when he was making a big fuss in the flower capital and fighting Kado all night, Portgas the Ace actually made a new friend. "What's going on?" Portgas the Ace pointed at the woman next to him, grinned and chuckled. "Sasuke, let me introduce you. She is Yamato." "Yamato?" Uchiha Sasuke's expression became more subtle. If I remember correctly, Konoha also had a ninja named Yamato, who possessed the wood-release bloodline, and later passed the assessment of the Akatsuki organization, and joined the Akatsuki organization. The woman named Yamato in front of him was naturally different. This woman looked pretty and her hair was cute, but she had a pair of strange horns on her head. She was wearing a strange outfit, a refreshing and close-fitting sleeveless kimono with an exquisite shimonori tied behind her back. However, she had a pair of shackles on her hands. "Nice to meet you." The pretty woman looked at Uchiha Sasuke and smiled kindly. "My name is Yamato, and I'm Kado's son." Uchiha Sasuke's expression became more and more subtle. Whether it's her figure or her appearance, she is definitely a woman, right? Why does this woman claim to be Kado's son? What's wrong with the people in this country? Aizo, the captain of the 16th division of the Whitebeard Pirates, behaves like a woman in every move, but he is a real man. Yamato in front of him is obviously a woman, but he claims to be a man. And, he just beat Kado up last night, and when he came back, he met Kado's child. Uchiha Sasuke clenched the Kusanagi sword in his hand, blocked Ace behind him, and said indifferently, "Tell me, what did Kado send you here for? Want to catch Ace to threaten me?" No. Yamato waved his hand hurriedly and said hastily, "Actually, I sneaked out, because my father encountered an enemy, so I could sneak out." Uchiha Sasuke suddenly drew out his Kusanagi sword, put it on Yamato's neck, and said coldly, "That enemy is me." What? Yamato's face was full of confusion. The next moment, her mouth slightly opened, and she looked at Sasuke in surprise. Could it be that the person who made the entire Beast's Pirates alert last night is Uchiha Sasuke who once defeated him? How could he be so young? Ha, don't get me wrong. Ace put his arm around Sasuke's shoulders, helped him take down the Kusanagi sword, and chuckled. "Sasuke, Yamato is not our enemy." At this point, Ace introduced Yamato to Sasuke. The Yamato in front of him is indeed Kado's daughter, but because she saw Kazuki Oden die bravely when she was a child, she once regarded Kazuki Oden as a hero. Yamato admired Kazuki Oden so much that he was willing to die for Wano country and his subordinates, so she regarded herself as Kazuki Oden. Later, she picked up Kazuki Oden's sailing diary and yearned for him even more. In short, this is a story about a little girl who thinks she should inherit Kazuki Oden's will and wants to chase stars, but because the idol she pursues is her father's mortal enemy, she was beaten by her father when she grew up. Really? Kado even beats his daughter. Of course, no matter who has a daughter like Yamato, he will probably be beaten 3 or 4 times a day. This is really a pitfall. No wonder this woman can make friends with Ace. Both of them yearn for Kazuki Oden, and they both don't like their fathers very much, so they have too many common topics. After listening to Yamato's story, Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "If you didn't lie to me, then, don't learn from others, and live for other people's will in the future. It will be very painful." "No." Yamato shook his head, and said with a smile, "I'm very happy to be able to inherit the will of His Highness Kazuki Oden. By the way." Ace suddenly pointed at the shackles in Yamato's hands, and asked with a smile, "Hey, Sasuke, can you help to unlock the shackles?" Yamato has been wearing these shackles since he was 8 years old. There seems to be a bomb in it. Ace fumbled with Yamato's shackles and continued, "If the shackles can be unlocked, she can be our companion and adventure with us in the world." Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke rubbed his forehead, helplessly said, "Aren't you worried that she is a spy sent by Kado?" "I'm not a spy." A flash of anger flashed across Yamato's face. She looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said angrily, "Spies are too dirty." It is said that Kurozumi Orochi snatched the position of general of Wano country from the Kazuki family by relying on undercover spies, so Yamato hates this profession a little bit. Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened. Is this woman's brain sick? What's wrong with the spy industry? This woman is lucky to meet Sasuke, who is a spy himself, but also hates spy behavior. Otherwise, if Yamato, this woman, met another man who likes to be an undercover spy, she would dare to say this. Death is a luxury for her. After all, that man is very narrow-minded. Okay, go back immediately. Uchiha Sasuke frowned and waved to Yamato to leave. He turned to look at Ace. Let's go. Let's leave here first. I fought with Kado all night last night, and that guy has colluded with Uchiha Obito. Ah. Yamato was not aware of it at all, still standing beside Uchiha Sasuke, stretching out his arm. Mr. Sasuke, since you can defeat my father, you can definitely help me untie the shackles he tied me with. Please help. Sorry, I'm not interested. Uchiha Sasuke waved his hand, looked at Ace and said coldly, hurry up and pack up and leave. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Ace scratched the back of his head, looking at Uchiha Sasuke curiously, but aren't you the one who is going to cause big trouble? Shut up, idiot. Uchiha Sasuke instantly exploded, grabbed Ace by the collar. His eyes gradually became dangerous. Now, immediately, pack up and let's get out of here. Yes, yes. Ace scratched his head and said boredly, I still want to stay for a while. Idiot, run. After Uchiha Sasuke scolded Ace, his eyes fell on Yamato. His voice was still cold. Now the generals of the entire Wano country have been killed by me. The capital has been destroyed by me, and I have also killed many people from the Beast's pirates. But what does this have to do with me? Yamato looked at Uchiha Sasuke curiously, and said seriously, I'm not a member of the Beast's pirates. I just want to go out to sea for adventure, like His Highness Oden did for Master Yamato. A voice suddenly fell into their ears. It was a little pirate who came to search for Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts. The pirate found Yamato here, and couldn't help but shouted loudly, we found Uchiha Sasuke. This guy is holding Master Yamato hostage. Hey, let Master Yamato go. That's right, otherwise, we will. Shut up, bastard. Do you want to provoke him? That's a super monster that can fight against Governor Kado. Groups of pirates with strange wings quickly gathered around, shouting and communicating with each other, and hurriedly reporting their news to the top leaders. Uchiha Sasuke's face darkened, and he flew out with a shuriken between his fingers, and his fingers quickly formed several hand seals. Ninjutsu, shuriken shadow clone technique. Countless dense shuriken shadow clones covered the sky. A group of pirates in charge of patrolling were instantly hit by shuriken and fell to the ground. I've never seen a ninjutsu before. This simple ninjutsu immediately aroused Yamato's admiration. She couldn't help but say, if you could be born many years earlier, His Majesty Oden would have a ninja like you under his command. He would never. Chidori style. A flash of anger flashed across Uchiha Sasuke's face. A ball of lightning suddenly floated in his hand, and these lightnings quickly wrapped around Yamato's body. In an instant, Yamato was knocked to the ground by the lightning of Chidori style. This Yamato likes to die too much, right? He even wants Uchiha Sasuke to become Kazuki Oden's subordinate. Uchiha Sasuke doesn't like having someone on his head at all. There's nothing he can do about that bastard Uehara Naraku. After all, their relationship is too complicated. Although Uchiha Sasuke easily defeated Yamato and finally vented his anger, this scene fell into the mouths of the members of the Beast Pirates. It was an absolute nightmare. On the other side, Kado temporarily dealt with his injuries. This time, Uchiha Sasuke was not able to stay in the battle. The Flying Six of the Beast's pirates also appeared in a vacuum, and even his ally Kurozumi Orochi was killed. This is quite troublesome. After Kado reluctantly thought for a while, he suddenly made a decision. Hey, let Yamato be the general of this country. Anyway, she always wants to be a naive idiot like Kazuki Oden. I have a good candidate here. Uchiha Obito held his chin. In fact, Uehara Naraku designated a suitable candidate. This person will also inherit the position of the leader of a large country in the future. Uchiha Obito said slowly, I know a guy named Hatake Kakashi. His strength is a bit weird. He is not too strong or too weak. He may be able to do this. Lord Kado. At this time, someone suddenly interrupted Uchiha Obito's words. Something bad has happened. Master Yamato has been kidnapped by Uchiha Sasuke. The third update. Chapter 475 The Coming Ninjas. Kuri, Wano country. Kado got the news from his men that Yamato was captured by Uchiha Sasuke. Regardless of his own injuries, he hurried to Uchiha Sasuke's location. When Kado arrived at Kuri, Uchiha Sasuke and Ace had already left Wano country by boat, leaving only the injured Yamato and a group of small pirates. Uchiha Sasuke patted his butt and left, leaving behind a Wano country full of ruins. Because the general of Wano country, Kurozumi Orochi, is dead, Kado wants to move Onigashima directly to the flower capital and let Yamato succeed the general. However, Uchiha Obito raised objections. Or rather, it was the people behind Uchiha Obito who raised objections. Sasuke did a good thing. After he killed Kurozumi Orochi, the whole Wano country became ownerless. Uehara Naraku sipped the juice slowly, chuckled, and told Obito in the spiritual world, "Go tell Kado, let him clean up his people. I will prepare enough members to descend on Wano country, which will become our new base." The entire Wano country is not small, and the geographical location here is closed. Even the navy cannot penetrate, and there is also a special seaston. Wano country can be used as the base of the Akatsuki organization in the pirate world. Those samurai who are loyal to the Kazuki and Shimotsuki clans in Wano country, as well as Kado's weapons factory, stationed pirates, etc., must all be expelled. Maybe this is what it means to occupy the magpie's nest. No, this should be called the Hokage invading the pirates. This matter naturally caused Kado's dissatisfaction. In the ruins of the flower capital, Kado and Uchiha Obito are still negotiating. Kado waved his wine gourd and looked at Uchiha Obito with anger on his face. "Wano country is my territory. I will not agree to this matter no matter what. I'm not discussing it with you." Uchiha Obito shook his head and said calmly, "You still have 1 month to move all your factories and subordinates out. Don't you have a cooperation with Doflamingo? Let him find a suitable place to continue to open the factory." Well, this is really interesting. At that time, the entire Beast's pirates will be under the surveillance of the Akatsuki organization in the nearby Wano country, and the weapons and artificial devil fruits of the Beast's pirates will also be subject to Doflamingo. At that time, it is impossible for Kado and the Beast's pirates to resist. If they want to go out to fight, they will also be subject to logistics. Isn't it possible to play Kado however you want? This place is the fortress that I have been eyeing for a long time. Kado put down his wine gourd and said angrily, "This country is the most suitable war fortress in the new world, and it is also the base for my domination. But we have our eyes on this place." Uchiha Obito looked at Kado and continued calmly, "In a month, God will descend on Wano country, and she will become the god that rules Wano country." She once easily suppressed Uchiha Sasuke. "Hey, Uchiha Obito." Kado leaned over and lowered his head, staring at Uchiha Obito with his big eyes. "You bastard. That doesn't seem like the attitude of an ally. Ha, did you remember it wrong?" Uchiha Obito lifted the mask on his face, raised his head, and looked at Kado casually and said, "Our alliance terms, doesn't it mean that you have to obey our orders?" Uchiha Obito spread out his palms and suddenly continued, "But it's not without benefits for you. At least our people are also a strong ally to you. That's a real behemoth. Yes, a real behemoth. The power possessed by the entire Akatsuki organization is definitely a more powerful force than the 4 emperors in the New World, and can even easily destroy any of the 4 emperors' pirate groups." Uchiha Obito looked at Kado, smiled and said, "But we won't be so heartless. I'm the inspector of the Beast's pirates. From now on, our Beast's pirates will stay in Onigashima and serve as a force on the periphery of Wano country." "What do you mean?" Kado clenched his wine gourd, looked at Uchiha Obito and said, "The covenant we just drafted is to make me your vassal and to be your watchdog on Onigashima." Ha. Uchiha Obito waved his hand and continued with a giggle, "There's no need to be so harsh. At least you have a big backer. No matter what you want to do in the future, we will support you behind you." "Asshole." Kado threw the wine gourd in his hand to the ground and said angrily, "I used to do whatever I wanted. The past was the past, and now is now." Uchiha Obito's laughter subsided, and he said faintly, "Now, aren't we here? The situation will naturally change." "Asshole." Kado clenched his fists fiercely. "It would be better if you didn't come. Originally, he had never thought of colluding with Uchiha Obito, but this bastard kept pestering him, and Uchiha Sasuke happened to invade. Now that Uchiha Sasuke has left, although he has left a mess, it has also freed up the political power of Wano country for Kado, allowing him to annex Wano country without bloodshed, and immediately build weapons factories everywhere, and concentrate on his career. As a result, Uchiha Obito suddenly came to occupy the Magpie's Nest. Why does this feel a little familiar? It's not that easy to get him to give up Wano country. This is a real natural fortress. The world government and the navy cannot get close, and there are rich seaston resources in it. No matter what, we must never give in. Kado looked at Uchiha Obito grimly, and said in a deep voice, "In other words, our alliance is invalidated." Really? Uchiha Obito looked up at Kado, scratched the back of his head, and said with a chuckle, "When did you become qualified to propose an alliance? We have not invalidated the alliance. If you unilaterally cancel it, we will feel very troubled." Uchiha Obito looked at Kado, and his voice suddenly became gloomy. "Kado, occupying Wano country is God's will. As a reward for our days together, I advise you not to resist." After that, Uchiha Obito's figure turned into a time-space vortex and disappeared, leaving only a sentence: "You should prepare well in this month. Who do you think you are?" Kado overturned everything in front of him, and looked at the time-space vortex disappearing with an angry face. Just a group of little mice hiding their heads, and showing their tails. Just after Uchiha Obito left, he immediately contacted Uehara Naraku, and reported on his negotiations with Kado. Kado probably doesn't want to give up Wano country. Uchiha Obito's voice was a little hesitant. "If we want to turn against him directly, apart from Sasuke, who else can defeat him? A lot of people, right?" Uehara Naraku was still drifting on the sea, brushing his new side quests by the way. After listening to Uchiha Obito's report, he whispered, "Let's see how he performs this month." A month is just enough time for them to prepare for their arrival. Well, Naruto invades the pirates. At least they have to prepare some manpower in advance. After all, this is to let the Akatsuki organization rule the entire Wano country, not just to fight a war. Naruto World. The headquarters of the Akatsuki organization is completely placed in the Hidden Rain Village. After all, no matter how you look at it, the decisions of the entire ninja world must be announced from the Hidden Rain Village, and all the strong must attend the meetings of the Akatsuki organization, and they definitely cannot be in a cave. Since Uehara Naraku formulated the method for Akatsuki to rule the ninja world, the entire ninja world has slowly stepped on the right track. One after another, members have joined Akatsuki. In addition to the big ninja villages, some small countries have also been incorporated into Akatsuki's meeting at Tsunede's suggestion. There are also 7 or 8 leaders of various small countries. They are not known for their strength, but just a symbolic identity to vote. As a fair, the number of big ninja villages is even greater, especially the Konoha village, which has produced many talents. In order to curb this trend, Akatsuki has become more and more strict in its review. Fire Country, the name of the Fire Country, the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha Tsunade, the Hokage of Konoha assisted Narashikaku, Jiraiya, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uzumaki Naruto. Earth Country, the name of the Earth Country, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage of the Hidden Rock Village, Anoki, that Tsuchikage assisted Kirotsuchi, Yellow Earth, and Wenya. Water Country, the name of the Water Country, the 5th generation Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, Meditarumi, and the Mizukage assisted Chijiro. Land of Wind, the Daimyo of Land of Wind, the 5th Kazukage of Sand Village Gara, the 5th Kazukage assists Kankuro and Temari. Land of Lightning, the Daimyo of Land of Lightning, the 4th Reikage of Kumogakure Village AI, the Reikage assists Deru and Killer Bee. Land of Rain, Uehara Naraku, Nagato, Konan, Kaguya Tsutsuki, Haku, Kaguya Kimimero, Kabuto Yakushi, Hashigaki Kisame, Uchiha Sasuke, Deidara, Sasori, Kakuzu, Hidden, Ringo Ayuri, Hazuki Mainjetsu, Hazuki Sujetsu. Because Uehara Naraku led some members to open up Wasteland outside, their voting rights and veto rights were temporarily represented by Nagato and others. These meetings, basically there is no resolution that Nagato cannot pass. Originally, this meeting should have been held in about 3 months. Today was a bit strange. Nagato directly summoned the 5 Kage to discuss a proposal with them. Now we need to gather more than 30,000 ninja coalition forces to assist Uehara in establishing an Akatsuki headquarters in the new world. Please discuss the candidates for your respective villages to participate in entering the new world. In addition, there are necessary strong people. This time they will have the opportunity to come into contact with the power of the new world, and they will also have to assist in governing the jurisdiction and obtain more resources. So please be sure to choose the leader of the Ninja Coalition force reasonably. First update. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.